A man named Li Hai is fiercely eager to speak out on behalf of his comrades. The case takes place in the country estate of the Ming family, in the hall of which a crowd of people gathered, where a wake was held. He grinned that he still had time to look at the unopened coffin. The man was a member of the Perfection Group. The girl in front of her remembered her. It was the eldest granddaughter of the Ming family, Meng Xiner, who was very displeased with Li Hai's action, because Grandpa had just given up the ghost, and he had already dared to show up. At this time, Xiner's mother, Lin Mei Qi, couldn't hide the grief of losing her own father. The people around them were horrified by what Li Hai had done. It was rumored that the Meng family had become very close to the Wang family and even sent them an invitation to the banquet, which was most likely the purpose of Li Hai's visit. Li Hai was sure that their family was only days away from Mr. Meng. He assumed that the place was already surrounded by his people, and it would be better to give them the invitation. At this moment, an unknown man wearing a hat approaches the house, who is noticed by one of Li Hai's men. He immediately came up and started threatening him, or he would blow his head off. But before he could finish, the stranger took his hand sharply. Inside the house, Li Hai began to harass Xiner, hinting that he was ready to search her, to which she immediately responded with a negative response. The silence was broken by a guy's shout as he flew towards Li Hai. It landed squarely on the goon's back, knocking him down. The girl was startled by what had happened. Everyone watched as the guys lay on the floor. Li Hai immediately began to suspect that someone had broken into the territory. The stranger smiled. It was the guy who had just taken off his hat. He asked if it was definitely the Ming family's home. Li Hai asked him what he had done with his boyfriends. The guy grinned, pointing at his men. He was standing in the doorway opposite Li Hai. There's a bunch of guys in pain behind him. With his huge fist, he was about to take revenge on the stranger. The guy just slapped the other side of his hand across the man's face. With one punch, the man was sent flying meters away. Xiner also treated him with hostility, immediately asking for his identity. He didn't answer, but just walked over to the open hump to greet his grandfather Ming. The boy looked closely at his grandfather's face, noticing one detail. He realized that Grandpa had been poisoned. Suddenly, a golden needle appeared between his two fingers, giving off a fiery effect. He wanted to try something while his granddaughter and daughter were absolutely against it. The needle slowly entered Grandpa Meng's forehead, with a bright splash of blood. While the guy continued his ritual, the man noticed it. He was shocked to recognize the life-giving needle in his hands. After finishing the process, Grandpa Meng began to clear his throat. The girls were shocked that their grandfather had come to life. The people around him were also shocked, thinking that he had become a ghost and began to run away. The guy was glad that he managed to perform the ritual before it was too late. The man ran over, checking his blood pressure. He felt that it had not only reappeared, but that it had improved on what it had been 20 years ago. Grandpa sat up, not understanding what had happened, thinking that it was the doctor who had revived him. But he denied it, because he was happy to have witnessed the technique himself. The guy asked his grandfather if he recognized him. Grandpa instantly recognized the guy named Xiao Chen who had come to see him. 3 days ago, Xiao Chen practices while the man sleeps on the chair. Suddenly, a bright beam appeared from the sky. The practice was successful, and Xiao Chen managed to reach the foundation. The man next to him was impressed with his skills and realized that there was nothing else to teach him. With such progress, he will soon be able to take revenge on the Su family that controls the north. Xiao Chen was happy, saying that he would finally be able to go down the mountain and take back what was rightfully his. But he still had things to do before that. The man immediately said that if Ming Hao hadn't taken him in, he probably wouldn't be standing here right now. And it's worth remembering the good things. He ordered good to be met with good, and hatred to be met with hatred, which was already what Xiao Chen had planned. After the incident with the needle, they sat in the house, grandfather rejoicing at Xiao Chen's arrival. He hadn't expected him to grow so much in a couple of years. When his grandfather sheltered him, the fortune teller said that he would protect the Ming family in the future. Xiao Chen smiled politely, thanking his grandfather for the chance to be on the mountain. Grandpa remembered that when he returned, he and his granddaughter would have to get married. Xiner's mother slammed the teapot on the table in displeasure, assuring her that it was a long time ago. After all, while he was ill, Xiner handled the family matters herself. The mother wasn't ready to give up her daughter for this redneck. Xiao Chen only agreed with her words, since they were small back then. Grandpa slammed his hand down on the table for silence. He immediately started yelling at Mei Qi for being so disrespectful to someone who was stronger than them all. His words surprised her. Grandpa knew that Su Chen's teacher was that person. He immediately turned his attention back to the guy, displeased with his refusal to marry, because what could he not like about his granddaughter? Grandfather ordered Xiner to be called here. He insisted that they just hadn't seen each other in years and he'd forgotten what she was like. Xiner was seen outside the door. A girl came into the room, addressing her grandfather. He immediately took her hand, without explaining anything, and pulled her to the table. Xiao Chen looked at the girl, Noticing a detail that he hadn't seen before, Grandpa immediately asked for his grade, bragging about his granddaughter. She couldn't understand why her grandfather had brought her. He told her that they had engaged her to this guy as a child, and since they were here, why not sign today? Shinner was surprised by such sudden events and looked at the guy. Looking at him, she noticed that he had changed a lot since the last time they'd met. She curtsied with interest, asking about saving Grandpa from the dead. Shinner was surprised that he alone was able to deal with the crowd of bodyguards. In response, Xiaochen only smiled, hiding the details. With his joke, the girl laughed. After saying that, she got up from the table. Grandpa didn't know where she was going. In the courtyard of Ming's house, the receipt began to pass. They received official engagement papers. Xiaochen looked at them with a shocked face as the relatives congratulated them on the occasion. Shinner glanced at him with a sly smile, asking what was wrong with him. Grandpa happily hugged the two of them, hinting that he would be happy to wait for his great-granddaughter. He was shocked that the first event from the descent of the mountain was marrying the granddaughter of his benefactor, but it was also great. Mei-Ti began to lead Shinner away, dissatisfied with their receipt because the girl is the future of the Meng family. She started to make comments about Xiaochen, who was a nobody, a piece of trash that fell on their heads. But Shinner insisted that she was aware of her actions. Shinner explained that even though Grandpa had come back to life, what had happened might happen again, and it would be nice to have someone around who can treat him. She looked at the guy who was talking to her grandfather, who was happy about their marriage. Mother decided to put up with it for the first time, understanding Shinner's character, but sooner or later she would get rid of it. Grandpa remembered that Xiaochen could help his fiancée with the company. The guy was surprised. He said he'd try to get him a job, but he wasn't sure if a salary of 300,000 would suit him. Xiaochen was startled by these amounts. Xiaochen thanked his grandfather for the offer, knowing that the poison in his system hadn't completely dissipated yet, and that the person involved would be here soon, so he should be on his guard. The guy is sitting at the computer, surprised by the rush of events after the descent from the mountain. He wondered who could have poisoned his grandfather, and since he needed high-quality medicines, he decided to try to find Dr. Li. Mei-Chi abruptly entered the office and immediately turned to Xiaochen, forcing him to voluntarily leave their family. She went inside and placed the check on the table with a loud thud. The check was for 5 million, which was her gratitude for saving her father. She ordered me to take the check and leave for good. Sitting behind his chair, he checked the authenticity of the check and was surprised that she had misunderstood it by calling her aunt. She was infuriated by the nickname, because he had no right to do so. She was immediately convinced of his status as a redneck who just wanted to see a tidy sum. A second later, Xiaochen tore the check to shreds. The woman was shocked by his action. Throwing back the torn piece of paper, he said that he absolutely didn't care about the Ming family's money and wealth. Mei-Chi was sure that the guy wasn't stupid and just wanted to get more, but she was prepared for it. She immediately clarified that since he decided to stay, it was his responsibility to contribute and called Secretary Liu over. It was the secretary, Liu Han-yun, who informed the lady that the documents were ready. Taking the folder from the secretary's hands, Mei-Chi told them about the Tiankai Trading Company, that she owed them 10 million. But Shinner didn't have time to deal with it, so this responsibility fell on his shoulders. She slapped the folder down on the table and ordered them to get started quickly. The secretary watching this didn't understand why this guy was so guilty that he was being forced to deal with this particular problem. After all, the last guy who went to this company for money came back in a deplorable state. Xiaochen grinned as he decided to set conditions for her. If he was able to complete this task, Mei-Chi would bow down to him when they met. She was furious about her status as an aunt and was willing to teach him a lesson by agreeing to the deal. Mei-Chi immediately turned around, heading for the exit. The secretary couldn't keep up with her. Xiaochen paid attention. He turned to his secretary, asking her to stop. Xiaochen asked her a personal question about her menstrual cycle, if she was having trouble with it. The girl immediately blushed at these words, not understanding how he knew about her problems. He smiled as he offered her massage techniques for just $8,000, which would help her get rid of this problem. The secretary was confused by this suggestion and began to run away from the office, thinking that he was trying to divorce her. But he followed her with an alternative solution to the problem, trying only to help. He sighed, how difficult it is to treat people. As the girl was running away, Shin-er was seen in the doorway. Seeing the secretary running by, not understanding why she was so red, after entering the study, she tossed the card into Xiaochen's hands, as he would need to buy some decent clothes to accompany her to the banquet. Catching the card between his fingers, the guy was surprised by the energy. He realized that this was a good opportunity to buy Grandpa's medicine. Xiaochen was standing in front of the huge temple where Dr. Li supposedly lives. When he opened the door, all he heard were screams and flying rocks all around him. He couldn't understand what was going on and looked ahead. Grandpa Li was being held in the arms of a huge man who was angry at the situation with the revived Meng Hao. even though he was assured that no one could save him. At this moment, the granddaughter was trying to save her grandfather. The man concluded that this is why his father has been treated for half a month, mistaking Grandpa Lee for a fraudster. He couldn't get a word in. He took him upstairs, no longer trusting his father's words and intending to transfer his father to the central hospital. They were interrupted by a clatter and a shout. It was Xiao Chen who ordered Grandpa to be released, because the doctors are already trying their best and they need to be treated properly. The man peeked over his huge shoulder, not understanding who this guy was. Grandpa Lee instantly recognized the guy, calling him the miracle doctor who saved Meng Hao's life. Dr. Lee claimed that he was the only one who could save his father. The man was shocked. The guy looked too young. The man's father was lying on a hospital bed, with Xiao Chen sitting next to him, who was in the process of being treated. A man standing nearby threatened them if their father didn't recover, giving them just 1 day. Dr. Lee begged the master to give them more time, as his father's illness was too serious to be cured in 1 day. Pulling out the glowing needle again, he assured them that they were lucky to meet him today. The needle went to the man's forehead, and Xiao Chen was confident, requiring only a minute for treatment. Suddenly, the man woke up, opening his eyes. He sat up, coughing up blood. The man immediately rushed to his father, not understanding what the brat had done to him. The man was angry, knowing he shouldn't have trusted him. Bodyguards ran into the ward and brought a wheelchair. He takes his father away in a wheelchair, saying that tomorrow he will do everything to close their hospital. Xiao Chen was still confident and decided to give him one last chance. He gave the man 3 days to come to him and beg for help. The man didn't believe him. The door slammed loudly. They were driving in the car and my father was very ill. The man was very angry with the doctors. My father continued to cough violently, which added to my worries. Even so, he was already feeling a little better. He felt a small surge of strength, thinking that Dr. Lee had cured him. Taking his son by the shoulder, he frantically said that he should thank the person who was able to cure him, because he did not even hope. The man was in shock. Xiao Chen was standing in front of the Ming family's company with bags full of necessary materials. But even when he bought most of them, he still couldn't find some of them. He remembered that the ginseng that Dr. Lee had given him as a gift was quite good. While he was standing by the road, an expensive car pulled up to him. There was Xin who had asked him to dress properly and he hadn't done it yet. He smiled, saying that he had forgotten, but actually spent all the money on medicine. Xin sighed, but she invited him into the car because they were already late for the banquet. The girl behind the wheel became interested in the guy's personality, remembering that she had recently married. The guy in the front seat laughed at the girl's words because Xin is too busy to get married. Xin sighed again at the confusion. Looking at Xiao Chen sitting down, the guy on the seat scoffed at the sight of him, thinking that he was a redneck who didn't deserve the hand of the Ming family's daughter. She still confirmed their theory and said that this is her husband. She invited them to chat while she took a nap. Her friends were shocked by the news and were about to criticize her, but they were interrupted by a grinning Xiao Chen, which reminded them of Xin words. The boy was furious that the redneck would risk interrupting him, but Xin didn't understand his reaction, since his wife only wanted a rest, so he asked him to be quiet. Xiao Chen's calm reaction angered the guy in front. He decided to shut up, holding back his resentment, but he took out the needle that he had recently received. If you stick it in the right spot, incontinence will be your eternal problem, and the needle itself will melt. The needle flew towards Xiao Chen, wanting to teach him a lesson. He noticed her immediately. Xiao Chen stretched abruptly after recognizing the ice needle and its true powers. The needle flew off and landed on the guy's head, who was already ready to watch the show. Xin woke up, angry at the noise. But then, I heard a scream and looked at the kids. The girl behind the wheel was shocked by the smell, because the guy went to his pants because of the needle that flew in. Everyone started to get out of the car at Xin order. She ordered him to find a shift while they were waiting for him. He couldn't show up at the banquet like this. The guy was shaking in the front seat from shock. Realizing that this was the trick of a guy named Xiao Chen. Hearing his name, the guy responded. A guy jumped out of his car ready to kill him for setting him up like that. But before he could do anything, a blow landed on his stomach, almost making his eyes pop out. He dusted off his palms, wondering at the guy's character until Xin realized what had happened. She decided to ask Xiao Chen about what had happened. Xiao Chen just scoffed, throwing everything at Mr. Zhang's weak bladder. But Xin knew that Mr. Zhang didn't just throw himself at Xiao Chen, but Xiao Chen just waved off the joke. She sighed, telling him not to cross his path. When Grandpa fell ill, the company's situation worsened, and it was only thanks to Zhang Dong that they received this invitation. So it's better to have his continued support. He considered her words, knowing it was too late. A large car drove up to them, and Mr. Zhang immediately ran towards it. He happily announced that he no longer saw any point in helping them, and the meeting was now cancelled. Xin was disappointed that they wouldn't even be able to attend the banquet now, and they had lost their cooperation. But Xiao Chen told her not to worry, and that they would find a way out by offering to collect the debts first. Shinner was surprised that he was aware of the debt, since it was none of his business. Xiaochen was sure that this was very much his business, so he needed to meet someone right now. When the girl asked about his meeting, he assured her that he would return the money to the company. His words made her angry, telling her not to get into trouble. At this time, in the office of the Tiankai Trading Company, the secretary and Xiaochen, who had come to collect the money, were sitting. They were surrounded by a crowd of security guards. In front of them was the company's director, Ma Tao. He only looked at the pretty secretary, which can easily solve their conflict, but they didn't like the offer. Xiaochen only threatened that if they didn't hand over the money, they would be in big trouble. The director didn't like the threat at all. He thought that the brat had forgotten where he was. All the bodyguards behind were ready to attack and teach this brute a lesson for his threats. Xiaochen immediately noticed this, and with a single kick, he took out the bodyguard. He flew into a crowd of other guys who collided with each other and fell. At this moment, the same man with the sick father, Mr. Wang, ran into the office. Ma Tao didn't understand what he was doing here, and Mr. Wang was taken aback by what he saw. He immediately began to justify himself to him. Ma Tao tried to think of an excuse and asked Mr. Wang to go to the conference room. But Mr. Wang didn't respond. He only addressed Xiaochen politely, calling him doctor, and apologizing for Ma Tao's behavior, even though he wasn't responsible for anything. Xiaochen decided to say directly that their company owed 10 million to his wife, and since they refused to repay the debt, he took action. Upon learning of this, Mr. Wang slapped Ma Tao in the face for standing up to Dr. Xiao. Ma Tao tried to get away with it because he didn't know they knew each other. Mr. Wang kicked him and ordered him to give him the money. He got to his knees. Ma Tao began to apologize, handing over a check with the right amount and some of his own money. Xiaochen ordered the check to be given to Secretary Liu. He turned to Master Wang, knowing that he was here about his father. So I asked for a prescription paper. Mr. Wang hit Ma Tao again to get him the paper. A minute later, Xiao was already writing out a prescription for Mr. Wang's father. He gave me a prescription and told me to follow the treatment plan and give the medicine 3 times a day. Mr. Wang was immensely grateful, and then he remembered Ma Tao's presence. But I decided to leave the matter to Mr. Wang. He abruptly turned around and severely dismissed everyone. Ma Tao began to violently threaten Xiaochen and begged Mr. Wang to give him another chance. But people were already taking him away. After that, Mr. Wang turned to Dr. Xiao, informing him about his father's anniversary today. He handed him the banquet tickets from his inside pocket, because his father had asked him to give them to him. Xiaochen was surprised that this was the event Xinyer had mentioned, and he didn't even need to put in the effort. He accepted them with pleasure, which made Mr. Wang very happy. Xiaochen and his secretary ran to the exit, because Mrs. Meng was going to go crazy soon. Afterward, Mr. Wang recognized Xinyer's secretary. He recalled his interaction with Meng Hao at the wake, and since Secretary Xinyer was running around with him, it meant that he was very close to the Ming family. He decided to tell his father about it and offer them cooperation. At the Ming family home, her mother asked Xinyer about what had happened to Mr. Zhang, but the girl didn't want to answer. She was terribly angry at her daughter's actions because they were very important partners. She didn't care what exactly happened, but she had to get to the banquet, so it was better to call Mr. Zhang and make an appointment. Mom also suggested that he wear something decent to make him like it. This was the last straw, and Xinyer got her mother's words out, even though she asked her not to interfere in the company's business. Mom also wasn't going to stand it because her daughter can't even solve problems on her own, and ordered her to find tickets for the banquet. Xinyer didn't know what to say to that. At that moment, the door to the room flew open. It turned out to be Xiaochen and Secretary Liu, who gave them the news of the tickets they had received. My mother was in shock. She couldn't believe they were real, but the receptionist confirmed that Mr. Wang had personally given them to her. They were surprised that Xiaochen was personally given such tickets. My mother couldn't believe that such a redneck knew Mr. Wang himself. She was sure he had bribed him, but the secretary tried to convince her that it was all real. Secretary Liu was disappointed that even her words lacked credibility, and handed over a check for the 10 million that they were owed. Her mother took the check out of her hand to check its authenticity, but at that moment, Xiaochen reminded her of their agreement and offered her a bow. Xinyer didn't know anything about him. She kept trying to prove that he wasn't real and that they were being deceived, but she couldn't. Xinyer jumped on Secretary Liu in happiness, glad to be able to get ready for the banquet. But they were stopped by their mother's hand. It turned out that she had already called Mr. Zhang and he would be here soon, so Xinyer couldn't leave. My daughter came closer. Slapping her mother's hand, she ordered her to stay out of her business, as she had no future with Mr. Zhang. This reaction left my mother in shock. Xinyer told her to wait for Zhang herself since she liked him so much. Xiaochen, who was watching, was pleased with what was happening. The girl was about to leave, calling Han Yun and Xiaochen with her, leaving her mother in shock. Before leaving, Xiaochen once again reminded her of bowing to the next meeting, calling her auntie, This caused her to resent the fact that her own daughter was taking the wrong side. She is sure that everything is not clean here, since he has quarreled with his daughter in a couple of days, so she needs to get rid of him. The mother called after her daughter to wait for her, because she also had to attend the banquet. They arrived at the Wong family's hotel. People in dresses and suits greeted each other at such an event. People were discussing about the announcement of the Wang family's new partner that would take place at tonight's event, and couldn't wait for the reveal. Han Yun, Xiao Chen, and Shinner all arrived at the banquet in gorgeous clothes. As they passed by, they saw the company of Mr. Zhang, who was being questioned about Xin Er. He said with a grin that he was just tired of this woman, because she wasn't particularly attractive, and her manners were terrible. The girls were stunned by what they saw. It was already too much. My mother explained that this is a matter for people in business, and they need to be able to bend to society. After a moment, she waved to Mr. Zhang, reminding him that she and Shinner thought about him every day, and he should come visit them. The guys started laughing at Shinner, thinking that she came to the event uninvited. Deciding to show mercy, he invited them to bow down. Mother ordered Xin Er to bow down to Mr. Zhang and ask for his forgiveness, but the girl ignored him and walked past him. The guys around her were shocked by her behavior. A passing Xiao Chen mocked Zhang's incontinence and explained that it was normal even at his age, but he still offered to cure the kidneys. Everyone around them heard this diagnosis and started discussing and laughing. Xiao Chen would leave when Zhang was unbearably angry with him. The group came to the door, holding out a ticket. Mr. Zhang was shocked that they had an invitation card from Mr. Wang. The man at the entrance began to carefully examine the piece of paper. He had never seen such invitations. He made a bow, as he would need to leave and address the senior regarding their invitations. Everyone started laughing, thinking that the invitation was just fake, and they had faked it. Mr. Zhang started hinting that if Xin Er was his girlfriend, there wouldn't be such a problem. Mom approached Xin Er, reminding her of her words about not trusting this guy. So it's best to go to Mr. Zhang before he changes his mind. Once again, she dismissed her mother's unsolicited advice. Shinner directed her aggression towards Mr. Zhan, saying that she only asked him to pay for dry cleaning after his misdemeanor, and that it wasn't her fault. She smiled slyly and gave him the middle finger, telling him to go to the doctor, mocking his stupidity. Han Yun and Mama were shocked by the behavior. Daikon is furious. He was going to hit her for using such offensive words, but his hand was stopped by grabbing his wrist. It was Xiao Chen who protected his wife from being hit. He asked him not to be angry because kidney failure can still be cured. Shinner was flattered by this action. Chan yanked his hand out of his grasp. He couldn't stand it, suggesting that Xiao Chen fight despite the people around him. Behind Xiao Chen, there were guys who were ready to attack at any second. But they were interrupted by an unknown voice, which did not offend the Wang family's guests. John turned to Shinner, implying that this was being said about him, so she should think about it. But suddenly, someone took him by the shoulder. The bodyguards began to wring his hands as he struggled to free himself, shouting his identity. A butler came out of the building and apologized for the delay. The butler spoke to Xin Er, showing her the invitation card that belonged to them. She looked back at Xiao Chen, not sure what was wrong with these invitations. He bowed before them, apologizing to the distinguished guests for what had happened earlier. The guys were shocked by what they heard. My mother was also surprised, not realizing that the invitation was real after all. Han Yun reminded her that this invitation letter was personally issued from Mr. Wang. Xiao Chen watched from afar. Shinner didn't understand what he had done to earn Old Man Wang's love. The butler said the same thing to Mr. Zhang, whose hands were still wrung. He clarified that since he insulted distinguished guests, he and his family members will be blacklisted by the Wang family. He ordered me never to come here again. Zhan was being led away while still voicing his grievances toward Xiao Chen. The butler knew that only 3 people in the world had this type of invitation, and it gave them a lot of rights, without understanding where their family got it from. Inside the hall, the banquet was held successfully. People drank expensive alcohol and socialized. Distinguished guests entered the building, walking on a chic carpet. The waiter led them to a table and asked them to sit down. The guy who was sitting at the next chair noticed his surprise towards the Ming family that they would be sitting in the front row. Shinner smiled as she recognized an old acquaintance, Zhao Li Zhuo, who was the head of Zhao's company. Li Zhuo smilingly regretted that Old Man Meng had never died, so their family would continue to make trouble for him. But so be it. He allowed me to observe the conclusion of cooperation between the Zhao company and the Wang family. Shinner clenched her teeth in anger as Xiao Chen looked at the boy. She called Secretary Han Yun over, asking him to bring a gift for Mr. Wang. Shinner told him that the contract hadn't been signed yet, but Li Zhuo was confident that he could predict the outcome of tonight. At the moment of their argument, Mr. Wang and his father entered the hall, and everyone started to greet them. Li Zhuo came out first, presenting his gift of villa keys. People paid attention to the value of this gift, because it was one of the villas built recently by the best craftsmen, and the price was so expensive that it was impossible to find a buyer. He was pleased with the reaction of the people, trying to show a token of respect to Mr. Wang. Shinner got up from her chair and introduced herself, clapping her hands, and Han Yun presented a box containing one of Biaorong's works. People immediately jumped when they heard this name, because according to rumors, he died about 10 years ago, and his work can be worth millions. Given the amount of this gift, the rumors about the collapse of the Ming company were false. Xiao Chen examined the bracelet in the box and couldn't believe that it had such a price tag. He remembered Biaorong himself, who usually drank up all the money, and couldn't imagine him working. Li Zhuo grinned, not doubting that this gift was hard to come by. Grandpa Wang took the stage, greeting all the guests in the audience. He was about to break an important piece of news. Shinner and Li Zhuo tensed, waiting for the final answer about their new partner. He took the wine from the tray, he moved the announcement, wanting to thank one person first. While walking down the stairs with the wine, Grandpa Wang clarified that without this person, he wouldn't be able to stand on this stage right now. Both of them reacted to these words without understanding who had saved Grandpa Wang. He was getting closer to Xiao Chen. Shinner couldn't believe that it was really him who saved Grandpa Wang. But Xiao Chen suddenly felt an unfamiliar aura and turned his attention to the waiter with a strange object in his hands. He had to leave the table and quickly ran to solve the problem, interrupting Mr. Wang's gratitude. The grandfather immediately hesitated, thinking that Xiao Chen didn't want to be publicly thanked. He recalled that the best doctors in the capital couldn't help him because ordinary methods couldn't deal with the spiritual power inside. So the one who saved him is many times stronger than him. Mr. Wang decided not to make a toast to him, as he would not want to offend him in any way. Since that was the case, he made a toast to Shinner sitting next to him, causing Li Zhuo to be taken aback. As he passed the waiter with the magic item, he realized that someone had deliberately enchanted the item. Xiao Chen realized that someone wanted to kill Mr. Wang and prepared an attack. If he's here, he should help keep it from happening. Lightning bolts were directed at the mysterious object. He walked on as if nothing had happened, glad to do another good deed. Xiao Chen decided to find the traces of the spell while they were still fresh, because you can't let go of a person who uses such destructive spells. While Grandpa Wang and Shinner chatted, Li Zhui watched enviously, not understanding what they had in common since he dedicated a separate toast to her. He was afraid that it might interfere with their cooperation. If the Wang company cooperates, it will turn the Meng company into dust. Li Zhui had already managed to get an agreement from Sun Wang, although only verbally, but this chance should go to his company. Mr. Wang said that the main news of the evening is also related to Ms. Meng. After clinking glasses with her, he announced the Wang family's plans to join the beauty industry, so he would like to announce a new business partner, Meng Company. Li Zhui almost fainted. Shinner glowed with happiness. Mom and Han Yun were happy about the news. Mr. Wang thanked everyone present with a smile and decided to console them by saying that just because they weren't selected, it didn't mean that they were missing something. He understood that it was better to choose a reliable partner than a more profitable one. Li Zhui smiled slyly, having prepared a couple of trump cards up his sleeve for such an eventuality. Slamming the table, he stood up, distracting Mr. Wang from his monologue. He was pleased to announce that he had another gift. Mr. Wang didn't expect him to be so confused. Shinner only suspected something was wrong. Since when was he so kind? He clapped his hands for the waiter to bring a gift covered with a sheet. Taking hold of the edge of the fabric, he began to describe in more detail about the closed gift. The item was worth as much as 300 million. And even if his company wasn't chosen, he was willing to give a specially ordered gift. He held up the cloth, wishing Mr. Wang happiness and long life. On the pillow was a golden toad. It turned out that he had asked the master to pour some energy into it, and the item was never touched again, so that Mr. Wang would be the only one to receive it. Grandpa was in a stupor. With a smile, he reached for the statue, feeling uncomfortable with such a large-scale gift. Li Zhuo smiled slyly, knowing that the toad wasn't imbued with energy at all but was cursed. And if Mr. Wang touches it, he will follow all orders from the caster. When he fell under it, Li Zhuo would take everything from him. Mr. Wang covered the golden toad with his palm, and Li Zhuo couldn't wait for that moment. Picking it up, he picked up the toad and was surprised. Li Zhuo was sure that the curse had worked. He pushed Shinner away and started walking towards Mr. Wang in contentment. Li Zhuo clarified with whom they are going to cooperate in the end. But Mr. Wang had no idea what the guy was talking about, thinking that he had a hearing problem. Li Zhuo was very surprised by the answer. The guy rushed towards Mr. Wang, taking him by the shoulders, not understanding why he didn't change his mind. But Mr. Wang pushed him away because Li Zhuo was acting like a madman. Security began to approach them. The men began to wring Li Zhuo's hands at Mr. Wang's order to take him outside. He kept trying to pull away, and he couldn't understand why such an expensive spell didn't work. The guy thought that he was deceived. The people at the banquet were shocked by Li Zhuo's demeanor, as if he was possessed by demons. Han Yun and Mei Qi began to embrace Shinner in honor of her victory and cooperation. Li Chuo was escorted away by security guards while Mr. Wang solemnly encouraged people to enjoy the evening. Shinner wondered about Li Chuo and what could have caused his strange behavior. And then she noticed that Xiao Chen had only just arrived and was probably walking away somewhere. When they sat down at the table, Shinner asked without any hesitation where Xiao Chen was, which he answered without hesitation about the bathroom. She told him with a smile that they were now partners with Mr. Wang, even though Li Zhuo had a verbal agreement. Xiao Chen was just happy for them. This aroused her suspicions, and she decided to ask if he was related to it. But Xiao Chen only evaded the question and asked to be served dinner as a thank you. But Mei Qi, who was sitting next to her, was sure that it was all due to her grandfather, because a simple redneck can't achieve such a thing. Shinner pondered, even before her grandfather's illness, he had tried for a long time to get cooperation with Mr. Wang, but he couldn't do it. But Mei Qi was sure that they were underestimating him. My father told Mei Qi that there were people in the Meng family who were much stronger than the Wang family. But he had left home in his youth, so he hadn't talked to them for a long time. But they were willing to help him. Shinner was surprised. She didn't know that she had any other relatives because her grandfather never mentioned it. While Xiao Chen was happily eating the appetizers from the table, Shin Er was still wondering where he had run off to during the toast. Mei Qi stretched, ordering Xiao Chen to bring her a glass of wine, and was immediately rejected. She was taken aback by the youngster's response, since she was already his mother-in-law, but Xiao Chen only waved his hand, waiting for her to apologize. Xiao Chen was hungry and got up from the table while Mei Qi was bursting with anger. While Xiao Chen was looking for something to eat, one of the servants bowed in front of him, informing him of Mr. Wang's request to join him. He followed the servant while Mei Qi was handed a glass of wine. It turned out to be Zhang Dong, which Auntie was very happy about. He called it just a misunderstanding, trying to apologize. Shinner was extremely displeased, not understanding what he was doing here. He was trying to get away with it because he was just worried about her. Although he had to bribe the doorman to go to the banquet. Shinner immediately understood that his interest was the benefit of working with Mr. Wang. Zhang Dong was extremely upset by her reaction. After all, he was sincerely expressing his concern. Mei Qi patted the guy on the back, happy to see him. She decided to offer him a drink, but Shinner was against it. But she still snatched the glass out of Zhang Dong's hand, only accepting one glass at a time. She started to drink the glass while Zhang Dong was satisfied with her. But as she drank, the taste was extremely strange and her cheeks turned red. Zhang Dong immediately noticed this while Shinner didn't understand what was going on. He knew what he'd put in the wine, knew what the girl was feeling right now. She was getting unbearably hot because she had drunk the entire glass. Shinner stood up from her chair, wanting to go to the washroom. But when she quickly left, Zhang Dong followed her. He tried to grab her, but she only fought back. Mei Qi also didn't understand what was wrong with her. She was all red. Mom started to worry, while Zhang Dong was enjoying the result. Shinner only wanted privacy. She walked on, leaving them in the hall. But Zhang Dong promised his aunt that he would take care of her. Mei Qi was doubtful, but her sister only said good things about him, so he shouldn't do anything bad to her. He put his arm around the sluggish Shinner as he led her to the parking lot. Zhang Dong opened the back door of his car. When he threw her in, he was just content to look at the weak girl that had infuriated him all along. While she was panting heavily, Zhang Dong couldn't believe that she was able to suck up to the Wang family like this. He started to unbutton his belt, wishing he'd started courting her sooner. Saliva dripped from his mouth, and he decided not to waste any time. A needle flew at him from behind. It landed squarely on the back of his head, causing him to cry out in pain. Zhang Dong looked back, realizing that he had been burned. It was Xiao Chen, who was incredibly angry, taking him by the shoulder, humiliating him for attacking someone weaker than him. He flipped it back, telling them to get out of here. Zhang Dong landed on the concrete wall, losing consciousness. Xiao Chen pulled Shinner out of the car so he wasn't too late. The girl was still breathing heavily in his arms. She turned around and wrapped her arms around the boy in a sleepy state. Only this moment justified all the suffering. Xiao Chen got up from the parking lot, following the main entrance where one of the servants was standing. He approached him, asking him to order them a taxi and inform Mr. Wang of their departure. The servant was surprised by the VIP invitation in his hand. When he saw him, he immediately bowed down, fulfilling all their requests. They arrived at the Wang family home and Grandpa Meng met him. Putting the girl on the sofa, Grandpa thought that she just overdid it with alcohol. Shinner was still breathing heavily and her cheeks were still red. Holding the needle in his hand, Xiao Chen confessed that she had been spiked at the banquet. Grandpa was in shock. He stuck a long needle in her neck. Xiao Chen assured her that the silver needles could remove the toxin from her body, and she would be fine. Grandpa's fist was shaking with rage. Grandpa was going to destroy anyone who dared to touch her. Xiao Chen said that it was Zhang Dong's fault, but the drug was too strong, and he couldn't make it himself. So there was someone more powerful behind him. Li Hai entered the Zhao family's office. and Li Jui was sitting at the desk, giving him a task. Li Hai began to report to him that he had given the drug to Zhang Dong and helped bribe the doorman, and everything should go smoothly. Li Jui was extremely satisfied with his work and decided to forgive him for his old actions. Li Hai thanked him, and at that moment, the phone on the table rang. He picked up the phone, but someone shouted his name sharply into the phone. He doesn't understand why Zhang Dong's father is calling him. As he looked at Li Hai accusingly, he began to assume that this loser had messed up again, so he also gave away his plan. The man started to panic. He still answered the phone while Li Hai was worried. Zhang Dong's trembling father, Zhang Lingshu, didn't understand what this scumbag had done to his son. Zhang Dong, meanwhile, was lying in bed with empty eyes, unable to say a word. My father was shouting into the phone about Zhang Dong's condition, because he was no better than a vegetable. Li Jui was surprised by his words, and Li Hai also wondered what had happened to him. While wiping away his drool, Lingshu told him about his return from the banquet in such a state. And the doctor said that he would stay like this forever. He questioned people, and only 2 people were seen with him. Li Hai, who was sitting next to Li Jui, and Meng Xin. The father impatiently demanded an answer from Li Jui, but his only argument was that he was not involved in his son's life, because he had no idea what was going on with Zhang Dong. Li Jui only spoke about his persecution of Meng Xin and the use of dishonest methods. Therefore, it is most likely the revenge of the Meng family or the groom's family. My father just clicked his tongue, thinking that women were nothing but problems. He was willing to wipe out the Meng family for his son. Since that was the case, Li Jui decided to offer him a deal. After all, they had been cooperating for so many years. He only demanded a week for the Ming family to pay for their actions. It was only out of respect for their long-term cooperation that Ling Shu was willing to entrust such an important matter to him, hoping that he would be able to handle it. Looking back at his son, Ling Shu promised to avenge his injury. Zhang Dong was still conscious, but he couldn't move at all as he tried to call for help. Inside the hotel, Mr. Wang sat at a table with Zhang Zhuxue, the director of the quality control department, while a waiter poured them wine. Zhuxue was interested in the same Xiaochen that he said was amazing. Mr. Wang assured me that he could be trusted. At that moment, the door to the room was abruptly flung open. It was Xiaochen, who had come for the item they had agreed on yesterday. The old man was happy to see Dr. Xiao, offering him a seat next to him. While Xiaochen moved his chair, Mr. Wang talked about the special ginseng. Opening the box, Xiao sensed a powerful aura from the fruit. Mr. Wang knew that it was about 1,000 years old and didn't know if it would be useful. Closing the box of ginseng, Xiaochen was satisfied. This is exactly what he needed. The old man was overjoyed. It was an honor for him to provide high-quality medicinal herbs. Remembering his friend at the table, he decided to go to Dr. Xiao because Ji Xue suffers from frequent headaches. Xiaochen explained that it wasn't a matter of physiology, but the spiritual part where the evil spirit is involved. At these words, the old man panicked, and Ji Xue tried to listen more carefully. He started asking about recent moves or spending the night out, to which he received a negative response. While Xiaochen was thinking, Ji Xue took off, not wanting to take it anymore. Mr. Wang was shocked by his friend's reaction. He was sure that the old man was harboring an ordinary charlatan and ordered not to talk about it anymore. Ji Xue was about to leave, but Xiao stopped him. As a token of respect for Mr. Wang, he would still try to do his best. He took out a yellow amulet from his inner pocket that would protect the man, but he didn't believe it. Thinking that he was trying to shake money out of him for a trinket, Xiaochen abruptly shoved it into his palm, giving it away for free. Zhu Xue was stunned by the guy's strength, as he didn't even notice that he had taken it out. Mr. Wang cried out, "If a man values their friendship, then he will accept Dr. Xiao's gift." Siguk pondered. After taking the amulet out of his hands, he still accepted it as a sign of old friendship. But before leaving, he still clarified that the old man had disappointed him. The man left, slamming the door behind him. The old man immediately apologized for his friend's behavior. Xiaochen wasn't worried, but he advised him to keep an eye on his companion for the next couple of days. As the doctor left, he clarified that the man would have negative energy coming out. But Mr. Wang was willing to do whatever the professional said. Meiqi walked up to the gate of the Ming family's house. She had heard that Xiaochen and Xin'er had left the banquet early, and she was worried if they had returned home. After entering the house, Mr. Ming was sitting on the sofa inside. He reacted instantly to her late arrival. The woman just smiled that yesterday she went a little too far with alcohol, so I had to spend the night at a friend's house. She immediately inquired about Xin'er and asked about their relationship with Zhang Dong. He interrupted her words with a loud thump of his wand on the floor, calling her a scoundrel. The old man slapped Meiqi across the face. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she didn't know why her father had hit her. He didn't understand why she had the conscience to ask such a question. Didn't even understand that she had almost ruined her own daughter's reputation. The old man reported that the ugly Zhang Dong almost made a terrible mistake to Xin'er. Those words made her heart stop for a second. Meichi immediately ran to Shinner's room, wanting to see her. Shinner was sitting on her bed with a suitcase next to it. She drank calmly from her glass. Her mother burst into the room, asking if she was feeling well. She replied indifferently that it was fine, and Meichi was overjoyed. Mr. Ming in the doorway didn't expect anything more from her. If it wasn't for Xiao Chen, it's scary to imagine what might have happened. She tried to absolve herself of the blame, because she thought Zhang Dong was a good person according to her friend. Shinner placed the cup on the nightstand. Meichi begged her daughter not to get mad at her, and she would do anything. Shinner gave her the news of her temporary relocation. She's only leaving for a while until things settle down. Her mother grabbed her arm, not understanding her decision. Shinner wants to stay with the company for a while. After picking up the phone, she begged for her forgiveness and decided to immediately stop communicating with her friend, the one who introduced her to Zhang Dong. Shinner couldn't take it anymore and turned around to slap Meichi's hand. The impact sent Meichi crashing to the floor. Shinner took the suitcase in her hand, telling her mother to mind her own business no more. She slowly started to walk out of the room while Meichi could only shout after her. Tears have returned to the woman's eyes, and her own daughter is still angry with her. But Mr. Meng didn't feel sorry for her. It was all her fault. Shinner left the house, walking to the car at the entrance. There was Xiao Chen, who had caught the girl, wondering about her plans with this suitcase in his hands. While she was putting her suitcase in the trunk, Shinner explained her life plans for the company, as she had a lot of work to do. Xiao Chen gripped the handle of the suitcase. He picked it up, wanting to help her. Still, I didn't understand how anyone could leave such a beautiful house and spend the night in the office. The guy scoffed that the girl is too obsessed with work. Shinner giggled at his joke. She took hold of his wrist. The girl reported an important meeting and wanted Xiao to go with her. He just laughed that he just got home and was being forced to work overtime. They headed to the Meng company. No sooner had they entered the office than Secretary Han Yun ran to the meeting, reporting a problem. It turned out that the project Porcelain Bottle, an anti-aging product with a bleaching effect, unexpectedly failed quality control, and now the company is waiting for fines in courts. Shinner was sure that the project was almost ready. The documents and certificates were in order, so someone decided to sabotage them. She ordered her secretary to take her there. They followed her. They were met by Zhao Feiyang, who was completely stressed out from what was happening, not knowing what to do if their project failed. Shinner stood silently while he expressed his concerns. As she passed Feiyang, she promised to deal with it. As he walked away, Xiao Chen asked who the man was. It was the second most important one in the company after the Ming family members. But Fei Yang had originally implicated his own people in the project, so everything was under his control, and thanks to the Zhuo family, they would be able to bring Xin'er to ruin. When they went to the production site, they were stopped by a woman. It was Zhang Bing, the trade industry representative, who ordered to cooperate with the investigation. Shinner greeted her by introducing herself as the president of the company. She explained that their project had previously passed all the checks and what could be the reason for this situation. They did a second check, and it turned out that the seals on the documents were fake, so the company is suspected of forging official seals, so production should be stopped. Shinner couldn't believe her eyes. They were doing this project together with Han Yun, but she had to take her time off and be close to her grandfather when he was sick. She immediately turned to her secretary to find out who was filling in for her during her absence. Han Yun replied with the name of Director Zhao Feiyang. Han Yun wanted to do the project herself, but he insisted on doing the certificates. While Xin'er was away, the shareholders insisted that he be the one to handle the case. The secretary was horrified, realizing the whole problem. Shinner realized that Fei Yang was involved. He stood behind them, watching. The girl tries to solve the problem with words, referring to Jiang Bing. It turned out that Jiang Bing's father was terminally ill, and for this transaction, Fei Yang offered to provide her with a specialist. Fei Yang, who was watching, noticed Jiang Bing's doubts, so he decided to add fuel to the fire. He took out his phone, planning something evil. A notification was issued from Jiang Bing's pocket. Opening her phone, she found a message from Fei Yan that reminded her of her father's sorry state. She didn't understand how he dared threaten her, but she had no choice. Jiang Bing ordered the people to take Shinner away with her men. The guards began to move closer, ordering them not to resist. Forward, Shinner stomped Xiao Chen. He suggested not to put pressure on them, because they are already ready to go ahead and answer questions. Shinner knew that she had to find a solution quickly, or it would only get worse. They went with Jiang Bing's men. Han Yun felt guilty about this situation, and she was the one who let Fei Yan handle the paperwork. But Shinner reassured her, since they didn't do anything wrong and it wasn't their fault. Fei Yang peeked at them from around the corner, waiting for Shinner to collapse. Xiao Chen's phone rang. He picked it up, wanting to pick up the phone. But Jiang Bing took the phone out of his hands. She wanted to answer it herself. She put the phone to her ear as she answered. The person on the other side tried to call out to Xiao Chen. But she immediately interrupted, because the guy can't answer right now. He's on his way to the office to investigate. She hung up and tossed the phone to Xiao Chen, telling him to do nothing and just listen. The caller, Zhi Xue, was shocked that Xiao Chen was being placed under suspicion by the Food Industry Administration. Xiao Chen and Zhang Bing were sitting in the interview room, where she was trying to find out information. He only answered questions with a smile, just like a regular employee who got a job a couple of days ago. Given that he'd never worked anywhere before, she couldn't understand how he'd managed to become an assistant to the company's president. Zhang Bing is sure that he is just a rich kid, so it's worth scaring him to get more information. Xiao Chen was unwilling to answer honestly, leaving everything to mere luck. Zhang Bing couldn't stand his smirks and jokes and gave him one last chance to admit everything, because the boss had already confessed everything. He sighed, since no one believed him anyway. Her nerves were on edge, and he wasn't the timid type. She wanted to teach him a lesson so that he would know his place. Even though Xiao Chen was already a law-abiding citizen, Zhang Bing realized that he couldn't be easily talked to, so she decided to check on him. The bodyguards behind the glass rose from their chairs, but Zhi Xue abruptly entered the room and spoke to the officer. Not understanding what she was doing here, she turned around in a panic, afraid of Mr. Jian's presence. Not expecting him to come here, Zhi Xue heard that his savior was in her office for some reason, so he came here. Zhang Bing was shocked at this, not knowing who he was talking about. Xiao Chen was surprised by his change of opinion about his amulet and treatment methods. But Zhi Xue had already seen his abilities. That day was extremely unfortunate for him. He was in an accident but not injured, only his car. The amulet that Dr. Xiao had given him began to burn, and at that moment, he was almost killed by a flower pot. A couple of minutes ago, the talisman burned down completely. He knew from Xiao Chen's words that the charm would protect him from 3 failures, and all attempts were over. After that, he believed his words. After making a bow, he apologized to the doctor for his impudence. Zhang Bing's soul left her body at this picture of her superior, bowing to a suspect. Xiao Chen didn't want to be thanked or bowed to. He just did what he had to. Moreover, on the way here, Zhi Xue checked all the Meng Company's documents and made sure that they were all legitimate. He realized that it was all a matter of colluding with Fei Yang. Zhang Bing wanted to explain everything, but no one would listen when Zhi Xue ordered her to be taken away. The bodyguards took her hands and led her out of the office while she tried to explain everything. Xiao Chen thanked Mr. Zhang for his help and offered to fix the problem of negative energy in his body. He would really appreciate the doctor's help, but for now, it's best to deal with the current situation. The case is moved to the company building. There are rumors in the companies that President Ming has been arrested. Fei Yang was sitting at the table, which confirmed these words, and it didn't seem like she had everything under control. Shinner's father, Ming Xiang, was desperately sitting at the same table, having come from abroad due to his father's condition. And now there were problems in the company, although there had not been such a thing since Xin became president. The entire table was packed with employees, all worried about the company's reputation. One of the guys slapped the table and loudly declared that Xin had overstepped her bounds and should explain herself. Everyone around them started discussing the situation, doubting Shinner's capabilities. Thinking that she wasn't fit to be a leader, the father tried to shut everyone up, trying not to jump to conclusions because his daughter could not go against the law. But all the facts went against her, which already damaged her reputation as president. Fei Yang decided to ask Director Meng to take off his rose-colored glasses and accept the fact that Meng Xin could no longer be trusted. If you protect it, it will simply ruin your reputation, so you need an alternative solution. The office door opened. A secretary ran into the office with the urgent news that the director of the Quality Control Department was arriving. Everyone was shocked, not expecting the headmaster to show up. Fei Yang ordered everyone to stay calm and go find out for themselves. He thought that his plan was going smoothly, and Ming Xin was already in custody. Wanting to see her fall to the bottom, a car pulled up in front of the Meng family's company, and Fei Yang got out. He greeted Mr. Zhang warmly, wondering what had brought him here. He introduced himself as a director of the company. Zhi Xue didn't recognize this name, and Fei Yang didn't think that he would be recognized by now. He noticed that Xin wasn't with him, and this was the result of his hard work, so the post of president would soon be his. But the handcuffs grabbed his hand sharply. He didn't expect this, so he turned to Mr. Zhang. Dashu ordered him to go with him, and he is accused of conspiring against the company's management. While the guards were trying to grab him, he tried to hand over Zhang Bing in every possible way, which most likely turned him in. Fei Yang struggled and saw Xin getting out of the car with the support of his secretary. Out of anger, he started screaming hysterically, not understanding why she couldn't give up her seat. As she passed Fei Yan on her knees, she showed him the result of merit. After taking one last look at Fei Yan as he left, she called him too weak. The bodyguards ordered him not to kick and behave. After shaking hands with Mr. Zhang, Xin wanted to treat him to dinner when he had time, but he only asked to thank Xiao Chen because he was just doing his job. His words surprised the girl that Xiao Chen had solved the whole problem. Mr. Jiang kept thanking Dr. Xiao's talisman. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't be standing here right now. Xiao Chen asked for a meal to thank him, but he really only wanted to find out the reason for his bad aura. Mr. Jiang was getting into the car, saying goodbye to Mrs. Meng, leaving with Xiao Chen. Shinner prepared to enter the company, wanting to deal with all the problems. Night had already fallen. Xiao Chen went to Mr. Jiang's house. The guy immediately noticed the new renovation. He only remade the walls after the last owner. He looked around the apartment. The house was completely filled with a deadly aura, as if someone had died here. Dr. Xiao's words shocked the director, but he only considered these words to be some kind of mistake, because he received this house from the state, and this could not happen here. But inside he knew that it could simply be hidden. Touching the wall, he suggested that it wasn't necessary for someone to die. He pointed to the wall, asking if it had been peeled off before being repaired. Mr. Jiang confirmed his words because he had hit the nail on the head. Xiao Chen will have to mess up his repairs a bit. The headmaster didn't really want it. He just finished everything. But the doctor knew better, so he just smashed through the wall with his fist. He dug his fist into the wreckage, finding something. Mr. Jiang was stunned by what he saw. There were human bones in the wall that radiated dark energy. Digging further, he also found a dagger. The item had a very strong aura, and it was because of it that bad things happened to the headmaster. At this moment, magnetic holes began to appear in the ceiling. Mr. Jiang's head was in terrible pain. He fell to his knees, begging the doctor to help him. Xiao Chen assumed that someone from the maintenance crew had been killed and that his body and weapon had been bricked up in this wall. Taking out the amulet, he began to perform the rite. He traced the cursed dagger with his talisman. The blade began to absorb the amulet's energy, purging itself of the bad energy. The talisman slowly burned away, making the blade cleaner. That was all set, and now the spirit wouldn't bother the director anymore. Mr. Jian's head passed in a moment. He bowed his thanks to the doctor. Xiao Chen didn't ask for thanks, since anyone could have been in his place, but the headmaster was only holding on because of his spirit, so he's still alive. Xiao Chen headed for the exit, wanting to take the machete with him, and he needed to find a new place for the victim, otherwise she would come back. The director then promised that he would find the true killer. After a while, Xiao Chen was sitting in the fresh air by the lake, in a lotus position. Early in the morning is the best time to cultivate energy, so only 2 hours of practice at this time is equal to 3 days in a normal day. He was happy with his progress, which was growing every day. Someone interrupted him when he was finishing his practice. This was Jinner's father, whom Xiao Chen called father-in-law, and was hesitant in his choice of words. He had heard about Xiao Chen's action yesterday and Director Jiang's help. Xiao Chen considered it a small matter. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the man didn't know how to thank the guy for saving his father and his daughter. But he had heard that Xiao Chen was after antiques and medicinal herbs. Xiao Chen confirmed his words. It turned out that he was also a little interested in this topic, so he called him along to show him something. They arrived by car in Chinatown. Meng Xiang knew that Xiao Chen was new here, so he might not know much. And if he found anything, he might tell him. He wanted to show him a painting that he bought a couple of days ago, and it turned out to be an ancient original by a famous artist. Going inside, they were met by a man who did not expect such a demand for this picture. The author of the painting was a well-known court artist, and it took several years to find the original painting. The merchant praised Mr. Meng's sharp eye and offered a price of 2 million, just as they had agreed earlier. But he knew that this one was just a first-class copy, which could fool even a professional antique connoisseur. He expected to be richer by another 2 million. Mr. Meng was already reaching for the right amount, enjoying the purchase. But Xiao Chen stopped him. This made the merchant suspicious. Xiao Chen noticed that something was wrong with the painting. Mr. Meng couldn't believe what he was saying. This is impossible because the picture was given for expert evaluation, which confirmed the originality. The merchant began wrapping up the painting, trying to get the master to pay faster. Otherwise, he would sell it to someone else. Mr. Meng immediately started to refuse, wanting to take her away. He blamed Xiao Chen for the nearly broken deal. Xiao Chen realized that it was useless to argue with fools. During the sale, the merchant's phone rang. He walked away, leaving the guests alone with the painting. Even as he was leaving, he planned to raise the price of the painting for doubting its authenticity. Wanting to make a fool of Meng, Mr. Ming ordered Xiao not to do this again so as not to anger the merchant. He didn't argue. Suddenly, an unknown person breaks into the store. He immediately started looking around as if he was looking for someone. Xiao Chen immediately knew who this stranger was by reading his next actions. The stranger immediately ran up to the painting, not feigning surprise at all. Xiao Chen only smiled at the scene, but the man was sure that they were falling for it. When the merchant returned, the man started demanding to buy the painting, which caused Mr. Meng to panic. The merchant began to apologize to the buyer because this picture was already postponed for another. But if the painting hadn't been paid for yet, then everything was fine. so he offered 5 million for it. The merchant did not know how to react, and the stranger only raised the amount. Xiaochen offered to give up the painting because he doubts its originality, but Mr. Meng slapped a $10 million check on the table. The merchant's eyes sparkled at the sum. Mr. Ming really wanted her? The stranger ran away, claiming that he was going for money. He began pressing the check into the merchant's palm so that he could pick up the painting first. After taking the money, the merchant called it a favor for long-standing friendship. He smiled as he pocketed the money. The merchant wondered at Mr. Meng's stupidity. As he left, Mr. Meng stared at the painting as he walked, admiring the legendary artist's incredible masterpiece. Xiaochen only scoffed at the price of this masterpiece. Mr. Meng was extremely angry with him because he was responsible for spending more than $8 million. As they passed people, they all started calling out to him, asking to see the painting. He only wanted to show off, but Xiaochen advised him not to flaunt his wealth. The words offended Mr. Meng. He doesn't put up anything like that, and he was demonstrating an expensive purchase in front of a crowd of people. People began to evaluate the picture, which really was similar to the original. Everyone admired and envied Mr. Meng as long as Xiaochen knew the next events. But suddenly, an unknown voice appeared that wanted to know what kind of masterpiece was in question. An old man and a young girl walked up to them. The girl introduced her grandfather, Mr. Sun, who is the leading antique appraiser in their province, and such professionalism is hard to come by. The boys laughed at his arrogance. But since fate had brought them together, Mr. Ming wanted to hear his opinion. The picture was opened before the old man. Looking at the painting, the old man recalled the characteristics of the artist Yu Jiding, who was distinguished by the richness of colors and fine lines. This picture itself is technically complex. Mr. Ming asked how much it was worth in the master's opinion. He thought about it and said about 50 or 60. This made Mr. Ming sparkle, because it was such a large sum and he would be doubly rich. He continued to enjoy his purchase while people around him praised him. But the old man stopped him from cheering because he didn't mean millions, but 50 or 60 yuan. Mr. Meng was shocked, which meant that the painting was fake. The people around them started discussing the painting. It didn't look like a fake at all. Mr. Meng opened it, looking at it nervously. Even so, he can't believe it. Mr. Meng grabbed the old man's arm, begging him to check again, considering it a mistake. The girl immediately stood up for her grandfather, standing between them. Her grandfather is a real expert, and if he says it's fake, then it's true. The old man offered to check the authenticity of the painting and try to tear it up. Not only were the colors wrong, but the paper was also wrong. After all, in the original canvases were thin. He was willing to do anything, and in one move tore up the painting. White threads were visible on the torn edges, making the paper more flexible. This technique was invented 100 years ago, when the artist died long ago. Mr. Ming realized that it was indeed a fake. Looking at Xiaochen, he remembered that the guy had understood this from the beginning. But he decided not to think about it now, glaring back at the merchant. He ran at it, wanting revenge, taking him by the collar so that he wouldn't run away. Mr. Meng slapped the merchant on the floor, ordering him to return the money. The merchant tried to make himself look innocent, not understanding what was being said. They've been working together for a long time. He went back to his store, pretending to give in to him as a sign of old friendship, although initially he cheated, and even offered to choose any product in return. But Mr. Meng no longer needed any money or trinkets. While he was still angry, Xiaochen decided to stop him, because this opportunity should not be missed. He went through the shelves, looking for anything of value. He picked up a metal ball. The merchant was delighted with the choice, since this thing has been with him for a very long time and only takes up space. But at this moment, the ball in his hands began to crack from the outgoing lightning. It opened up to the end, showing its real bright green texture. People were stunned. It was a night pearl in excellent condition, which is worth at least 50 million. The girl and the old man were amazed that he just took out a pearl from the shell. The guy wasn't that simple. The merchant tried to take the pearl away, but Xiaochen knew that he had proposed the deal himself. He really wanted this pearl and it was his. Mr. Meng reminded him of the words of replacing the goods and that they could take anything. The merchant did not care about the old promises, and now he began to threaten, reminding who owns this store. He was going to call Li from Jinshan and have him sort it out. Xiaochen didn't know what Jinshan was. It was a well-known organization that was rumored to be related to Zhao Lizuo. Mr. Meng believes that the tragedy with his father is connected with them. He was trying to dissuade Xiaochen from running into them, and it was better to just leave. The old man came into the shop again, wanting to offer them something. If the boy sells him the pearl, then Grandpa will ensure his safety. Xiaochen refused, as he genuinely fell in love with the pearl, wanting to see the outcome of the brazen merchant's empty threats. The merchant began to call angrily, continuing to threaten fiercely. The guy was not led by his words, and was ready to check, leaving the store. The old man is disappointed by the impulsiveness of the current youth. Shinner's father's car was driving down the road. He was extremely worried about the guy who had challenged the people from Jinshan, knowing that he wouldn't be able to talk him out of it. Xiao Chen calmed the man down. Suddenly, another car got out in front of the car. The driver slammed on the brakes. Mr. Meng crashed headfirst into the front seat from the sudden stop. The cars didn't collide, and the car blocked the road. A gang with bats, led by Li Hai, got out of the car. They hit one of the bats on the hood of the car. The driver got scared. The gang was unhappy that they were causing trouble in their territory. Li Hai heard a voice from the side. It was Xiao Chen who got out of the car, remembering his old acquaintances. Li Hai was stunned to see the guy again. The gang members came closer to Xiao Chen to teach him a lesson in respect. They started swinging their bats at him, wanting to beat him up. Li Hai was speechless and tried to stop them. With just one punch, he sent both of them flying into the sky. Out of fear, Li Hai fell to the ground. Afraid of being beaten up, Xiao Chen began to flex his fists, looking at Li Hai with extreme cruelty. Because last time he didn't have time to deal with him, the man fell to his knees, begging for mercy. Xiao Chen only asked him to take Li Hai to his room. This request was strange. He decided that today was the best day to deal with the situation and the pending cases. He wanted to know if they had anything to do with poisoning Mr. Ming. Li Hai began to shake on his knees in fear, realizing that his end was near. They arrived at the headquarters. Li Hai begged him to take his time because he was very scared. This made Xiao Chen laugh. But Xiao Chen didn't know everything. A bandit named Wang Qingshan lives here, and when he was a teenager, he had already smashed up half the city. In the coming years, he is predicted to have a great career growth. Although this place is technically Li Hai's, Qingshan is in charge of everything here. And if he finds out that he has brought outsiders, he will be beaten up. He asked Xiao Chen to pretend that he had come here on his own, but he couldn't understand Li Hai's fear. But Xiao Chen was sure that Li Hai would soon be the new boss. Inside the headquarters, Wang Qingshan was sitting with a crowd of girls in bikinis swirling around him. He had already heard about the problems on Antique Street, not understanding why the jerk Li Hai hadn't returned yet. He got up and decided to go check it out for himself. But suddenly, the door to his apartment was broken down by the bodyguard's body, which flew off from Xiao Chen's punch. Xiao Chen took care of all the guards and greeted Qingshan. The girls began to run away in fear, and Qingshan was furious, not understanding who he was. While finishing off the bodyguard, Xiao Chen asked about his involvement in the poisoning of Mr. Meng Hao. Qingshan didn't answer the question, sensing Xiao Chen's aura from afar, which was much stronger than him. He lunged at the boy, wanting to tear him to pieces despite the difference in their strength. Yingshan swung his hand to remind them that no rabble could enter here. Xiao Chen didn't understand what Qingshan was doing here, and when he struck, it only landed on the floor, where Xiao Chen was no longer present. Qingshan didn't know where he was until Xiao Chen was standing behind him. His hand radiated yellow lightning as he cast the spell. At this moment, Qingshan fell to his knees in pain, and blood poured out of his mouth. He couldn't understand what was going on, and how he couldn't keep up with his movements. He immediately fell to the ground, unable to move. Li Hai saw the injured Qingshan, and knew that if the place was finished, then he was also finished. I decided to run away right away, afraid of getting hurt, but he was caught by the scruff of the neck. He tried to make excuses in front of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen noticed that there were a lot of thugs in their headquarters, and he didn't want to lose all that stuff. He suggested that Li Hai become his deputy, look after them, and apply to Zhao Li Zhuo for payment. Li Hao froze as he expected to be killed. He abruptly began to sob, enjoying the mercy, apologizing inwardly to Boss Zhao. It was time for Xiao Chen to go, and he ordered him not to run away because there was a curse on him. Li Hai fell to the ground. A mark appeared on Li Hai's arm. It started to burn and hurt, and Li Hai started blowing on it. Xiao Chen warned him not to do anything stupid, and he would be responsible for the consequences himself, and said goodbye. Li Hai fell to his knees in resignation, realizing that he had been enslaved. The merchant was sitting in the street, having a contented meal. He thought back to the arrogant boy, imagining how he was now suffering at the hands of Li Hai. But then he noticed something. It was Li Hai himself who was passing by wearily. He started happily asking about Xiao Chen, waiting for the details of his torment. Li Hai sadly began to remember how all the bodyguards were lying around with painted faces. He snarled furiously at the merchant, who had lost his hat in fright. The man knew that if it wasn't for this fool, he wouldn't have had to go through this. Li Hai wondered how strong the curse was and tried to make a call. And at that moment, his arm began to burn like hell, and the pain caused him to fall to the ground again. He paid too high a price because of the merchant's fault, and decided to take revenge on the culprit. A moment later, Li Hai happily walked out of the store with his hands full of antiques until the merchant was left with nothing. It's already night, and the case goes to Zhao's company. Li Jui was sitting at his desk, looking at his phone. Out of rage, he threw it on the table because Li Hai wasn't picking up the phone. At that moment, the phone rang. Li Jui picked up the phone in displeasure. It was Zhang Dong's father who called. saying that he was waiting for the fulfillment of his promises but had not yet seen the results. He explained that Meng Xin had some acquaintances in the department that had interfered with his plan. His father didn't care about his problems at all. He was only waiting for the complete annihilation of the Ming family. But Li Jue reassured him, Fei Yang might have screwed up, but his father's opinion of the Meng family only got worse. After all, his father is closely associated with the company Ming. It is his people who work with the main product of the company for skincare. If he joins them, then all the people will leave their company and then it will fall apart. Xiaochen was sitting quietly outside, drinking tea under a tree. Mr. Ming was happily running towards him with something in his hands. The guy took an interest in his uncle's affairs and asked about the reason for his good mood. It turned out that the owner of the antique shop decided to return the money to him and gave the painting as a compensation. Xiao Chen was satisfied with Li Hai's work, since the money was returned immediately. Although he didn't pay, he was still hesitant and wanted to check the authenticity of the painting. So he asked Xiao Chen to do so. While Xiao Chen was opening the painting, Xin'er came out of the building. Her father was surprised at her early arrival, but she was interested in Mr. Yu. The father said that now he is preparing medicines for his grandfather, not understanding why she needs it. She broke the terrible news. Zhao Jinming left for another company, taking his own people with him, even the main developer. And now their project is under threat. Xin'er needed Mr. Yu to develop a new formula, and Xiao Chen offered to help. They immediately ran away and left my father with the painting in his hands. When they reached Mr. Yu, the three of them were sitting at a table. He understands Ms. Ming's current situation, but he said sadly that it will take at least a year to develop a new formula. Xin'er sighed, since the company would not be saved by now, and tried to find other options. Xiaochen took the cream from the table and asked what kind of formula it was that took a year. He opened the jar, peering into the cream. It was not just a formula, because the main ingredient is not so easy to get. So you also need qualified employees, which takes time and effort to find. Mr. Yu awkwardly started talking about the company's hard times and the end of his contract. Xin'er didn't know what they would do even if he left them. Xiaochen had a better idea and handed over the formula with a brief instruction. The girl asked Xiaochen to stop fooling around. She was sure that he was just trying to lighten the situation, because you can't just write the formula out of your head. But Xiaochen could do such a thing. Putting on his glasses, Mr. Yu was ready to test his formula. After reading it, he was shocked. Xin'er looked at Mr. Yu, not understanding his reaction. He jumped up from his chair, shocked by this formula. But according to the young man, there is an even better formula, and the master asked him to write it down. The guy picked up a pen, preparing to write. He held out the formula sheet and Mr. Yu took it with shaking hands. As he read, he realized that this was an ancient secret formula that he hadn't expected to ever see. Like a dog, Mr. Yu ran up to Mrs. Meng, fiercely wanting to develop this formula, and decided to sign a new contract now. When there was no response, he immediately ran away to order the secretary to prepare the documents. Xin'er didn't have time to stop him. She couldn't believe the new formula was so good. Xin'er decided to ask for an explanation from Xiao Chen. After all, even their previous formula was good. He gave out the name of the formula Xing Sui's secret. The girl recognized the name. According to legend, ancient healers made it especially for the queen and concubines of the emperor. But the recipe for this formula has long been considered lost. Looking at the piece of paper, she could now understand Mr. Yu's reaction if it really was that recipe. She couldn't figure out where he could have gotten it. It turned out that when he turned 18, his master told him to restore the recipe, and then he would be allowed to go down the mountain. Xiao Chen had completed the task, and the master regretted his promise. Xin'er couldn't believe his words. Other companies have tried to do this for years, losing billions to recover, but they have failed. Grandpa Meng talked a lot about Master Xiao Chen, and that he was a good person. She smiled tenderly, wanting to thank Xiao Chen for such a treasure. And now Meng's company would always be in the black. In return, she was willing to do whatever Xiao Chen asked. This intrigued him. He looked at the beautiful girl sitting in front of him and she blushed slightly. But the guy held out his hands with a big smile, asking for a couple of million for a couple of medicinal herbs. She pulled out a bank card with a balance of 50 million and told me to count it as a prescription fee. He was pleased with his generous boss. He wandered to the store to replenish his supply of herbs for Grandpa's medicine. Dr. Li was standing behind the counter, looking at the prescription carefully. The doctor knew that something was missing in him. The voice suggested the last ingredient, licorice root. It dawned on him that licorice is a unique ingredient. It is able to neutralize the poison and improve the condition of the body. He looked up, wondering what kind of professional could have helped him with the prescription so quickly, but it was Dr. Xiao, and all questions were dismissed. Xiao Chen asked for the best medicinal herbs that are at least 1,000 years old. He's the only one who can find such things, but such things are priceless. Hearing this, Xiao Chen decided to think about it. He remembered that he had a secret material processing technique and offered to exchange herbs for it. After a while, Dr. Li's assistants came to him, complaining about the guy in the alchemy hall who handled the ingredients very strangely. Dr. Li immediately gagged them for saying that because they weren't even worth Dr. Xiao's little finger. The two boys looked at each other, not expecting the guy to be so good, and immediately thought of cheating. There was an interesting smell in the room, a bright ginseng concentrate with a strong aroma that they hadn't smelled before. When Dr. Li felt it, he fell into a stupor, because even a 1,000-year-old ginseng can't give off such a strong smell. Xiaochen appeared from behind the curtain with a bowl in his hands, complaining about their equipment, so it didn't come out very well. Smelling this fragrance, they admired, not understanding how he did it. Only a skilled craftsman with the technique of ancient alchemists can do this, and the effectiveness of such a medicine is amazing. He confirmed what Dr. Li had said about the ancient technique. Dr. Li immediately bowed to him, considering him an irreplaceable member of his shop, and promised to find what he asked for. The doctor went outside with a bowl of ginseng in his hands. There was a man sitting on the street who asked where Xiaoli could find ginseng of such power. After all, judging by the smell, it must be at least 8,000 years old. As Dr. Li approached, he informed the master that this elixir was made from 100-year-old ginseng from the shop. The master immediately freaked out at his words because it can't be true. He snatched the bowl from the doctor's hands, inhaling the fragrance more deeply. He admitted that this was the first time he had seen such a thing in 20 years and demanded the truth from the doctor. But Dr. Li tried to explain that the plant couldn't have been more than 100 years old. The master stared into the liquid, wondering at the truth. Dr. Li explained that it was the work of their new master and that he was willing to exchange the technique for a 1,000-year-old ginseng. At these words, the master became animated and ordered to bring some roots. Assistants were shoving boxes of 1,000-year-old ginseng roots into the trunk of the car while the masters hurried them. The master was satisfied and hoped to continue their cooperation in the future. They said their goodbyes while the assistants behind their backs discussed the unknown guy who had taken all the master's supplies. When the master heard this, he shouted at them, because they don't understand anything about it. Thanks to this method, they will thrive for at least another 1,000 years. And meeting this guy is the greatest success of his life. Xiaochen sat in the hotel room, a fire cauldron flying in front of him, while a night pearl was floating on his hand. The trip was quite productive for him. If he absorbed the spiritual power from the realm, he would be able to break through to the next degree. Putting the pearls back in his pocket, he thought about finding the perfect spot where he could level up well. Above the cauldron was a small yellow sphere that should definitely help Grandpa Meng. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the window. Xiaochen looked out the window. There were bandits on the street with firearms that were aimed at the same old man with his granddaughter, and they tried to defend themselves by holding katanas in their hands. The guy remembered them, not understanding what was going on there. The girl dealt with guys, which showed her knowledge of martial arts. One of the guys started shooting at the old man, apologizing for such an act. But Grandpa beat off all the bullets with his katana. After all, one of them hit him in the shoulder. The old man collapsed to the ground as his granddaughter fought off the bandit. She was distracted by her grandfather's injury, and the man hit her in the stomach, causing her to spit blood. She also fell to the ground, having no strength to fight. Xiaochen decided that once they met again, they should not be allowed to die. The bandit pointed his weapon at them again, wanting to finish off the old man. But suddenly, someone took the katana from the girl's hands. Xiaochen immediately charged into battle, protecting them. In one fell swoop, it sliced through his weapon, which left the bandit baffled. He didn't understand how this guy could interfere with them and started threatening his boss. Xiaochen didn't care about them, because he couldn't let them do what they were planning to do. More attackers appeared from behind, and they pointed their guns at Xiaochen. One of them immediately flew away. Spinning around the entire area, one by one, he hacked down the bandits as if he wasn't alone. When Xiaochen finished, he threw everyone into a pile. As he rubbed the blade on his sleeves, he was disappointed in their skills for being sent on such a mission. The old man stood up, turning to the boy. He turned to them, reminding them of himself in the antique shop, hoping they hadn't forgotten him. His grandfather immediately remembered how the young man was able to open the night pearl. He thanked the boy, not expecting that at such an age he was able to reach the level of a master teacher. However, Xiaochen didn't know what a master teacher was when he was at the foundation formation level. The old man was surprised that the guy didn't know the full classification of warrior development. The attackers were quite strong, and the old man would have been able to deal with them at his best. But now he has problems with cultivation. And the old man estimated the level. Watching the fight, Xiaochen guessed that there were different classifications in the mountains, and here, he handed the katana back, not demanding anything in return for saving it. Xiaochen used 2 fingers to touch his grandfather's hand. Suddenly, the old man coughed, and the granddaughter became very worried. He was shaking, but Xiaochen only asked him not to worry and wait. Grandpa just coughed, and Menru didn't know what to do. But abruptly, he stood up, surprised at something. It turned out that during the last months of practice he had trouble breathing, and in that moment, he felt a sense of harmony, and he hadn't felt so good in a long time. Xiaochen decided to inquire about Grandpa's symptoms and how breathing behaves when he cultivates more, because if he is right, then the old man's technique is fake. He was in shock. Grandpa started to pull something out of his sleeve. He handed Xiaochen the technique book that he had received as a gift. Quickly flipping through the pages, Xiaochen had no questions about the first part, but the second part was an absolute fabrication. Xiaochen asked for a pen from the girl. Instantly, the guy began to rewrite the technique with incredible speed. When he was done, he showed the new inscriptions to the old man to follow the written instructions. Opening the book, the old man was speechless from the amount of energy radiating from the pages. His hand took charge as he realized everything. With a single blow, he made a hole in the wall. He could feel the energy surging through him. A piece of wall broke off from the impact and almost hit a passing cyclist. The old man hadn't expected this. He apologized to the stranger while the boys watched. The grandparents immediately started admiring his skill as he just picked up and fixed the technique. But for Xiaochen, it was nothing. After all, he was very familiar with her. The old man decided to get to know each other properly and handed over his business card, introducing himself as Sanhua Qi. Xiaochen took the card from his hands, remembering the Sand family, which owns an advanced production of medicinal materials. Menru interrupted their conversation when she got a call from Zhang Lizhuo, who reminded them of a meeting to discuss their cooperation, and she decided to check with her grandfather about the time of the meeting. Xiao listened carefully when he heard a familiar name. Quati was surprised by Li Zhuo's audacity because his book almost killed the old man, and he still asks for a meeting. Xiaochen realized that this book was a gift from Li Zhuo. It turned out that Li Zhuo has long wanted to enter the field of cosmetology, so he is looking for partners. The old man already didn't want to know what Li Zhuo would offer him. Menru decided to ask if he could have given the defective technique on purpose, and the old man thought about it. The girl turned to Xiaochen, asking him to accompany her grandfather to a meeting with Li Zhuo because she did not want to send him alone and was ready to give any money. But since Xiaochen had a personal score to settle with Li Zhuo, who is his direct competitor, he couldn't help them. They saved his father-in-law, and he saved them today, so they're even now. Xiaochen turned around and started walking away, despite the girl trying to stop him. The guy reassured her. Li Zhuo's skills wouldn't be enough to hurt anyone even if he wanted to. The grandfather called his granddaughter too naive, because money can also be an insult to such masters. He suggested simply taking precautions. Living here in principle was troublesome. One mistake and you're already dead. After Xiaochen saved the Ming company, he would return to the original plan. And until then, it's best not to get into trouble. Night fell. Xiaochen sat in the study, wondering why Xin Er needed the Sand family's contacts. The Sand family is going to develop in their province, and if you become their partner, you can forget about the hardships for a few years. But the Ming family did not have any common acquaintances with them. Xiaochen handed her a business card that might help her. When she saw the name Sanhua Qi, she couldn't believe it. The guy decided not to guess and offered to just call. Xin Er happily started to dial the number from the card. Even then, he had to step in a little. But Xiaochen is even glad. After a couple of minutes, Xin Er was already ending the conversation. In the afternoon, they went to Tangfei Manor. As Li Zhuo and his butler approached the building, they discussed Mr. Sun's early refusal, after which he changed his mind and rescheduled the meeting. But their situation was much worse than that of other companies. So if he refuses to cooperate, then you can pack your bags and leave. The butler was extremely angry at the Ming family for leaving him in such a precarious position. Xin Er and Xiaochen arrived at the manor. Li Zhuo noticed them out of the corner of his eye. He immediately turned around to throw negative words in their direction, even though they didn't have a chance to get the support of this family. Xin Er didn't know what Li Zhuo was doing here. The guy proudly shared a discussion about cooperation. Xin Er wanted to answer, but he didn't give her any time. Li Zhuo immediately interrupted her, trying to belittle the company, which cannot boast of anything other than the project of a care product. He doubted that it would prevent him from signing a contract with the Sun family. Xin Er was infuriated by his words. The manor's doors slowly opened. Behind them, Sanhua Qi appeared with his granddaughter. Li Zhuo immediately smiled brightly and waved at them. But the old man immediately broke it off, reminding him about the refusal to cooperate, suggesting that the refusal letter simply did not reach. Li Zhuo froze at these words. He couldn't believe it. Quachi turned to his granddaughter, who was in charge of this. It turned out that she just forgot to tell him about the rejection, although it didn't sound very plausible. Quachi respectfully shook Li Zhuo's hand, apologizing for the misunderstanding, and promised to ask the driver to take him back. Li Zhuo held onto the old man's shoulders, trying to beg for cooperation, considering his company to be the most reliable in the city. The old man immediately slapped the boy's hands, not accepting the plea. I immediately decided to break the news to him. They're going to sign a cooperation contract with the Meng company. Li Zhuo was taken aback. Kwaki walked around the guy and walked towards Xin'er, apologizing for waiting. Xin'er herself didn't know about the news of the collaboration, and she was very happy. This decision was made spontaneously just a second ago. He put a hand on the girl's shoulder, saying that he had studied the information about her company and was satisfied. Moreover, he was in debt to her husband, and he was sure that his wife was no worse. Xin'er was confused by the words about his wife. She looked at Xiao Chen, who had participated in the incident. He realized how cunning the old man was that he had invited Li Zhuo here to publicly humiliate him and show a clear line between them. Xiao Chen shifted the topic, recalling the old man's words. Xin'er shook Kwaqi's hand, which signified the beginning of the alliance. As they happily discussed their partnership, Li Zhuo was bursting with anger. Menru spoke to him, reminding him that it was time for him to go home. He gritted his teeth in rage. As he left with his butler, he realized that he had underestimated Xin'er, but he was sure that sooner or later she would pay for everything. Xiao Chen grinned after them, pointing his finger down. This has made him doubly furious, and he is ready to take revenge on both of them. As he started to get into the car, his butler ran up to the car. The man begged Mr. Zhao to give him another chance and not fire him. But without waiting for an answer, the guards grabbed the poor butler. Li Zhuo considered it a useless piece of trash and decided to just throw it away. Looking out of the window, the butler was led further away. While sitting in the car, Li Zhuo instructed the driver to contact that person to deal with their plan. Han Yun received an unexpected call informing her of Zhao Jinming's death. Xiao Chen asked what had happened to him. He used to handle the company's finances, but at one point borrowed a large sum on behalf of the company and didn't return it. So Han Yun instructed people to find him. But now she was informed that Jin Min's body had been found cemented into a wall at a construction site. Xiao Chen was interested in these circumstances and decided to clarify exactly when he died. But Xin'er interrupted their conversation so that Xiao Chen wouldn't act like a detective and reminded them that they were meeting to discuss business matters. Manager Ho is already an hour late for the meeting. The doors to the room opened and Huodong appeared. Xin'er jumped up with a smile on her face, enjoying Manager Huo's appearance. He leaned against the wall after hearing Han Yun's displeasure at being late, and I decided to scare them by canceling today's meeting. Xin'er couldn't believe it. She immediately excused herself and invited him to the table. Huodong sat down, crossed his legs, and immediately began to rush things, because he had his next meeting in 10 minutes. Xin'er will try to explain everything more briefly. The Ming company is currently working on several large projects that are worth more than $1 billion, and now they need a loan of 300 million. Han Yun handed the loan papers to Huodong, saying that they would try to close it as soon as possible. As he reached for the paperwork, the guy peered at the secretary's cleavage. She was displeased with his boorish behavior. Looking at the papers, he wasn't surprised that Zhao had asked him to cut off the flow to Meng's company. Li Zhuo called him, telling him about their future loan request, and asked him not to give a penny, to which Huodong agreed. The company's projects were really big. He tossed the papers over his head, knowing that as long as he lived, the Meng company wouldn't get any money from any bank. Papers began to fly around the room as Huodong talked about his thorough inspection. Everyone immediately tensed up. He found out that the company had a loan of 300,000, and until they closed it, he couldn't give them a new one. Xin'er knew that the butler Li Zhuo had done something before they left. Before the meeting, he contacted all the banks he could find. So, none of them will give them money. Xin'er anxiously jumped out of her chair, begging Huodong to give them at least a small amount, promising to pay off the debts as soon as possible. But Huodong had already expressed his opinion, not wanting to help them. He only gave one solution to the problem if Xin'er spent the night with him. Han Yun couldn't stand being disrespectful to her mistress, so she tried to calm the manager down. But he only continued this shameless conversation about Xin'er's appearance, which could give her a good opportunity to earn money. So if she wanted to, she could call him. Xiao Chen stood up from his chair, noticing how often Huodong had to be slapped in the face. He immediately began to provoke Xiao Chen, knowing that he wouldn't touch him, and Xin'er asked him not to give in to emotions. They didn't need to deal with the police yet. But Xiao Chen also had no intention of resorting to violence. Huodong made a show of laughing at the helpless guy who couldn't even stand up for his own woman. Feeling sorry for Xin'er for such a husband, Xiao Chen just chuckled. It was time for Huodong to leave, so he got up from his chair, reminding him of his offer. But abruptly, the fixture of the chandelier above him cracked. The chandelier flew down, it landed on the guy's spine, and he bled from every crevice. He fell to the ground as he was pinned down by a huge lamp. The girls were shocked by such a terrible sight, not understanding how it happened. Xiao Chen laughed, joking about the will of the gods. He started to approach the helpless boy, wishing him normal behavior in the next life. The dying Huodong grabbed Xiao Chen by the ankles, begging him to call an ambulance. But they didn't have time, because they had to look for someone who would give them money. Xiao Chen began to talk about the horrors of people being pinned down by heavy objects, and that this can lead to paralysis, and no one will come to help. The office has excellent sound insulation. When Huodong heard this, he was even more panicked, and he was willing to give the right amount of money if only the ambulance would arrive. Xiao Chen immediately handed him the contract to sign, content with the sight. While the ambulance was dealing with Huodong, Xin'er was looking at the signed contract. The girls were a little ashamed of what had happened. They turned angrily at Xiao Chen. Even though he didn't do anything, the chandelier had fallen of its own accord. His phone vibrated in his pocket. He looked thoughtful. Xiao Chen sent the girls to go by themselves because he had some business to attend to. But Xin'er was curious. According to him, he left to do good. And this made the girl think she couldn't believe that the chandelier had accidentally fallen at just the right moment. Xiao Chen found himself in the medical examiner's office. Mr. Jiao was standing nearby, assuming that the body found in his wall was related to Zhao Jinming. The method of killing was extremely similar to their theory earlier. When revealing Jinming's body, he suggested that the killers might be different, but the mastermind was definitely the same. Mr. Jiang asked if there was any evidence, but Xiao Chen had nothing but guesses. He assumed who could have committed this crime, and if he is right, then the evidence will soon appear. Meanwhile, Li Hao collapsed to his knees in helplessness, begging the boss for help. Sitting on the sofa, Li Zhuo didn't show much interest, not trusting Li Hao's words about the threats from Xiao Chen. He received a message where Xiao Chen asks about their complicity in the Jin Ming case, ordering them not to lie. Li Hai started panicking about the guy's insanity, throwing his guys away at once and leaving a mark on his arm if he wanted to betray him. At that moment, the tag lit up. He fell to the floor, dying from the searing pain. A purple sphere flew towards the suffering guy. It landed squarely on the burning mark. An unknown voice appeared, walking towards him, calling the curse a trifle. It was a long-haired guy with red eyes who was carrying a purple ball in his hands. Li Hai noticed the mark that disappeared in an instant. Li Chui was dissatisfied with his late arrival, but the stranger didn't accept his reproach because he already does his dirty work for him every day. So I wasn't sure if he could deal with Xiao Chen. The stranger grabbed Li Hai's arm. He appreciated Xiao Chen's spell. It was quite good. Judging by the unusual method, the person who cast the curse was self-taught. The stranger began to laugh madly, feeling a terrible hatred for freaks who are trying to achieve something without resources. While he was going crazy, Li Zhuo realized that he was ready to deal with Xiao Chen. Li Zhuo ordered to finish him off so that he wouldn't get in the way anymore. Xiao Chen arrived at an abandoned factory. He opened the garage door with his hands. The interior was empty, and Xiao Chen called out to Li Hai, looking for him. Xiao Chen walked on, looking around. Li Hai finally responded after noticing the boss's arrival. He awkwardly admitted that the cursed mark on his arm was missing for some reason, and was afraid of misunderstanding, so he called Xiao Chen to meet him. It was just a small thing, and Xiao Chen asked to see it. Li Hai rolled up his sleeves. In place of the previous rune, another one, green in color, was drawn. The man abruptly grabbed Xiao Chen's arm. Li Hai sharply shouted about catching him, hinting at the action. The garage doors slammed shut with a loud bang. A silhouette emerged from the darkness behind them. He had no doubt that it would be easy to deal with Xiao Chen given his abilities. A huge pentagram appeared below them. Behind the sorcerer, a green dragon emerged. He didn't expect Xiao Chen to fall into such an elementary trap. Calling him an ordinary person, he gave the dragon the order to attack. Yellow lightning bolts started to appear from Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen confirmed his words. After all, in the modern world, there are few capable martial artists. A huge yellow dragon emerged from Xiao Chen. He started biting through the green snake's neck. With just one strike, Xiao Chen's dragon destroyed the enemy. The sorcerer was shocked by what he saw, not expecting such power. The dragon's paws began to reach out for the terrified boy. He was pinned down by the monster with terrible force, causing blood to flow from his mouth. The impact created a huge explosion behind him. Li Hai watched in horror as he released Xiao Chen's hand, but now Xiao grabbed his hand in return. It was Li Hai's turn, who was already shaking. He instantly fell to his knees, begging not to kill, and he would tell everything. Li Hai claimed that it was all because of a guy named Jin Min, and at that moment, a terrible pain gripped him. The sorcerer lying under the monster's paw started laughing at Li Hai, knowing that he had guessed it. And if he betrays the master, he will die. Li Hai was already dead at this point. The garage door was abruptly opened by two policemen, Xiao Su and Da Chen. Xiao Chen was calmly walking towards them with the dragon carrying two bodies on his back. He said they were already late. He's going to go with them to help. The two policemen looked at each other awkwardly, not realizing that it was already over. The day before yesterday, Da Chen received a call from the commander to contact Xiao Chen and discuss the plan. They had been up all night, and they couldn't believe that everything had been decided so quickly. They drove to the police station. The police started asking the unknown sorcerer if he had anything to do with Jin Ming's death. The suspect just laughed at their words. Not understanding what difference it made whether such trash was alive or dead, he began to threaten them by showing his fangs. If his master found out that he had been arrested, then he would kill everyone. It scared them a little. They reported this to Xiao Chen, since they wouldn't be able to help him in that case, and decided to ask him about his plan. The guy thought about it. With his foot, he began to draw a yellow, glittering line under the door. When he left her, he felt it was a sufficient measure, and there was no need to worry. The guys didn't understand what he did. The news of the discovery of the serial killer case was in the main news. Out of rage, Li Jui slammed the table. Suddenly, Zhang Lingxiu started calling him. When Su Chen beat Zhang Dong to a pulp, he promised to deal with the Ming family, but he is only haunted by bad luck. Zhang Dong is slowly recovering, and his father's patience is running out. Li Tuo decided to throw the call out of harm's way. He decided to reach out to Shi Qi if she could help him in any way. The phone was picked up from the other side. It was a pink-haired girl with ears. It turned out that she and her brother were going to go to the city to see the same Xiao Chen. She tried to reassure Li Zhuo. If Master took money from him, he would definitely do it. But he wasn't interested in what she was saying, so he asked the Master for the phone. But Master was a little busy while meditating on the mountain of shrunken corpses. All the souls were feeding him energy while he was practicing. The girl turned to him, wanting to move out as quickly as possible. The Master's greedy eyes glanced at her, and he ordered her not to let the others die too quickly. They were walking down the corridor of the police station, eager to free their sorcerer friend. The girl found it funny that a strong master couldn't get out of an ordinary building. After walking further, a green aura would come out of the door, indicating its location. They noticed a strange mark under the door, but she was sure they could get in. A pink pentagram appeared under the girl, and she was going to solve the problem. But at this moment, a yellow dragon was reborn from the mark. He shouted furiously at the girl, tearing her down. She couldn't believe her eyes. The dragon grabbed her, and she ordered her brother to run because they could not cope with him. While she was trying to get out, the police appeared in the corridor, running after them. The sister begged her brother to run, and the police almost caught up with them. Her brother was doubtful, so she decided to help him with her abilities. A pink pentagram appeared under it, serving as a teleport, and the sister asked her brother to find and kill the one who created this formation, because this is the only way to escape. The police didn't have time when the guy was already missing. Xiao Chen was sitting at the table with Mr. Meng, and they were playing backgammon. Grandpa wanted to introduce someone. Mei Qi introduced Yang Shasha, Shinner's cousin, and she had recently returned to China after practicing Sanda abroad for several years. Mom wanted to avoid such situations in the future, so she wanted to make her Shinner's bodyguard. Grandpa didn't understand why she needed a bodyguard when Xiao Chen was always with him. But Xiao Chen didn't mind at all, and he did have a lot of things to do at the moment, and he was cooperating with the police, so it would be good to have someone look after her while he was away. Mei Qi laughed at his cooperation with the police. It couldn't possibly be true. The door to the room opened. Shinner peeked in, not understanding why Shasha was still here. Mei Qi immediately hugged her daughter, telling her about her plans for a bodyguard. Shasha came to the table. She turned to Xiao Chen. She usually doesn't pry into other people's lives, but she has a special attitude towards Shinner, so she directly said that Xiao Chen wasn't worthy of her. Without distracting himself from the game, Xiao Chen chuckled that it wasn't only bad at martial arts but also at parsing people. After saying that, he made a move that made Grandpa nervous. Shasha frowned. After winning the game, Xiao Chen stood up from his chair, continuing to advise her to focus on speed, knowing that she was currently working on attacking techniques. As he passed her, he explained that she didn't need to focus on physical strength alone, otherwise she wouldn't be able to withstand a couple of attacks with an opponent. Shasha turned around, offended by his words. Xiao Chen started to leave, and Shasha believed Mei Qi's words that this guy was a real brat. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt that someone had touched his barrier. He thought that they were finally tired of doing nothing. He was sorry that one of them was able to escape. From an inside pocket, he took out 2 amulets. He placed them in Zinner's palm. As long as she carried them with her, she would be safe. Shinner was worried that he was going out for the night looking while Mei Qi was looking at some unknown amulets. The Meng Manor was being watched over by a beast brother. He received information that Xiao Chen was living here. The doors were open, where the family was discussing Xiao Chen's behavior because he couldn't be trusted. A guy landed on the floor in front of the door. Everyone looked around, not understanding who he was. Before he could get up, he immediately asked if they were discussing Xiao Chen just now. Shasha shielded her family as she addressed the stranger. He opened his mouth with fangs, saying that he had come to kill Xiao Chen. A strong sound wave came out of my mouth. The wave began to blow the family away, and they began to fall to their knees. Mei Qi's head was bursting, and Shinner was trying to help her mother. Mr. Meng didn't understand what it was. The amulets that Xiao Chen gave his wife flew over, emitting a bright light. They flew up, forming a dome around the family. protecting them? Shinner looked up, remembering Xiao Chen's words. Mei-Chi was surprised that the pain in her head disappeared instantly. The man was shocked, not understanding how they managed to defend against his attack, because there are no masters among them. Xia flew at the enemy, wanting to shut him up, not allowing him to harm her family. Her fist landed on the man's jaw. The man only smiled at her meager punch, which had no effect. Xia couldn't believe that he didn't care about her punch. The man took the girl by the arm, threw her up, and hit her with all his strength on the floor, which cracked. Mei-Chi reached out to her niece as she watched the horrifying scene. Her face was pinned down by a boot as she wondered why he wasn't much stronger than her. But she still couldn't do anything to him. She recalled Xiao Chen's words about her technique, realizing that it was true. The male beast continued to yell, fiercely trying to find Xiao Chen, sending up waves. A huge shoe abruptly appears above the man's head, and Xiao Chen's voice came out of nowhere. The boot began to press down on the smaller man, who was trying to hold it down with both hands. My strength was already running out. In the end, the man was crushed. Xiao Chen transformed while standing on the head of the losing male beast, taunting him, because he shouldn't have come here. Two police officers with guns and handcuffs ran into the estate, intending to capture the criminal. Mei-Chi didn't expect to see Xiao Chen at this moment. She was surprised to see the police arrive with him, and remembered how much she hadn't believed what he'd said about cooperation. Xiao Chen didn't see anything wrong with it. Xia, who saw everything that was happening, recalled her teacher's words that strength training was the foundation of martial arts techniques. But what Xiao Chen had done had surpassed her by several times. She approached the guy, asking about his recent advice for changing workouts. Xiao Chen clarified that this guy's level was very mediocre, so if she couldn't even withstand a couple of attacks, then it was also pointless to focus on strength any further. She was upset to hear the truth. Xia bowed to Xiao Chen, apologizing for not trusting his words, and she asked me to direct her and make her stronger. Mei-Chi couldn't understand what her niece was doing, just like Shin. Couldn't understand her behavior. Xiao Chen praised her ability to accept her mistake and her willingness to correct it, compared to some who still can't keep their promise. For this, he was willing to do a good deed. Putting his hand on her head, he wanted to help her. Electric rings began to form around them, and Xia sensed the knowledge transfer technique that only the greatest of masters possess. While the knowledge only fed her head, she was incredibly happy to meet such a master who was even willing to teach her. After finishing the technique, he handed her a couple of speed and agility exercises so that she could practice on her own. She bowed again with complete respect, promising to justify his trust. Shinner had no idea what kind of technique he was using because ordinary people can't see the flow of spiritual power. But he beat that guy. She didn't believe her grandfather when he talked about Xiao Chen's incredible strength. Mei-Chi grabbed her niece's hand, not understanding what she was doing, and asked her not to be deceived by this impudent person. Xia slapped her aunt's hand, asking her not to speak so much about her benefactor, because it was precisely because of Mei-Chi's words that she had behaved unwisely in front of Master. She respectfully asked her aunt to apologize to Xiao Chen. Mei-Chi started to stutter, not understanding what she had said wrong. The police had already captured the bandit, and after reporting to Master Xiao, they were about to leave. He approved and said he would join later. Xin Er, who was watching, was surprised at their respect for Xiao Chen. Before leaving, Xiao reminded Grandpa to take the medicine that he had left in the study. Although the toxins from his body had already been removed, there was still a long treatment period ahead, and the main thing was not to skip taking medication. Mei-Chi was still unhappy with Xiao Chen for trying to suck up to Grandpa. Shinner couldn't take it anymore and told her mother because Xiao Chen had already done enough when he saved the company and Grandpa. Wasn't that enough? Mei-Chi hadn't expected such a reaction from her daughter, but Shinner didn't want to talk any further. The mother ran after her departing daughter, trying to figure out why she was so obsessed with this guy. 3 days have passed. Xiao Chen sat in the office with the staff, wondering about their progress. They sighed, saying sadly that the girl hadn't woken up after the attack, and the guy didn't want to say anything. From the good news, they announced a reward for any information about them, as much as 100,000 when a woman burst into the office. It was the director of Black Flower Bank, Li Ronghua, who looked very scared and wanted to report the crime. She even had information, but she wasn't interested in money, she just needed help. She was shaking all over, and there was terror in her eyes. It turned out that someone was hiding in her house and watching her, so she came to call for help. Xiao Chen, after hearing her testimony, asked for more details. She sat down in the chair, still shaking. They gave her a glass of water to calm her down. She said it started about a month ago. Her hands shook the glass. According to her, she has a strange aura at home. When she sleeps at night, she hears various scary sounds and even footsteps. At first, she thought it was because of stress, but one day she heard an unknown scream from the living room and decided to check, but saw a dark figure creeping around the room. Because of this, she barely slept for the entire month. And now this figure comes every night and cries over the painting in the living room. Although she tried to deal with it on her own, the figure was faster, and the girl lost consciousness after that. Her wounds still hurt and she was too tired, so she came for help. Xiaochen was interested in the details, so he decided to ask for a description of the figure. Unfortunately, she couldn't remember because she was too scared, especially since it was dark. Xiaochen remembered what she had said about the wounds and asked to see them. The girl stood up and began to unbutton her belt. She lifted her t-shirt, and there were black claw marks on her stomach. The police were horrified by what they saw. Xiaochen understood the situation. He stood up to help her. They went to her apartment. Entering the apartment, the girl asked to be careful that this creature did not attack him. He walked into the apartment confidently, like a landlord, and the girl begged him not to leave her alone. Xiaochen walked into the living room and found the painting. The girl heard sounds from the bedroom, shaking with fear. But the guy put a hand on her shoulder, assuring her with a smile that there were no strangers in her house. He showed her the painting closer, telling her to take a closer look at it to see the black silhouette. He asked if the silhouette looked like the same figure. When she looked closely, the silhouette was indeed similar, but she still didn't understand what was going on. Xiaochen claimed that the figure did not exist, and it was an illusion created by this painting. She still didn't understand how this could be, since this painting, Watching the Sun, was painted by Wang Mengliang himself at the peak of his career. Then where did this sadness come from? In the picture, it was never clear whether a person was looking at the sunset or at the sunrise. In the end, no one really understood it. Even though he was in his prime, it wasn't his best job. In the same year, by special order of the emperor, he created another painting, Drunken Concubine, which brought him popularity, but also ruined him. After that, he drew Watching the Sun, which was simple, but fully gave you a sense of foreboding of your own death. It breathed sadness, and the author was executed by order of the emperor. The girl did not understand how he knew all this, but the picture itself told him about it, and he was ready to prove it. Suddenly, the scene was engulfed in darkness. A monster crawled out of the painting, trying to attack the girl. She screamed out of fear. Xiaochen asked her not to panic, not letting him get out of the painting while the girl was lying on the floor in shock. It bound the silhouette like ropes, showing the sadness that had been building up for almost 1,000 years. This could be considered the author's projection. While he was holding the monster down, he needed a pen with a piece of paper, and the girl ran to look for it. He began to write in ink on the paper. Xiaochen finished writing and made a charm. Ronghua was no longer sure of his methods, but if she didn't check it out, she wouldn't know. She shivered as she faced her fear, holding the charm in front of her, telling him not to approach. The monster screamed wildly, which scared the girl doubly. The paper glowed brightly. A bright beam of light illuminated the scene, blotting out the sadness, blotting out the darkness. The picture became normal and it was all over. Once the situation was resolved, Xiaochen suggested that we talk. He remembered her saying that she had some useful information and asked her to tell him. There was an incident about 10 years ago, and many people know about it. At that time, Master Su Qingming lived in Tianshui City. He was quite popular, being the #1 master. But once, even he lost to a little-known warrior. And since then, he has challenged all the masters along the way, defeating and killing them on the spot. This made all the practicing masters very angry, and they decided to attack him all at once. At the end of the battle, Su Qingming was badly injured and was driven out of the city. One group of masters made sure that he could not return. The 3 who were imprisoned were all students of Su Qingming that he had taken in after his exile. But there were 4 of them in total, and now they will definitely not give up. A magic circle has been created around the city for the obstacle, but it will soon be gone, and he will definitely come back for revenge. The police should have prepared for this in advance because they knew that the enemy was getting stronger. Xiaochen pondered his next steps. The girl assumed that the police would set up a trap for him to catch him off guard. But Xiaochen didn't share such methods. After all, he was willing to openly oppose it. A few days later, the case moved to the competitive arena. The 3 of them sat with a light rope tied around them. There was a pentagram underneath them, as they sat on a stage right in the middle of the city park where people were discussing them. The news had already spread that Su Qingming was preparing to return after becoming much stronger, so the residents were asked to be on their guard. And everyone knew that there were his students sitting on the stage, who were used as bait. The policewoman wasn't sure if that would be enough, but Xiaochen told her not to worry. Su Qingming was quite short-tempered, so this would definitely make him lose his temper. It remains only to wait. A huge green pillar appeared in the square, which proved Su Qingming's impatience. It was Hubei, another of Su Qingming's students, who was looking for Xiaochen. While sipping his tea, Xiaochen responded with a smile. Hubei was disappointed that the 3 of them had only been defeated by one skinny kid, considering their training to be a waste of time. They were trying to say something. As he swung at Xiaochen, he was about to deal with him. Xiaochen continued to drink his tea, lazily stretching out his fist. Colliding with each other, Hubei flew away while Xiaochen didn't have any reaction. He flew a couple of meters away, falling to the ground with a crash as his friends watched in shock. But he didn't show any reaction, only praising the excellent tea. Hubei didn't expect him to be so strong. He slowly stood up and found no other way out but to use teacher's secret method. Hubei teleported behind Xiaochen, intending to deliver the most powerful blow. Xiaochen turned around. With a single punch to Hubei's stomach, he was blown away. He bled from the mouth when he didn't understand how he could lose. One punch knocked the guy into a tree. Xiaochen laughed that he almost broke all the trees in the park. A battered Hubei was laughing as he sat prostrate. The cop didn't understand his reaction. He admitted that Xiaochen was quite strong. But it turns out that Hubei used his teacher's curse on Xiaochen's arm. After activating Soul Devour, the flesh, skin, and bones will be eaten away within 3 hours, and all that remains is a pool of blood. Hubei stood up, waiting for a plea for mercy after such a reception. Xiaochen looked at the cursed hand that was being eaten away by the second. The girl began to worry. It was the same technique that he came up with when he was 5 years old to get rid of garbage. With a flick of his hand, he dispelled the curse. Hubei was shocked beyond belief that the soul-devouring aura had just disappeared. Xiaochen flexed his hands, remembering Hubei's words about begging for mercy. Out of fear, Hubei turned into a stone statue. He lashed out at the guy, beating him until he lost his pulse. At the end, a battered Hubei joined the collection on stage. Xiaochen calmly sat down again to finish his tea. He is waiting for the arrival of the main loot. Su Qingming, Lu Zhuo, and Si Qingming watched from the roof of the building. The guy understood that everything was going overboard, and it was time to intervene. In Shi Qingming's hands was a great master from the Chen family. It was rumored that he was involved in a conspiracy against Shi Qingming. Seeing that Xiaochen was able to remove the curse, he shouldn't be underestimated. He turned to Li Zhuo, reminding him of his earlier request. Li Zhuo didn't dare contradict the head and demanded to bring the item. The butler held up a closed pitcher. Li Zhuo opened the jug, and Shi Qingming was satisfied with his work. Placing his hand over the bucket, red tentacles began to pour out. Through the other hand, they would enter the body of an unconscious Chen family master. Shi Qingming transferred his aura into his body while laughing viciously. He started powering the amulet to make a spell that no one had ever survived before. The paper was soaked with dark magic and negative energy. On the roof, there was a huge explosion of negativity that spread around. Xiaochen felt something strange and abruptly clutched his heart. He ordered the police officer not to approach him, trying to recover. The sky was instantly covered with dark clouds and lightning. The girl was beginning to worry about such a sharp change in the weather. Xiaochen guessed that it was due to a strong spell. He took off, ordering the police to evacuate people from the nearest area. The cursed amulet spread the spell while Shi Qingming felt his power over the world. He was as strong as ever and ready to take revenge. Shi Qingming was going to use Xiaochen's blood to remind the world of himself and announce his return. Xiaochen noticed something before he could react. He was struck by lightning right in front of the girl's eyes. Shi Qingming laughed viciously, exulting in his victory. But suddenly, a huge vortex formed and large, yellow lightning bolts flew. There was a hole in the sky that was pierced by spiritual power. There was a huge explosion in the square. This was not part of Shi Qingming's plan. From the gust of wind, the butler started to fly away and grabbed Li Zhuo's leg, begging him to save him. The spell was slowly starting to burn out, and he didn't understand how it was possible. Xiaochen was standing on one of the rooftops, grinning. He finally discovered his target. Shi Qingming couldn't believe that the spell didn't affect him in any way, so it also allowed him to calculate his location. Xiaochen was disappointed in his skills, since that was all he could do. The amulet finally burned down. Shi Qingming shouted furiously. At this moment, their roof was blown up by a huge explosion, which meant that the case was over. Shi Qingming fell off the building, and during the flight, he couldn't believe that he had lost so quickly. He remembered his past defeat to an ordinary boy, and he wasn't ready to give up. It landed in a huge chunk, leaving a trail on the asphalt. Shi Qingming was lying in a pile of rubble, unconscious. Li Zhuo and his butler stayed on the roof after seeing what happened to the leader. The butler didn't know what to do, and Li Zhuo didn't expect that this guy was so strong. Li Zhuo barely stood up with his legs shaking as the butler watched in fear, unwilling to move. He straightened his tie and ordered them to go to Fengxing, because he still had to tell the master about Xi Qing's death. Li Zhuo would never believe that Xiaochen could hold out against Jianlong as well. The news reports say that 4 criminals were caught after committing multiple murders, but Shi Qingming was killed on the spot. The citizen who helped apprehend these criminals will receive a reward of 2 million. Changdong's father slammed the table violently after hearing Xiaochen's praise on TV. He wondered why Li Jue hadn't fulfilled his promise yet. At this moment, he was distracted by the secretary reporting the Meng and Zhao family's movements to Li Zhuo. He left the city and went with his men to Fengxing. His father guessed that he might have gone to see Jianlong. It was Shi Qingming's teacher who had helped him escape as he killed the masters one by one. In that case, he was prepared to wait to see what would happen next. Xiao Chen's phone received curious messages about the presence of another practitioner behind Shi Qingming's back. And since he was dead, this master would not just let it go. Xiao Chen decided to ask Mr. Wang, who was sitting next to him, for this name. A few decades ago, his name was a household name, but when his best student left the city, he disappeared. He had his own thunder technique that kept the entire province at bay, and there were even rumors of his immortality. The car stopped. Xiao Chen and Mr. Wang got out of the car, continuing to discuss his future revenge. But abruptly, a car was moving towards them at high speeds. Mr. Wang wanted to turn around before he could react. Xiao Chen covered his master's body with his own. He blocked him off from the car that was driving non-stop. The car went around the bend while Mr. Wang was voicing his displeasure. It stopped, and Li Zhuo, who was opening the door for the old man, got out. The old man turned to Mr. Wang, not understanding their complaints, and gave them a creepy look in the eyes. Mr. Wang hid behind Xiao Chen, almost fainting at the sight of him, and Xiao Chen immediately felt a murderous aura. Xiao Chen headed forward, because the auction was about to start. People gathered in a huge hall. Mr. Wang smilingly wanted to fulfill his promise to buy Xiao Chen whatever he wanted. But he refused the offer because he was only interested in one thing. He needs a special elixir that is over 10,000 years old to take to the old man. The next auction item was the Millennium Elixir, and the starting price was 2 million. Mr. Wang immediately held up a sign announcing his bid of 3 million. The people around him noticed him, and as a sign of respect, they decided not to interfere and give in. But the creepy old man announced a bid of 6 million. Everyone in the audience was shocked by this. Mr. Wang looked in their direction in surprise. They began to compete, raising prices several times. People started whispering about the Zhao family that decided to oppose Mr. Wang, but the Wang family cooperated with the Meng family, which is the sworn enemy of the Zhao family. And now, there is a feud between them. For the sake of his honor, Mr. Wang continued to fight and raise the sign. But Xiao Chen stopped him. After all, this elixir is barely worth 10 million. The guy is confident that he will find a way to find it. The time to bid the lot is almost over. But Xiao Chen interrupted the timer. Mr. Wang didn't understand what he was going to do, even though he asked him not to bargain. Li Zhuo wanted to see how long he could resist. He decided to offer not a price, but in exchange for a wolf mercenary token. At these words, the people in the audience were shocked. The old man turned to Xiao Chen with interest. This was the token of the mercenary king. And even presidents can't always ask for his help. The host asked for his special token. Xiao Chen reached into his inner pocket, ready to show it. The assistant carried the token on a tray for the host to check its authenticity. She picked it up, examining it carefully. I was happy to announce that it wasn't a fake. Time to announce its value at the rate of their auction house. The price was 10 billion. Such a sum almost made people's jaws drop. Both Mr. Wang and Li Zhuo did not expect such a cost. She started banging the gavel, announcing a bid of 10 billion. Li Zhuo started to get nervous as he tried to explain to the master that 10 billion wasn't a small amount. The hammer finally struck, and the elixir was sold to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen thanked everyone for the auction. The old man's claws dug into the chair in anger. The next item was a pill, which can make building a foundation much easier, and this instance was rated very highly. The starting price was 30 million. The old man immediately held up the sign, raising the price by half. Li Zhuo stood up from his seat, apologizing to the people because his master really needed this pill. Angrily, he asked her not to be upset when they took her away. People took a closer look at them after seeing Master Jinlong and the old man, so people decided not to bid. The timer was running and the bid was almost over when the host asked if anyone wanted to raise it. Everyone was hesitant as Li Zhuo gloated. Jinlong chuckled, knowing that no one was going to compete with him. Xiao Chen wondered what the pill looked like, but there was a feeling that it was fake. But compared to the original, the color and aroma were very weak. The fact is that it was made too long ago. Xiao Chen asked Mr. Wang if he was afraid of Master Jinlong. Mr. Wang was starting to feel nervous, but he knew that he shouldn't be afraid, since there was a person who was personally familiar with the mercenary king sitting next to him. Xiao Chen took the tablet away from Mr. Wang. He confidently stood up and announced a bid of 100 million. Jinlong was shouting over the guy, trying to beat off the pill again, and Li Zhuo offered to pay for it. Xiao Chen had no intention of backing down, only raising the stakes, which surprised Mr. Wang. Jinlong announced the price even higher. Li Zhuo was starting to get nervous about not being able to handle such a large amount. After all, it was almost all of his savings. Xiao Chen sat down, sighing that the bet was too expensive and decided not to take it. This greatly surprised Li Zhuo. Xiao Chen guessed that the guy didn't have any more money and was satisfied. He began to reassure Mr. Wang that he had turned gray for the second time because of such bets. Li Zhuo couldn't believe it. Xiao Chen didn't find anything interesting and was about to leave the auction. And Mr. Wang was going to call a driver for him. People watched him go. realizing that he had done this on purpose to humiliate the Zhao family. Li Zhuo once again lost to Xiao Chen, which made him grit his teeth. Jianlong looked at the guy accusingly, realizing that he didn't have enough money. But Li Zhuo promised to make sure to pay for everything, awkwardly reminding the old man of his promise. Jianlong assured him that Xiao Chen would have time to regret being born again. Moreover, there is still the Ming family, and one of them is about to have a birthday, and he was ready to turn this day into a feast of death. He was going to continue buying things at the auction, and ordered his assassins to follow Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen walked along the side of the house at the intersection, enjoying Li Zhuo's anger. But suddenly, he turned to the guys watching him. They came down, marveling at his abilities, but he had offended someone he shouldn't have. The assassins ran to his back, intending to deal with him. At this moment, Li Zhuo was leaning against the car, smoking while Jianlong was already sitting in the car. He was finishing his 10th cigarette, waiting for his bodyguards, who hadn't returned in the evening. But Jianlong was sure that more experienced mercenaries couldn't be found. The life of each of them is worth at least 5 billion. The other mercenaries searched for them for 5 days without coming across a single trace. Only the mercenary king can defeat them. So Xiao Chen is finished. Jianlong reassured Li Zhuo because tomorrow, Xiao Chen's body would be found in the ditch, which he really hoped for. Suddenly, the building's big screen displayed breaking news. It showed an image of 2 criminals who were caught thanks to active citizens. And with the status of an honorary citizen, a satisfied Xiao Chen appeared, who was trying to hide his face. Jianlong went into a terrible shock, angry at the guy for touching his people. The old man announced that anyone who worked with the Meng family would become his enemy. Li Zhuo smiled contentedly, intending to do everything for the old man. He threw out his cigarette, explaining his plan that Xiao Chen wouldn't run away from it's Meng Hao's birthday in 2 days, and Li Zhuo was going to find reporters to embarrass the family once and for all. And when the right time comes, he's going to tell them that it was all because of Xiao Chen. And then the family will get rid of him and be left in disgrace. Jianlong was satisfied with the future plan, hoping for success. It's night outside, and the case moves to the Meng estate. He walked into the building, happy with his purchase in hand, wanting to try it out. But when he looked at the family, they were all in mourning. Xiao Chen didn't understand what was going on. Mei Qi immediately yelled at him, thinking it was his fault that their family was the target of public criticism. Mr. Ming immediately defended Xiao Chen, not understanding what Mei Qi was talking about, since the guy had already done so much for their family. Mei Qi was furious that her husband would raise his voice against her and defend this impudent man. Shinner interrupted their quarrel, ordering them to stop swearing. They both pouted like children. The girl was upset that tomorrow was her grandfather's birthday, and everyone turned against them. Everyone to whom they sent invitations was refused. The girl was sad and walked over to Xiao Chen. Mei Qi was shocked that people used to line up to get it. Shinner reported in disappointment that they hadn't told Grandpa about it yet, worrying about his condition. Xiao Chen smiled brightly, reassuring the family because Grandpa Ming had done so much good for the people, and everything would be fine tomorrow. He was about to leave, telling everyone to go get some rest. Mei Qi furiously shouted after him that he wasn't the Meng family, so he didn't give a damn about this situation, wishing that Grandpa was partial to him. Her father ordered her to be quiet. They started arguing and Mei Qi attacked him with a pillow, while Xin Er just decided to leave the room. The next day, Grandpa would put on a suit and look in the mirror, feeling young again. He was glad that today would be a long-awaited meeting, and he could have a good drink. Grandpa was ready and opened the door, leaving the room. Mr. Meng greeted his father, saying that he was going to stay with a friend for a while, and that he was an antiques dealer. It upset the old man that his son fell out of love with his father, leaving on his birthday. He sat down on the sofa, and at that moment, Mei Qi appeared, about to go somewhere. The woman nervously ran away, not wanting to answer questions for a long time. Xiao Chen came out, greeting his grandfather. He was glad to see him, but he also quickly left, going to deal with his wife's documents. Grandpa sat in the living room in complete silence. He was completely alone, and it was on his birthday that everyone was busy. My phone rang in my pocket. It was Zhao that wanted to come but decided to just call. He was informed that he was not coming to the reception for one reason and decided to ask who the old man could cross the road to make everyone turn away from the Meng family. Grandpa Meng couldn't believe his ears. He ended the call, not wondering why everyone was acting like this today. He sighed sadly that his family didn't think he was smart enough to tell them the news. It's already evening. Shinner walked around the office feeling frustrated because she had been calling Grandpa's friends all day, and none of them agreed to come. She didn't know what to do. Han Yun ran over to her, looking pleased with the gift in her hands. She handed the box over, not forgetting about her grandfather's birthday as she prepared a few gifts. Han Yun awkwardly said that she wanted to buy something more expensive, but she had been running too fast and completely forgot, considering that the celebration of the 60th anniversary should be grand. She thought that there would be a lot of people and decided to send the gift through Shinner, because she is embarrassed for such simplicity. But the girl was going to tell her the sad truth. At this moment, they were interrupted by Xiao Chen, who thanked the receptionist for her concern, inviting her to the banquet today. He handed her the invitation, explaining that he had forgotten to give it to her earlier, and she was happy to come there after work. Shinner didn't understand why he kept doing this. Xiao Chen took his wife's hand and pulled her outside, because the driver was waiting for them outside. She couldn't understand where he'd gotten the invitation, even though there wasn't going to be a party. Xiao Chen just grinned. Today is such a big day. The girl's eyes filled with tears, knowing that there would be no celebration. He put his hand on her cheek, telling her not to worry. Someone had to come. The guy smiled broadly, just asked her to trust him. Shinner calmed down a bit, trying to understand what he was up to. The case goes to the Jinbi Hotel. They went inside and were immediately met by reporters with cameras. The reporters turned on Xiao Chen, eager to hear what he had to say about the lack of reception today and the people's sharp disfavor for the Ming family. But he smiled and invited them all to this hotel, because the reception will take place. All of them were chased away by the guards. Shinner was surprised that Xiao Chen had decided to book this hotel for a reception. After entering the hall, there was a huge banquet set up with a large number of tables. Shinner tried to explain to him that no one was coming. She started to get hysterical, because she tried to save the situation by all means, but everyone refused. Mr. Jiang appeared at the door with a bottle of wine, thinking that he had made a little mistake with the timing. But Xiao Chen talked him out of it, because he came just in time. Shinner didn't expect to see him. He didn't know which gift to choose, but he had heard that Mr. Meng liked to drink and chose wine that was aged for 100 years. Shinner recognized the man who had helped them last time, not expecting them to be so close. She was surprised that Xiao Chen was able to arrange such a thing on his own, but she was afraid that no one else would show up besides Mr. Jiang. Mr. Wang and his son burst into the hall and vividly announced their congratulations to Mr. Meng, wishing him all the best. Shinner was pleasantly surprised by the other guests. He apologized that they were a little late due to traffic, but the banquet hadn't started yet. The Wang family opened the suitcase with the modest gift that nearly blinded Shinner. More cars began to arrive at the hotel, and gifts became more and more expensive. Shinner turned around again. Kwa Qi and his family appeared at the banquet. Xiao Chen received him with great respect, even though they were also honored to be invited to the banquet. She couldn't believe that such important people would show up for the banquet even after what had happened. Manru told Xiao Chen that she had brought some friends with her, but the guy didn't mind at all. The Meng family entered the hall looking around. Grandpa didn't expect this, thinking that they would just have dinner with the family. All the people united in congratulating the president on his birthday. He immediately approached Xiao Chen, knowing that it was a credit to him, even though everyone had come here out of respect for Mr. Meng. In the background, Mei Qi was extremely displeased that the brat was trying to suck up to her again. The same Mr. Jiang appeared in the doorway, even though he said he wasn't coming. The master realized that he didn't want to leave his friend alone on such a day, but he didn't expect to see so many people. Everyone greeted Mr. Zhang. With every passing second, more famous guests were coming. Grandpa greeted everyone, accepting congratulations. Reporters eagerly photographed everything that was happening. The news broke about Mr. Ming's reception, which was attended by many famous guests. Li Duo was absolutely furious that his plan had failed again. He immediately issued an order to send a coffin to the hotel to congratulate the birthday boy. But a nervous secretary came into the office, doubting that anyone would dare go there. Jianlong appeared behind her, ready to personally appear there. He didn't have enough time with Xiao Chen last time, but now he wants to turn the birthday party into a wake. The guests sat down at the tables, watching the host who gave the words to the hero of the occasion. Grandpa took the microphone, enjoying all the guests. Xiao Chen heard strange noises from the guards. People entered the hall, carrying a coffin on their shoulders. Jianlong announced himself, wishing to congratulate the chairman. People turned around when they saw the master, realizing that this was too much. The men set the coffin on the floor, but they noticed a pentagram appear below them. It was an enraged Xiao Chen, ready to attack their appearance without an invitation. All the guys were lifted into the air along with the coffin, and all at once they were thrown away by a huge shockwave. People couldn't understand what had taken the men outside, but they didn't care. Jianlong was still interfering with the banquet, and Xiao Chen gave him 3 seconds to leave. A huge panther appeared behind the old man, ready to fight. But the timer went out, and Xiao Chen summoned his dragon. The battle was beginning, and the dragon was about to attack. The panther was ready to pounce too. The dragon opened its mouth, radiating energy. From the strong shockwave, the old man was thrown back. He stood up, not understanding how the dragon didn't suffer a bit from his attack. The old man knew that one spirit form could only be defeated by a stronger one. But the guy's level was much lower. Kwa Qi and her granddaughter discussed their fight, not knowing if Master Xiao could win, even though Jianlong was on a completely different level. But it seemed to him that it was Xiao who would win. The spirit forms once again entered the battle. With one paw, the dragon crushed the panther into the ground. But the dragon was thrown back by the shield created by the old man. Jianlong sensed a rare spiritual energy in Xiaocheng that was very difficult to cultivate. This kind of energy makes him hundreds of times stronger than an ordinary person. Decades ago, the master who was considered the best in the country had the same power. He had heard that his disciple had come down from the mountain to practice, and he understood, if he really is the right disciple, then you can't just stand there and watch. The dragon struck the old man with its paw and he flew away. Blood spurted from his mouth. People saw that the old man had decided to give up. Jianlong's assistants ran towards him as he fell to the floor. The guys started cheering on their master, which made Jianlong very angry. He pushed them back with his hand. The guests didn't understand the reason for their battle or what was going on. Xiaochen started to approach the old man. He bowed down before him, not daring to go against him, knowing who his master was, and asked for mercy. Xiaochen asked again whose disciple he was. He didn't understand why the old man was paying attention. Xiaochen wondered what was special about his master, and if he didn't know enough to be so respected. But I decided to take advantage of the situation and ordered the old man to get out of here. Jianlong immediately started to leave. Xiaochen decided to stop him. He wasn't going to let him go just like that, after ruining his grandfather's birthday and ordering him to literally roll out of here. Jianlong accepted the order and started to leave, doing somersaults on the floor, and I remembered his assistants, also ordering them to leave. They all began to go tumbling away until they were completely gone. He turned around with a bright smile, hoping it didn't spoil the holiday experience. People started laughing awkwardly, trying to move away from what had happened. Shinner had a great idea and sat down at the piano. She began to play softly. The music filled the entire hall, which calmed all the guests. Xiaochen suddenly felt a special energy from the composition. He assumed that music was Shinner's way of cultivating. The girl finished playing. She stood up from her seat, looking out into the hall, not understanding why everyone was silent. She was worried that she had played badly. Xiaochen started clapping furiously, motivating the crowd. Shinner was surprised by his support. Everyone started clapping for the girl, sharing their impressions. She bowed and thanked the people for their words. She hadn't had the chance to thank Xiaochen for such a wonderful evening yet, and she was going to make sure to do so. Just one tune made all the people's feelings open up, and they experienced a lot of emotions. Her musical skills were excellent, and Xiaochen decided to help her open up in this matter. The banquet was coming to an end and people were slowly leaving, and the Ming family was no exception. The head of the family had too much alcohol, praising his son-in-law. He urged her to value him more, not to give him away to anyone. Mei Ti calmed him down with a kick to the spine to stop him from talking drunken nonsense. Xiaochen was trying to help his father. He took him on his shoulders to take him home, and Xin offered to take her car. They went together. Xin didn't understand what Xiaochen had given her father, that he had been praising him all evening at the table. But Xiaochen wouldn't put anything in it, and decided that it was just so good. She handed him a salary card with a small bonus, remembering that he had been with them for more than a month. She's been very busy lately, so she told me to buy something on my own. Picking up the map, he wondered what she was so busy with. She sadly reminded me about the loss of all the old employees, but thanks to that new formula, things started to pick up again. But after that, competitors launched a new skincare product, and thanks to good marketing, they took a large part of the market, and so Meng's company began to face criticism. To get back to the previous level, you need a fresh idea. Xin'er wanted to attract a good pharmacist to join them. She asked her people to contact Lu Zhuofei, a pharmacology professor who had recently retired. If he cooperates, the situation will get better. Xiaochen now believed that she was really busy, but he wasn't idle either. He had heard that Zhuofei wasn't very cooperative and it wouldn't be easy to hire him. He tossed the girl a small jar. If he can't be around her, then let her keep this thing with her, and then she'll protect her. She opened the cone, smelling a pleasant smell that she would like to use to develop a perfume. Xiaochen did not stop it and left the idea to her. And if it ends, he is ready to give more. She thanked him. Finally, they arrived at the Ming Manor, and Xiaochen carefully led his father-in-law out of the car. He carried the man as he said goodbye to Xin'er. She smiled brightly, thanking him sincerely for tonight. Each time she realizes how much of a good person he is, Xiaochen turned to her, not expecting this. She lifted the cone to her lips, listening to the pleasant aroma again. Before she left, she decided to admit that something might have worked out for them. The car immediately drove away, leaving Xiaochen with a flushed face and awkward thoughts. Xin'er headed to the office. She was genuinely happy as she held the cone in her hands. The next day, there were a lot of samples and documents on the table. Zhuofei was sitting in the study, quietly sipping his tea. Xin'er tried to persuade him to cooperate. She ensured that their formula was completely unique and would definitely succeed, and was even willing to bring samples for a quality test. Xin'er recalled Xiaochen's words about the uniqueness of the formula, so she was confident and asked her master to think again. Zhuo Fei admitted that the formula did arouse his interest, but it was a secret one. But they were going to reveal it to him, which was ridiculous. Shinner pondered over his words, not knowing what to say. Then, she decided not to insist and got up from the table. Suddenly, Zhuo Fei smelled a strange fragrance. He began to listen, feeling the familiar notes. Shinner was about to leave when Zhuo Fei stopped her. He smelled an interesting fragrance and asked what it was. Shinner could guess what he was talking about. She handed him the cone that gave off the fragrance. Zhuo Fei started to inhale the smell. It was so delicious that he couldn't even believe it. It was as if someone had mixed all the healing elixirs and placed them in one bottle of miraculous medicine. She thought he might be exaggerating, but if so, this might be her chance. Shinner offered to use this item for cooperation since he liked it so much, and Zhuo Fei's eyes lit up at the words, if he wants to, after signing the contract, she can get him something similar. She admitted that it was a gift from her husband, who also owns the secret formula. She promised that she would give him everything he needed in the union, and Zhuo Fei immediately shook her hand. He was willing to work solely for the sake of this bottle. Shinner was driving through the city. She thought that she should thank Xiao Chen again for the smooth deal. Shinner didn't know what to do if he refused to make a new formula, but she decided to bear with the experience, because right now, she only cares about the current batch of their products. She began to worry that their new expert would be taken away by competitors again, and this could be a terrible blow for the company. Meanwhile, Li Zhuo was nervously talking to Jianlong on the phone, reminding him of his promise to get rid of Xiao Chen by any means necessary, as long as the company did everything he asked for. Li Zhuo couldn't believe that Master was going to back out. Jianlong was going to return the money to him and give him friendly advice that Xiao Chen would be too tough for him, and he offered not to waste his energy in vain, from which he would only suffer. Li Zhuo began to worry, but the call was already dropped. He started screaming in panic, since even Master Jianlong couldn't do anything. If they find out about his failure, he's finished. His life will be in real danger if he doesn't do something about it. Li Zhuo left the company, getting into the car. He made the decision to run far away abroad to avoid the consequences. His car went over the bridge. Driving through it, a guy was sitting over the car watching him. His spirit form was a huge blue skeleton. Li Zhuo rode calmly with the driver. But abruptly, the same boy jumped on the car, from which the driver arrived in shock and pressed on the brakes. Li Zhuo's forehead hit the front seat from the sudden stop of the car. He started yelling at the driver for such antics, but the driver reported a guy in the car. Li Zhuo couldn't believe that someone was standing on top of his car, and since that was the case, he must have jumped off the high overpass. He got out of the car, intending to deal with the boy, not understanding what was wrong with his luck. But suddenly, he recognized it. A huge skeleton crawled out from behind the guy, which startled Li Zhuo. It was Meng Fei, its head, who received the news of its failure. The skeleton was circling around Li Zhuo, who had already dropped to his knees in front of the master, trying to explain his failure. He claimed that he almost got rid of the Meng family if Xiao Chen hadn't intervened. The skeleton, meanwhile, was burning a hole in the roof of the car with its bony hand. With a single tap, he pinned down the car with the driver inside. Li Zhuo was speechless. Meng Fei clarified that the money alone wouldn't be enough to get rid of the Meng family. The boy agreed with every word he said, worshipping him enthusiastically, banging his head on the asphalt. The boy jumped off the car, landing on the ground. He gave him one last chance to get rid of Meng Hao, because this family doesn't deserve to live in his opinion. Meng Fei started to walk away, reminding him of the punishment of death if he failed again. Sweat rolled off Li Zhuo in huge drops as he was terrified. He was left alone with the crumpled car, lying on the road. Li Zhuo clenched his fist with all his anger, intending to deal with the Meng family completely. An unknown car arrived in the city, a girl who covered her face completely, and her driver got out of it. She doubted that the same miracle doctor lived in such a place. She didn't want to waste her one rare day off on such nonsense. But the assistant was serious and took the lady's hand, urging her to come in. Inside, Xiao Chen was talking to Dr. Li about medicinal ingredients, thanking him for his generosity. The doctor didn't see anything wrong with it because he needed Xiao Chen's help. He thought the doctor was too generous, even if Li didn't think so himself. Moreover, if Dr. Xiao made this place famous, his earnings would greatly increase. The girls came into the shop, and Dr. Li immediately asked what they wanted. It was strange for him to see a girl completely covered up in such heat that she looked like a burglar. The assistant immediately told them about their search for the doctor, but the lady immediately tried to interrupt her, as if she did not need him. The assistant smelled a strange smell. The smell was strange but not pleasant. The girl immediately tried to leave, deciding that it was time for them to return. But Xiao Chen stopped her by blocking the exit. She didn't understand why he was doing this. Xiao Chen calmly asked her to take off her clothes. The girl did not understand his words and blushed deeply, embarrassed. She insisted that she was perfectly healthy as it was. He grabbed her wrist sharply. Xiao Chen lifted her hand forcefully, intending to do something. Abruptly, he placed 2 fingers on her bicep. She immediately slapped his hand away, not understanding what he was doing. The assistant came to the lady's aid, protecting her. He dusted off his palms, saying that the smell should be less pronounced now and suggested that he check it out for himself. He asked Dr. Lee to bring medicine. The assistant moved closer to her mistress, sensing that the smell had indeed become much fainter. He handed them the medicine, asking them to drink it to stop using perfume. She wondered how he had identified her illness without words. This illness had been bothering her for years. She was even willing to have surgery to get rid of the problem, but it didn't help. After that, there was a relapse, which made everything even worse than it was. She had to completely abandon all contact with people, locking herself at home. Before that, she turned to the best expert in ancient Chinese medicine, and he decided not to rush into treatment. She tried various methods that didn't yield any results. After spending a lot of money in different hospitals, nothing helped. She was ready to give up and accept, but the assistant tried to help, offering to try again. To go outside, she just had to drown in perfume. Xiaochen smiled and held out a bowl of medicine, offering not to pay if it didn't help. She picked it up, determined to trust him just once. The girl gulped down the medicine from the bowl. Dr. Lee was surprised by her desire to be cured. After a few seconds, a delicious aroma spread through the room. The room was beginning to smell like plum blossoms, and it was true. The drug had affected the girl's sweat glands, and she couldn't believe it. Unbuttoning her jacket to check, she abruptly ran to the exit to exercise and sweat to test the effect. As she ran out into the street, she met the ants dancing. The girl took it as an effective option for sweating. And even if the medicine doesn't work, they still won't tell anyone about her shame. She joined their ranks, starting to dance. The ants looked suspiciously at the strange girl in the mask and cap. The girl danced from the bottom of her heart, because she could not afford it for a long time. Even the ants could smell the plum blossom, thinking it was a perfume. From happiness, the girl was going to take off all the extra clothes. In one fell swoop, all the extra accessories flew off and her face was revealed. She was incredibly happy, realizing that the smell was completely gone. The girl came running back, thanking the doctor for such miracles. She abruptly hugged Xiaochen out of pleasant excitement, but he didn't understand why. Xiaochen stopped her from rejoicing, because she still needed to undergo a course of treatment to overcome the disease to the end. She took out a bank card from her bag and was willing to pay 50 million if they could cure her. The girl handed over 15 million as an advance payment. Xiaochen was surprised at how easy it was to earn money. He assured her that he could definitely cure her. But the decoction alone wouldn't be enough, so he needed to take a course of acupuncture. She would be completely cured in 3 times, and he offered to exchange contacts. The girl agreed to everything. She happily prepared to leave, promising to be sure to come back. But then she confessed her special profession and asked not to tell anyone about today. They assured that they would not tell anyone if they found out the girl's name. In the contacts, she was signed as Kun Rui. Dr. Lee was sure that his granddaughter had mentioned the name once. I think she was an actress. His granddaughter's entire room was plastered with her posters, so it wasn't surprising that she asked to keep it a secret. Xiaochen now understood why she was so generous. The case goes to the pavilion for shooting ads. The director explained to the actress what would happen without shutting up. The girl was tired of his words and her patience ran out. She pushed the man away, preparing to leave for a break. Everyone started yelling at her because they hadn't finished filming yet, but she didn't care. The staff was terribly angry at her temper. Shinner arrived for the shoot, but she didn't understand why actress Wang Qian left. But they couldn't do anything about it. As this was the 3rd time such an outburst had occurred, they were already behind schedule. And if this continued, they would have to cancel. One of them began to scribble an aggressive post, revealing the true face of the actress on the internet. He decided to offer to change the actress, but they didn't have time for this because now there are too many projects and there is no one else. Shinner asked them to try again. Wang Qian was watching around the corner, not doubting that there was no substitute for her. Shinner begged the film crew to try again, and they decided to agree. Xiaochen appeared in the room. Everyone was very sad and he didn't understand what had happened. Shinner spoke about the problem in the aspiring actress. Xiaochen remembered that he had just taken the number of an actress who came to them for treatment and offered to contact her. He showed her her phone number and she saw Kun Rui's name. She took the phone out of his hand, remembering who she was. Shinner immediately called, ready to be disappointed because it can't be the same actress Kun Rui. Where would Xiaochen have such connections? But it was really her who answered the phone. She sparkled with happiness and Kong Rui only asked for $1 million for the shoot. Kong Rui was willing to come even now, and Shinner happily followed her. The film crew didn't understand why she was happy about some aspiring actress, but they ran after her. However, she took Xiaochen's phone with her. The car stopped in front of the Ming family building. The door opened and a high-heeled foot stomped to the ground. It was Kun Rui in a beautiful dress. She saw the building of the Dream Group company. Shinner, along with her people, met the actress at the entrance. The team was shocked that it was the same Kong Rui. Xiaochen didn't know that they were acquainted. The girls started chatting amongst themselves until the men couldn't believe their eyes. Kun Rui winked at them. Their hearts began to beat twice as fast. But what Xiaochen didn't know was that she wasn't just an aspiring actress, and she didn't know what the joke was. It turns out that she has already won the Best Actress award 3 times. As her first film came out, no actress has been able to outshine her since. He couldn't believe that now he had a chance to work with her and wasn't ready to miss it. But he didn't know what to do with Wang Qian now. The man didn't even want to hear about that hysterical girl when they had Kong Rui now. Meanwhile, Wang Qian was sitting in the car, applying makeup to her lips. Her manager was wildly worried about her antics, which could ruin her reputation. She's already signed the contract, and no matter what the terms are, she can't miss it. Wang Qian understood that it was the wrong company, but she was sure that no one else would agree to play in their advertising. She was sure that soon they would come crawling to her on their knees, begging her to come back, and they would be ready to pay 3 times as much. The manager did get a call. While painting her lips, she specified that the payment would be increased at least 3 times. The manager was talking to them, feeling awkward, trying to justify the actress's behavior. While he was talking, the girl interrupted him, but then he heard something terrible. He gritted his teeth in anger. The manager threw the phone at the actress's head, because now they want to terminate the contract, and now they have no choice. Wang Qian didn't understand how they could cancel the contract. With her current status, it would be impossible to find a new project, so he wasn't going to help her anymore. She grabbed her phone. The girl furiously started writing an angry post to tarnish the reputation of Meng Company. But then she saw something shocking. On the screen, there was Kun Rui's post on the commercial shoot for Meng's company, which she hadn't expected at all. The manager pushed the actress away, taking the phone away after hearing about Kun Rui. Wang Bai now understood why they had terminated the contract with her. The manager finally decided not to waste any time on it. He's already tired of wiping her ass after every problem, and her contract with the company is already coming to an end, so he's leaving. Wang Xian tearfully tried to catch up with the man, but I hit my head on the closed car door. She was in complete shock and despair, not knowing what to do now. Kun Rui was already on the set of the commercial, holding a skincare product in her hands. The operator did not doubt her abilities, once again convinced of her improbability. The ad was removed. Shinner snuggled up to the actress, not knowing how to thank her, and offered her dinner. Xiaochen didn't understand when they had become so close. Kong Rui was interested in her words of gratitude and had one request to make, and she demanded that Dr. Xiao treat her. Shin didn't understand what he was talking about. He started telling her that she was a patient of his. Kun Rui grabbed his hand, offering him dinner afterward. She started to lead him away, and he said goodbye to his wife. Shin was left shocked that he left to have dinner with another girl right in front of her, deciding to tell Grandpa about it. Night had already fallen. They were sitting in the hotel while Xiaochen was doing spinal acupuncture. The process has already been completed, and the next session will need to be held in a month. She was already satisfied with the result and the complete absence of smell. Xiaochen couldn't stand the temptation anymore, so he decided to leave quickly. He thanked her for her help with the ad. Kong Rui didn't even have time to say goodbye before he closed the door. She was surprised that he left without even looking at her, even though she had heard about their sham marriage to Shinir. At the Meng family residence, Li Jui was standing behind a fence watching Xiaochen arrive. The manor doors opened. He carefully entered the house, careful not to wake anyone. But abruptly, the light in the living room turned on and Grandpa Meng was standing behind him. He was extremely angry with the scoundrel. Xiaochen felt uneasy and tried not to show it, not understanding why Grandpa was still awake. He ran at the guy wanting to beat him up with his stick because, according to Shin the scoundrel was walking with some celebrities in the middle of the night. Xiaochen called it just a misunderstanding. There was a soft chuckle somewhere. Xiaochen looked up. Shinner was watching from the balcony, and Xiaochen didn't understand her setup when she told her grandfather. The girl didn't answer, smiling slyly, but she didn't say anything like that, just about his dinner with a pretty celebrity, and maybe Grandpa got it all wrong. The grandfather kept hitting Xiaochen on the head for betraying his granddaughter. Li Chuo was looking at the manor through the windows through his rifle. He saw Shinner. Li Chuo cursed them for all their troubles. When Meng Fei left him on the road, he was thinking about how to quickly get rid of Xiaochen and the Meng family. But then, silhouettes appeared in front of him. They were old enemies who wanted to settle old scores. And now, without the protection of the Meng family, all the old enemies had started coming to pay for their grievances. It's all Xiaochen's fault. Xiaochen apologized to his grandfather and promised to return home by 10 o'clock at night. Li Juo aimed the scope at Shinner's head, wishing that Xiaochen would suffer like he once did. The bullet hit its target. Xiaochen heard a familiar sound, foreshadowing trouble. The bullet smashed through the window, flying right in front of the startled Shinner's face. Grandpa and Xiaochen heard Shinner's shout from above. He immediately flew to the balcony to check on her. Li Jua started aiming again, but Shinner didn't know what to do. Xiaochen ran to help his wife, wanting to protect her. Another shot was fired. Xiaochen extended his hand, activating his abilities. The bullet was blocked by a shield that appeared in front of her. It hit, crumpled a little. Shinner was in great shock as she watched the bullet fall to the floor. She couldn't believe that someone had just tried to kill her. He immediately asked if she was okay. She was fine, but she couldn't let the culprit get away. Xiaochen was furious that his wife had just been shot at in her own home. A dented bullet rose from the floor with the help of spiritual power. With full force, the bullet flew back at the sender. It hit Li Zhuo right in the heart. Xiaochen discovered the enemy by shouting. Through the window, he flew at the guy, intending to deal with him. Li Chuk saw Xiaochen running towards him and was very scared. He tried to escape, but his feet were bound with wind ropes. The guy fell to the ground, unable to take a step. All he could do was lie there and shake as he felt Xiaochen behind him. Xiaochen was ready to kill him. Bodyguards ran over while Grandpa Meng ordered them to detain him until the police arrived. The guards brought him to his knees, and he realized that once again he had lost. However, a smile appeared on his lips, but it was gone when a sneaker hit him in the face. It was Xiaochen, standing on his face with a menacing look. He glared at him, not sure why he was laughing. Li Jua forcefully tried to continue threatening Xiaochen, not wanting to obey him. But at this moment, Xiaochen saw a black liquid coming out of his mouth. This meant that he had decided to kill himself with poison, but Xiaochen wouldn't give him the opportunity. He touched his fingers to his neck, wanting to seal his acupoints. The guards began to lead the injured boy away, while Xiaochen advised him to take him to the hospital for gastric lavage. A worried Shinner came out. She didn't understand why he did this, but Xiaochen guessed that something might have happened. After all, he wouldn't just do something like that. The whole family stood in the dark street in complete silence. It felt like it wasn't over yet. Meng Fei was kneeling in front of his chief, who was interested in Li Zhuo. The guy had to report that he had failed again and was taken into custody. The chief was extremely angry with Li Zhuo because he was useless trash. Even though he promised to get rid of the Meng family, he remembered that Li Zhuo had poisoned the head of the family, and they had even arranged a funeral, not understanding why Meng Hao had survived. It was Meng Bao, the head of the Men family from Tianshui. Meng Fei has been trying to find out what happened there, and he thinks it's all about Xiaochen. The name interested the head. He reported that Xiaochen was not only an expert in medicine, but also experienced in martial arts, so Qing Ming's recent arrest must be related to him. Meng Bao was very interested that he was able to defeat Shi Qingming, but he doubted the truth of his words. Meng Fei couldn't guarantee the truth of his words after all. He found out about it by accident. The head smiled and ordered that someone be sent to test that guy's strength. He remembered that the grandson of the Huo family had recently returned to China, and that he was very strong, so it was worth hanging on to him. The case goes to the bar. At this time, the guy was sitting in the club among the girls drinking alcohol. His name was Ho Da. He was ready to drink more. The girl sitting on his lap asked modestly if he was pumping his muscles too much, but he only bragged about his biceps because, with the help of it, he can defeat any opponent. He was incredibly happy with his power. Xiaochen came to the office after hearing that Shinner was looking for him. Shinner was sitting at the table with papers in her hands, informing that the guy would need to hold a meeting on a project. She handed him a folder of documents, knowing that this man wasn't easy to deal with, so she asked him to handle it. Xiaochen took the folder in his hand, surprised at her infrequent request. It meant that there was something special about that guy. She was talking about a man named Zhou Kun who has a lot of influence in the city. He just has a terrible temper and constantly threatens everyone, not to mention his employees. Shinner was afraid to send Han Yun alone, because he might pester her. So she decided to ask Xiaochen to go with her. He was willing to help her. They went on a mission and the car pulled up to the bar while Xiaochen looked around. A girl ran out of the bar calling out to Han Yun. But she didn't expect to see a guy with her. The girl grabbed Han Yun's hand sharply, trying to lead her away, because if Mr. Zhou saw the guy here, he would be extremely angry. But Han Yun slapped the girl's hand away, and she didn't understand what difference Zhou Qiang would make if someone came with her. She was very angry at their behavior, but decided to take no responsibility for the consequences. Han Yun exasperatedly entered the bar, ending the argument. Xiaochen asked who this girl was. It was an acquaintance of Han Yun's friend who works as a kind of matchmaker. She sighed, admitting that she wouldn't even have greeted her on a normal day. The door to the room was opened by a girl with a nervous smile. There were 3 men and a girl sitting at the table, all of them drinking alcohol as they greeted the guests. Zhou Kun immediately noticed Han Yun and became interested with a smirk. The girl went into the room to introduce her guest. She moved closer to him, giving him unnecessary details about Han Yun's innocence. The man began to slyly examine the girl from head to toe, assessing her figure. Han Yun felt very uncomfortable in this room and under the gaze of a stranger. Xiaochen suddenly got out from behind her, offering to sit down to discuss cooperation. Jo-kun's face immediately darkened from the man's presence, and his assistant wanted to explain everything to him, and she immediately ran over to chase him out of the room. She pushed Xiaochen out of the room so that Han Yun would be left alone. The door was slammed shut, and the girl was left with them. Han Yun didn't have time to stop them, but Jo-kun immediately warned her that if she left the room, the cooperation would be cancelled immediately. The assistant started yelling at Xiaochen outside, telling him to mind his own business, because if they angered Mr. Zhou, they wouldn't be able to live in peace anymore. Xiaochen smiled at her words, wondering what he could do. But he didn't wait for an answer, pushing her away from the door to go back inside. Han Yun sat modestly by Jo-kun's side, inquiring about the details of her life until she couldn't relax. She was very tense in his surroundings. The man pulled his dirty hands to his hip while Han Yun was feeling uncomfortable. The door was pushed open by Xiaochen. Jo-kun couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't understand how he dared to return to the room after his order, but Xiaochen was only following his wife's request. With a smile, he sat down on one of the chairs, intending to discuss cooperation. Jo-kun thought about the words about his wife, thinking that he was referring to Miss Liu, but the assistant immediately ran over so that there would be no misunderstandings between them, specifying that his wife is Mrs. Meng, and he even works in her company. The man immediately smiled maliciously at her words, thinking that Xiaochen got his position through the bed. Everyone at the table started laughing and gossiping about him. Knowing that even Miss Meng couldn't go against Mr. Zhou, he decided to offer Xiaochen a job as an assistant in his company to do small errands, and set the salary at 15,000 a month. His friends scoffed at Jo-kun's jokes, laughing at the high salary. The assistant giggled too, as she advised him to accept the position. Han Yun was angry at them for making such jokes, but Xiaochen calmed her down without reacting to her words. Xiaochen chuckled, thinking the salary was too low. Everyone continued to laugh at his answer, not doubting that he was getting a lot of money for working as a personal assistant for Mrs. Meng. Zhu Gun decided to check his annual salary while Xiaochen calmly poured himself a glass of wine. He modestly replied that only a couple of million comes out a year. No one believed him, scoffing at his words. The girl got up from the table, coming closer to the guy, continuing to throw jokes. She offered to toast Xiaochen's excellent sense of humor. Jo-kun drank, saying that he would be disappointed if Han Yun met this chatterbox. The girl was very angry. But at this moment, Xiaochen received a notification on his phone that the savings account was closed and that the last payment was 40 million yuan, and the current balance was 73 million. The people at the table dropped their jaws when they heard such sums. But at first they didn't believe it. He was distracted because he needed to talk on the phone. The voice on the phone told about the transfer of the payment balance to the card and clarified whether the money was received. It was Kong Rui, and he inquired about her health. She was incredibly happy and everything was fine. Han Yun recognized the girl's voice as Jo-kun listened to their conversation. As he continued to drink, he didn't know if this Kun Rui was the same person and if he was lying about his earnings. Friends began to fiercely stand up for their Master Zhou, assuring that he was still cooler and earns more. Han Yun abruptly jumped out of her chair, slamming her palm on the table. She couldn't believe that they were looking down on the people in their company, so she was ready to end the conversation about cooperation. The girl grabbed Xiaochen's arm. They got up and started to leave in a hurry. Jo-kun was incredibly angry at her behavior. Before leaving, his assistant appeared, who tried to make up for her master's behavior, throwing it off as an ordinary joke. Ju immediately started playing along with her, because Han Yun just doesn't understand jokes. Since they didn't want to discuss cooperation, Jo-kun suggested a drinking competition. On the phone, he ordered a couple of people to be sent here. Suddenly, there was a loud rumble of footsteps. A lot of guys in suits rushed into the room and bowed down to Mr. Zhou. He offered a deal. If they would drink too much of him and his employees, then he would consider cooperation. The assistant knew that these guys are real professionals in drinking and can drink boxes. Han Yun looked around, nervous and unsure of what to do. Xiaochen agreed without hesitation. Jo-kun suggested that you go to the bathroom before the competition, because later this opportunity will not be available. They headed out with Han Yun, as she tried to convey her inability to get out. 5 minutes later, they were sitting at a table facing each other as the staff watched intently. He began to talk about alcohol that he had brought from abroad, offering to mix it with the local in one cup. Jo-kun expected to see fear and regret in his eyes, but Xiaochen gulped down a bottle of imported alcohol. The guy was shocked. He admitted that Xiaochen was really good, and maybe he had underestimated him. But he wasn't worried, because there was also a girl who was about to fall off her feet from such a strong alcohol. Han Yun also drank everything without any problems, even asking for more. Half of Mr. Zhou's employees were already sprawled on the floor from intoxication, not understanding how they managed it. Chugun no longer believed their words that they couldn't drink. They didn't listen to him, clinking glasses and offering to mix it with some drink. Mr. Zhou violently slammed his fist down on the table for the other employees to continue the competition. but the other half was already lying down too, unable to even get up. While Han Yun and Xiaoqun tried different combinations, they were satisfied with the taste. Zhou Kun continued to replace the employees one by one, but they were all collapsing from intoxication. They were already all drunk, and Zhou Kun was trying to pick them up. The assistant looked at Han Yun, not understanding how she managed to drink so much. It turned out that when they went to the washroom, Zhou Kun gave her pills that blocked the effects of alcohol, and she was very grateful for it. But Xiaoqun couldn't help it because his wife had asked him to take care of Han Yun. He reached out to Mr. Zhou to finally discuss cooperation. The guys were very angry. They were sure that this couple cheated. Xiaoqun stood up from his chair, knowing that the matter would end in a fight. But the moment was interrupted by a battered girl rushing into the room. Before she could say anything, she hit her head on the floor, making a fuss. The assistant quickly ran over to help her up. She excitedly asked what had happened to her. A huge man appeared in the doorway and explained the situation for her. A girl in a drunken state came to them and broke their phones, spilling juice on him, saying that Mr. Zhou was protecting her, and if he touched her, he would get twice as much. And he sternly decided to clarify which of them was Zhou Kun. The guy confidently approached the man, intending to solve the problem with his status. But before he could finish, he was slapped in the face. From the impact, he fell to the ground, not understanding what had happened. There was a dent in his face as he recalled his role as the company's CEO. The man didn't even listen as he delivered another punch to the other side of his face. Han Yun and Xiaoqun watched in silence. Zhou's friends arrived in shock. Unable to do anything out of fear, Chugun was already battered. It was Huo Da who considered himself the strongest in the city. Upon hearing this name, Zhou Kun was greatly surprised to recognize it. The man was flattered that even after years of his absence, the glory of his name remained. Zhou Kun fell to his knees. The assistant turned to the master. He immediately started apologizing to Huo Du because he didn't recognize him right away. Zhou abruptly took his assistant by the shoulder, pulling her along. So he decided to offer it as compensation for his bad behavior. She couldn't believe that after all these years he was giving her away for nothing. But he didn't want to listen to that, hitting the girl. She started crying as she lay on the floor while Zhou Kun explained her duty to make up for her friend's mistake. She panicked, but Ho Da waved his hand, refusing the girl because she wasn't his type at all. Chu Kun was surprised. Huo Da suddenly noticed Xiaoqun with Han Yun. He saw the receptionist girl and immediately fell head over heels in love, looking her up and down. The man pushed Xiaoqun out of the way, standing in front of the girl with a rose in her mouth. He decided to approach her, asking for her name. Han Yun was nervous and embarrassed as she introduced herself. He immediately put the flower in her hand, without hesitation, offering to become his girlfriend. He was sure that she had already fallen in love with him, but the girl awkwardly refused him. Only Huo Da wasn't willing to accept rejection by taking the girl by the waist. He just smiled, offering her a drink to shake off her shyness. Han Yun explained that it was already time for her to go. This answer did not suit him. He decided to remind her of his identity. Huo Da showed how strong he was. Han Yun saw the fist and immediately covered herself with her hands, afraid of getting hit. But instead, she heard praising speeches to her beloved and decided to take a look. There was Huo Da showing off his muscles. Showing her biceps, he offered her a closer look, but she tried to refuse. But suddenly, while he was trying to coax her into paying him a compliment, someone slapped his inner knee. Before he knew it, he was on his knees. It was Xiaoqun who decided to explain the meaning of the word no clearly to him. Han Yun hid behind him. Huo Da couldn't believe that this brat had hit him. Zhou Chun got into a fight with a battered face and started to add fuel to the fire, telling about the impudence of this guy and asking him to teach him a lesson. Huo Da didn't speak for a long time, and after flexing his fists, he attacked Xiaoqun, but only managed to miss. Xiaoqun kicked him in the same spot, and he fell back to the floor. His body was covered in red lightning bolts as he was enraged by the guy's behavior. Xiaoqun didn't understand his reaction. Huo Da attacked Xiaoqun's legs, wanting to kill him. But Xiaoqun only jumped over his punch. He grinned at the man's helplessness. His family technique had never failed him, but this guy was able to do it. Xiaoqun even praised his skills, which unfortunately won't help him in any way. Huo Da took out his fist, and spiritual copies began to appear around it. This was his family's secret technique. All the fists went at Xiaoqun, but by then, he was already gone. Huo Da understood and turned around. Xiaoqun was already sitting on his back while he was kneeling. He couldn't believe what was happening and suddenly remembered that his grandfather was coming to pick him up. At that moment, the door to the room opened. It was Huo Tian, Huo Da's grandfather. He was quite a big man. Huo Da immediately rose from his knees, greeting his grandfather with a smile. He ran behind his grandfather, telling him about Xiaoqun and asking for help. Huo Da pointed a finger at the impudent man. Xiaoqun only calmly interacted with them, not understanding what the problem was. Grandpa started flexing his fists, giving him a death stare. Huo Da immediately shouted out in joy. After all, his grandfather was the best master in the city when he was young. But suddenly, Huotian started to stutter. Suddenly, he remembered the fact that he was able to defeat Shi Qingming. Zhu shouted in horror at what he heard. Huota couldn't believe that the guy who defeated Qingming was standing in front of him. Huotian ran over to Xiaochen, actively shaking his hand and deciding to offer him dinner tonight. He called him a celebrity of the city, whose name everyone had heard. Huotian began to tell the story of his childhood, how Shi Qingming had driven his comrades out of the city at that time, and many were injured, unable to regain their former power. And now that he was back, no one could stand up to him. The plan was to hide the children and grandchildren and go fight to the death. But he didn't expect that Qingming would be dealt with so quickly. He called him the savior, and if it wasn't for him, everyone would have suffered greatly. Huode took Zhu, who forced him to go against the master himself. But before he could deal with it, his grandfather took him by the collar, offering him a bow to his benefactor. Hoda was brought to his knees. He started bowing, apologizing for his past actions when he was unreasonable, and sincerely thanked for saving Grandpa. Xiaochen decided to leave out this situation, since the guy was really grateful, and decided to just give him some advice to be more reasonable. Hoda glowed as he accepted the Lord's favor. Xiaochen recalled their original reason for visiting and asked Han Yun to hand him the contract. The assistant was applying ice to the bruises on Zhou Kun's face when Xiaochen spoke to him. He decided to give him one last chance to sign a cooperation agreement. Just as Zhou Kun was about to say something, Hoda stood up for him, not letting his benefactor cross him. Zhou Kun fell to his knees, immediately signing the contract. Xiaochen happily put the signed document back in the folder, preparing to leave with the good news. But suddenly he was stopped. The grandfather admitted that he wanted not only to thank the savior, but also to present a gift. He considered it a small matter for such a master, but he took a responsible approach, having previously studied Xiaochen's interests and found out that he was interested in antiques and medicinal ingredients. Rare items appeared before him. Xiaochen admitted that things really weren't bad, with a lot of much-needed spiritual power. He decided to ask if they needed any help, and the man reminded about his words about the injured comrades, so their hidden wounds stopped their development, and they wanted to ask for help in healing. It wasn't difficult for Xiaochen, so he suggested that they schedule a meeting. Huo Ten was very happy, and in joy, he offered to get together and have a drink, to which the guy agreed. Although Han Yun did not want to drink but was ready to sit for the company, he immediately laughed and invited them over. Meng Fei watched them from the tree, peeking out the window. Now he is sure that this guy is not so simple. Xiaochen heard the sound of a tree jumping and turned around, but there was no one there anymore, even though he knew that someone couldn't calm down. Huoten didn't understand what Xiaochen was staring at. Xiaochen gave no sign, saying that it was fine. It's already been a few days. Xiaochen walks into the empty bedroom. Shinner wasn't home even though it was late. Working as a director was really difficult, so he decided to write to her. He sent messages about his immediate absence from the city and a request to be careful. Xiaochen sighed sadly that she didn't even have time to respond. Meanwhile, at the Li family home, Li Jian, the eldest son of the Li family, and Song Ming, the daughter of Shi Qingming, lay contentedly in the same bed. The guy reminded her that they had been together for more than a year and decided on the next step. They looked like they were madly in love. She was surprised that he still wanted to marry her, but Li Jian only chuckled, as if she didn't have any serious intentions towards him. He put his arm around her. It wasn't true, of course, but the girl laughed at his joke. Before that, she needs to discuss such a matter with her father, with whom she has not communicated for a long time. The next day, Sunmin was sitting on her bed, wrapped in a towel, talking to someone on the phone. They were already saying goodbye, and she was going to call her father. When the phone was picked up, it was Xiaoming on the other side who wanted to tell her the sad news. She got up from the bed with a cry, not understanding who and how could have killed her father. She was told that the killer was Xiao Chen. Her face instantly darkened. She had tears in her eyes as she was about to tear him to pieces. Shinner in the office stretched when she was done with all the chores. She started to leave the office, finally getting ready to go home. But as she walked down the hall, she heard strange footsteps on heels. Shinner paid attention, realizing that someone was here. Suddenly, hands were placed on her neck and Shinner cried out in fear. It was Sunming, who knew that Shin-er was his wife and demanded to know where he was. The girl was very scared because the stranger was many times stronger than her, not understanding why she needed Xiao Chen. But even while choking, she decided not to give him away, pretending that she didn't know who it was. An unknown pill appeared in the stranger's hands as she became angry. The pill flew into Shinner's mouth, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. Sungmin let go of her, and the girl fell to the floor. Shinner panicked when she realized that she had been given an unknown pill. It was a slow-acting poison. Songming gave her the conditions that in 3 days, the Meng family would kneel right in the main square, publicly declaring their service to the Li family for the rest of their lives. Shinner couldn't believe her ears. The girl continued to pump, not letting up. After all, otherwise both the family and the company which worked for several generations will all disappear. The stranger patted the shocked Shiner on the cheek, telling her not to try to escape, as her people were watching every member of the Meng family. She kept hinting that the consequences could be dire if you didn't follow orders. The girl started to leave, grinning after him. She slowly left, leaving the paralyzed Shiner sitting on the floor. Even after what happened, she couldn't believe it. Sungmin left the building in a huff. Suddenly, a subject appeared behind her, who was ready to turn the company into ruins in a matter of seconds, without understanding the delay. But Songming didn't want to take their lives so easily. The man listened intently. She only wanted to turn death into torment, her eyes filled with madness. Shiner was shaking all over as she tried to call Xiao Chen and report the incident, but the number, as if for evil, was unavailable. She decided to go into the chat and finally read the old messages. Shiner didn't see what he was texting her and sighed. At this time, Menru clutched the bedclothes while shouting. It was Xiao Chen who was giving her a massage, feeling how hard she was working since her whole body was pinched. It didn't suit him that she was so loud. The girl began to warm up quite a bit after the massage, feeling her body get better. And suddenly I wanted to ask a question. He sat down quietly to drink his tea, listening carefully to the question. The girl abruptly knelt in front of him, asking permission to become his disciple. This greatly surprised Xiao Chen. He knew that she had potential, but it would be too dangerous right now, as he would soon have to face the Su family. And he decided to turn her down. Kong Rui squeezed out her puppy dog eyes, begging for a chance, but Xiao Chen's response was indifferent. Sitting down sadly on the bed, she asked for at least some advice when she needed it. The girl took the bag that was lying nearby. It was a small gift for Dr. Xiao. From it, she took out a glittering box with strong energy, most likely worth a lot of money. Xiao Chen immediately knew that she needed something. She started talking about the Yue family that sent her here, and their family head is not feeling well. After seeing many doctors, they became interested in Xiao Chen. When I opened the box, it really wasn't bad. Only the guy wondered why she'd asked him to turn off the phone. The situation in this family was special, and they say that for the full recovery of the head, it is necessary to isolate him from any radiation, so they all turn off the phones. The case seemed interesting, and Xiao Chen was ready to take it on. Meanwhile, at the Yue family's home, they arrived there and were led by Yue Shan. Grandpa was lying on the bed, and the guy explained who Dr. Xiao was, who was rumored to have been blessed by Dr. Li himself. Next to the bed was a blonde man with glasses named Tang Xiong, and Grandpa Rong Xuan was lying with his eyes closed, looking in a bad state. Tang Xiong underestimated Dr. Li. After all, the doctor's medicinal incense lost to him last year, so his recommendation doesn't mean anything. Xiao Chen was surprised that the man was familiar with the doctor. The girl whispered gossip about a drug swap at a medical conference that takes place once every 5 years, which caused him to lose. For this reason, they don't really get along. And after that, a huge scandal broke out. This interested the guy even more. Tang Xiong jumped up aggressively after hearing every word they said. The girl blushed, not expecting that she had spoken too loudly. He decided not to argue with them since they were guests of the Yue family. But he still considered himself the #1 doctor when he was about to start acupuncture. Xiao Chen immediately reacted, stopping him. He grabbed the man's arm to stop the procedure, causing Tang Xiong to be shocked. No one knew what had happened. The guy was angry at him because he was too incompetent. If another needle were to enter his body, his face would turn purple and he would be short of breath. And after the second one, there will be chest pain and a strong cough. Tang Xiong didn't want to listen. Xiang Chen continued to describe the future effects of the needles until the man didn't know what to say. After the 4th needle, my grandfather might have died. As they argued, he was getting worse. Tang Xiong fiercely repelled his hand, not trusting his words. He thought Master Li had sent him here. He believes that Dr. Li held a grudge and wanted to blacken his good name. Tang Xiong was freaking out while Yue Shan tried to calm him down. The man ordered them to be kicked out immediately because they greatly spoiled his mood. The blackmail started. If they stayed here, he would stop helping Grandpa. The girl could not stand listening to this nonsense, advising him to admit his lack of professionalism if he is not able to cope with it. Yue Shan adjusted his glasses and firmly asked them to leave the house. But the girl did not back down. Trying to get justice, she had specially brought Dr. Xiao for their sake. Xiao Chen placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Since they didn't believe him, he decides to just leave. Ye Shan sadly thanked the doctor as they left. He walked back to Tang Xiong, asking him to continue treating his grandfather. While they were leaving the building, the girl continued to express her dissatisfaction because she was trying to help them. Xiao Chen was not surprised by the disbelief because this was their first meeting. She clenched her fist fiercely, intending to retaliate later so that his trip here wouldn't be in vain. At that, the guy smiled slyly, hinting that they weren't leaving yet. She didn't understand what he was talking about, reminding Tang Xiong that he would be displeased with their presence. But Xiaochen was sure, in less than 10 minutes, they would be begging them to come back. Tang Xiong was going to continue the treatment while holding a needle in his hand, promising that his skills had improved recently. Yue Shan watched, nervous. He sighed, agreeing with everything as he thought about sending the gift to Dr. Xiao as an apology. The needle landed in Grandpa's chest. Suddenly, he abruptly opened his eyes, which was immediately reported by Tang Xiong. He clutched at his throat, unable to speak. They watched in a state of panic, not understanding what had happened. Wei Shan realized that Dr. Xiao's words were true. Tang Xiong tried to persuade him that the needles were blocking the blood flow, and that this was a normal reaction of the body. If you insert a couple more needles, everything will return to normal. Another needle landed in his chest. Grandpa was only getting worse, and now he started coughing. Tang Xiong didn't know what to do, trying to salvage the situation with even more needles. Suddenly, Grandpa coughed up blood. Yezem hit Tang Xiong to stop his treatment. While Tang Xiong was falling to the ground, Yue Shan nervously picked up the phone. The man didn't understand how this was possible. He started calling his security guards, ordering them to bring back Dr. Xiao and the girl at all costs. But they didn't know anything, because they didn't leave. Yishan rushed to the door, opening it abruptly. Behind her, Xiaochen and the girl were looking forward to this turn of events. He bowed to the doctor, apologizing for his mistake, and asked to save his grandfather. Xiaochen resigned himself, not for the first time facing disbelief. He went back to the bedroom, intending to save his life. Lightning bolts formed in his hands while Xiaochen was treating himself. Spiritual needles spread throughout the dying man's body. Everyone watched as Xiaochen continued the procedure. Tang Xiong didn't understand the problem. After all, he was doing the same thing. Xiaochen grinned, reminding him that he hadn't said a word about acupuncture, but only emphasized his lack of skills. A spirit form appeared above his head as the needles bit into his body. He decided to demonstrate real acupuncture. A spiritual wave passed from the Yue family's home. Grandpa Yue opened his eyes, trying to say something. Yue Shen ran over to him, taking his hand in his hands. Tears of joy filled her eyes that her grandfather had finally woken up. He sat up in bed, not understanding what had happened to him. The crying guy told about his fainting fit at his grandmother's funeral, and about his long-term coma. His grandson didn't even expect to talk to him again. He looked at Xiao Chen, telling him that he had saved him. Dr. Xiao was going to prescribe medicine for Grandpa that would allow him to recover in just 3 months. Ye Shen thanked him loudly. He vowed to help him in any situation with all his might. The guy kept bowing as Xiao Chen was planning to leave. They left the house while Yue Shan awkwardly apologized for what had happened. Xiao Chen finally turned on his phone. Suddenly, the phone immediately received a call. He picked up the phone, where the voice of a frightened Xin Er could be heard. Shinner nervously began to talk about everything that had happened. The strange woman, and the main square for the Li family's worship. Xiao Chen was shocked. While she couldn't contact him, she went to Shashu, and now they are all sitting together in Huo's house, coming up with a plan of action. Shasha clenched her fist, because of her role as an ordinary person, she could only help her cousin while uncle and aunt were completely defenseless. Huotian promised the Meng family safety so that Xiao Chen wouldn't worry. The entire perimeter of the house was guarded. Snipers were perched in the trees scanning the building. Xiao Chen asked Shinner to describe the stranger's appearance in more detail, in case she was familiar with her appearance. But the girl only typed rapidly. Suddenly, she found out that all their family's property had been seized, and Hushi's company was behind it. They cooperated with them, but suddenly they decided to rebel against the Meng family. Xiao Chen asked the girl if she knew such a company. If memory serves, the company is owned by the Li family. The strongest families in their region were the Zhou and Yue families. The middle, level ones were the Song and Li families, and the lowest level ones were the Kui and Yu families. She overheard his conversation and remembered that the young master of the Li family had recently become engaged to a girl named Song Min. But she didn't know if that would help or not. Song Ming's name reminded him too much of a familiar person who had been killed by his hands recently. Suddenly, Yue Shan chimed in, offering to help with the Li family. Even if the Meng family was powerful, the Yue family was still stronger. Xiao Chen recognized the need for his help. Meanwhile, in the office of the company's director Kushi, the man recalled how Xiaoli showed up with his girlfriend Sun Ming. The guy opened a suitcase full of money, claiming half the amount, promising the other half when the Ming family's company fell. While smoking a cigarette, he didn't understand why the Meng family had offended Xiao Li, since they had never crossed paths, especially since she was their partner. Xiao Li fiercely hugged Song Ming, because if his woman was offended, then so was he. Her father was his brother, so it wasn't just about the money. She gave him a pitiful look, knowing that he wouldn't sit idly by. Uncle Hu pondered. Still, I decided to help them. He went against the Ming family and lost a lot of money, hoping that the Li family would keep their word and double the reward. The receptionist knocked on the door, announcing that someone from the Ming family was visiting. He refused, not wanting to see anyone. In fact, He had nothing to answer their impending questions about betrayal. There was nothing he could do to help them. The receptionist took his answer and closed the door. But a second later, a noise was heard. The door opened again, and Xiao Chen was glad to see Mr. Hu in good health. But he reminded Meng of the precarious situation of the company as he leisurely enjoyed a cigarette. Mr. Hu didn't know that he was from the Meng family and was getting nervous. He didn't know why he was there, groping for the gun taped under the table. Xiao Chen asked him not to shout. After all, he had already taken care of its guards, which lay beaten in one pile. He pointed the muzzle at him, telling him not to approach, threatening to shoot. Xiao Chen tried to explain that he didn't come here to fight with his fists because he didn't like to harm innocent people and only wanted to give him another chance. He asked me to leave the Meng family alone. Otherwise, he is ready to bankrupt Kushi's company. The man grinned nervously, not expecting threats in his own office. He knew that the guy wouldn't be able to dodge the bullet. Without waiting for a response, the gun fired a lot of shots. All of a sudden, they all stopped in midair because according to Xiao Chen, they weren't even worthy of getting close to him. The man was in shock. With just one finger, he pushed the bullet. Suddenly, they all flew towards him at once. Bullets began to pour down on him as he screamed in fear. The man didn't know what to do and tripped over a chair. He was shaking violently from fear as he sat down in the chair, not knowing what to do next. He glanced out of the corner of his eye at the bullet-riddled wall. Xiao Chen began to approach, suggesting that he shoot again. The man aimed again, ordering them to stay back. But suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang. Xiao Chen gave him permission to respond and was willing to wait. Mr. Hu picked up the phone hesitantly. From the phone, angry words poured out at him about losing 800 million in a couple of minutes. Not understanding who this fool crossed the road, a startled receptionist came running into the room, telling her that several longtime partners had sent letters of termination of cooperation at once. All the problems hit him at once, crushing him like boulders. He was tired of listening to all the current problems and shutting her up. Mr. Hu immediately fell to his knees, admitting his guilt, even though he was forced to do so. He screamed, begging for mercy. Xiao Chen slapped him on the shoulder, reminding him that he didn't harm innocent people. He hinted at him to do what he needed to do as he left the office. The man was still in shock, trying to figure out what this guy had done to Sun Ming. The receptionist was helping to help the director, ordering him to cancel all actions regarding Meng's company. He was going to go begging for forgiveness with gifts. Sun Min, meanwhile, was lying by the pool with a cocktail in her hands, chatting with Uncle Ho on the phone. She was curious about his situation with the Meng family. But the answer didn't live up to her expectations when she heard Mr. Hu shouting into the phone because the girl had set him up very badly. She jumped up from the sunbed, trying to figure out what had happened. But her uncle didn't want to think of her as a niece anymore. Sun Ming was speechless at these words, unable to say anything before the call was completed. It was already noon and she wanted to go and check it out on her own. Suddenly, Xiao Chen grabbed her shoulder. She slapped his hand away, jumping away from him. Sun Min recognized the guy. He realized that she was the same Song Ming. Without further ado, the girl tried to attack him. Xiao Chen noticed that his technique with Qing Ming was identical as he parried her punch. She was going to kick him, not wanting to hear her father's name on his lips. But suddenly, her foot got stuck in the air. Xiao Chen was already at the back, about to strike. A powerful burst of spiritual energy flew down her back. The force caused blood to gush out of her mouth. After that, she instantly fell down. Looking at this, Xiao Chen remembered her words. How she tried to get the Meng family to kneel down in front of her and swear loyalty to the Li family. The guy punched her in the stomach, making her cough harder, but decided to give her a chance anyway. He glared at her with a vicious gaze, ordering her men to stand in the central square and pledge their allegiance to the Meng family. And then he would let them go. Otherwise, he would make her regret what she had done. Suddenly, her subject jumped from behind, wanting to protect the lady. But his punch was repelled by Xiao Chen, and the two forces collided. While he was struggling, he also ran up to Sun Ming. He picked her up, wanting to get her out of here. Xiao Chen could see him carrying her away from the battlefield. The guy clicked his tongue as he recognized the blinding method and the cloning method. The man disappeared, realizing that they had managed to escape. The subject carried her to the roof to catch her breath, covering her with a blanket. Even though it hurt her to breathe, she screamed in rage that she couldn't get rid of Xiao Chen, who was standing right in front of her. The man realized that there was something special about his spiritual power, so they didn't stand a chance anyway. She couldn't believe that they couldn't beat him. But suddenly they were interrupted by an unknown voice. The man came to the lady's defense. It was Ming Fei proposing an alliance because only then would Xiao Chen be defeated. Meanwhile, outside the Huo family's estate, a car pulled up to the building and Huo Tian went to meet it. Tian Zhenxiong, the head of the Tian family, got out of the car and was happy to see Uncle Huo so energetic. He was wondering what he had done to get a personal invitation. Even though the Huo family went down a couple of years ago, they are the best when it comes to the reputation of martial artists. He sadly dedicated the man to the story. offering to unite to destroy the common enemy. These words made him laugh. But he had heard that a certain Mr. Xiao had defeated Shi Qingming, and I was happy to help. Huo Tian was overjoyed and suggested that we go inside and discuss it. But suddenly, they noticed something. There was a crowd of unconscious security guards on the street. Among them was Ho Da, who was reaching out to his grandfather for help. Meng Fei watched from the rooftop. They heard it and immediately looked up. The guy was amused that the old man ran for help. Grandpa immediately flew at Meng Fei, intending to kill him since he was in the Huo family's territory. But he dodged the blow. Before Meng Fei could react, he was already planning to stab him in the back. His spiritual power was at its peak, and his eyes were filled with madness as he flew madly at Grandpa. With one hand, he stabbed the man right through. Ho Da got up as fast as he could and ran to his grandfather. As long as he tried to help him, Meng Fei didn't back down. But his grandfather advised him to go to the Meng family and find Mr. Xiao. Meng Fei stood on the arm of his spirit form, not doubting that he would defeat anyone. He decided to send the skeleton into battle, aiming it at the men. The skeleton lunged, swinging at the wounded. They couldn't do anything, and Huo Da was only trying to protect Grandpa. But suddenly, there was protection. It was Zhen Xiong who fended off the big skeleton's strike, covering his relatives. He was ready to fight him. Meng Fei didn't expect this turn of events, glancing at him with a smile. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen was outside the Ming family's estate, finishing up business. His father didn't understand why Xiao Chen had gone around the house several times since Shiner had returned. There is a defense around the house, and if the enemy is not so strong, it will buy them time. Suddenly, a wounded Ho Da appeared and reported an attack by an unknown person. He begged to save his grandfather because his people are no longer able to cope. He fell to his knees from weakness. Xiao Chen would definitely help them. But he asked for 5 minutes. He pulled his phone out of his inside pocket. Xiao Chen called Mr. Jiang to report the incident. He decided to ask him for help. Mr. Jiang immediately agreed and wanted to gather as many people as possible. Xiao Chen was about to leave and advised Uncle Meng not to leave the house. He gave him a last smile and promised to come right back as soon as it was over. Blood dripped onto the ground. Zhen Xiong was on his knees with his wound, bleeding profusely. Meng Fei was surprised that he was able to fend off so many attacks, but he was already tired of playing around. The boy pounced, intending to deal with him completely. The man was very surprised by his speed. He went like a bullet to kill Zhen Xiong. But then a needle appeared out of nowhere. Meng Fei didn't expect this. The needle collided with it, and there was a strong explosion. He pushed the boy away. Meng Fei didn't know who did it, but it was Xiao Chen that wanted to kill him. Grandpa was sitting by the tree, wounded, and trying to warn Xiao Chen about the enemy's treachery. Meng Fei was overjoyed when he found out that this was the Xiao Chen he had long wanted to meet. He spoke an order while pointing his skeleton at Xiao Chen. The huge skeleton pounced on him, intending to attack. But the guy put out a hand to block it. Everyone was immediately shocked by what they saw, because Xiao Chen wanted to release the imprisoned souls. His fist began to emit lightning, covering the spirit form. Meng Fei was shocked that he dared to attack his general. Suddenly, Xiao Chen appeared in front of the guy, and a fist flew straight at his face. But the guy's feet left the ground. He flew off into the distance, sending out 2 shurikens. 2 shells flew at the defenseless men. Xiao Chen managed to react, trying to stop them by throwing needles. Both shells missed. But Meng Fei managed to sneak out during this time. Xiao Chen only thought about treating Mr. Huo. The Meng Manor was covered with guards up and down its length. Sungmin was watching the building from the bushes, even though the submissive was ready to kill them right now. She knew that killing their family was easy, but getting involved with her would be a big problem. Master Jiang eerily replied that it was true that you should avoid problems to succeed. The Ming family's villa was under security, and now they can't get in. They need a different plan. Master Jiang grinned horribly, offering to lure them out. Shiner, meanwhile, was just waking up when Han Yun called her. The secretary begged her to come to the company because people from the Shinrui company came to her to discuss cooperation. It was the one that deals with cutting-edge technology, so it would be an ideal opportunity. They have a very busy schedule, so you should hurry, otherwise they will go to cooperate with rivals. Shiner couldn't believe that Xiao Chen would say such a thing. The parents sat quietly on the bed, listening to Xiao Chen's order not to leave the house until he arrived. This upset the girl, but she understood that if Xiao Chen said so, then it was important and decided to listen. But Mei Qi pinched her husband, not understanding why they were so obsessed with Xiao Chen that they couldn't even go outside. After all, business in the company is not going well, so it will be a good luck to get such partners. Shiner should think about the company as CEO. Shiner dimmed and stood there silently, not knowing what to do. Mei Qi tugged on her daughter's hand, reassuring her that she had hired her bodyguards. So she gave her permission to go and earn some money by pushing her to the exit. My father tries to stop them. They were already sitting in the car while Mei Qi assumed that her father was ill since he was listening to every order from Xiao Chen. Shiner sighed. asking her to not be so biased towards him, since everything he did was for the good. Mei-chi was already annoyed that everyone was turned on it, but she didn't want to discuss it anymore. But suddenly, a stranger got out in front of their car. They were shocked, not understanding who it was. The driver slammed on the brakes. Mei-chi ran outside, starting to scold the old man. But he didn't listen to her, grabbing her by the neck. Shinner watched the scene unfold. The guards got out of the car, pointing their guns at the unknown old man. But he turned and threw the dagger at them. One was hit in the chest and the other in the leg. They collapsed to the ground in pain, and he turned to Shinner, threatening to kill her mother. But he wouldn't if she went with him. Meanwhile, Xiaochen helped Mr. Huo and put him to bed, and he should be up in a week. Zhenxun thanked Xiaochen for his help, because if he hadn't come, everyone might have been badly hurt. But for Xiaochen, it was only an honor to meet a member of such a famous dynasty. The phone in my pocket suddenly vibrated. It was the flustered Han Yun who couldn't contact Shin-er, so she decided to ask him. Xiaochen immediately took off. On the road, they met Mei-chi with a guard. He immediately started asking about what had happened, but the guards only admitted their guilt for not being able to protect Miss Meng. After all, that old man was too strong. Mei-chi grabbed onto the boy, begging him to save her daughter. He tried to find out any information, such as which way they had gone. But Mei-chi was shaking with fear and lost consciousness at that moment. There were no cameras around, so it wouldn't be easy to track them. Xiaochen opened the car door. From it, he took out Shinner's bag. Mei-chi was furious that not only was he inactive, but he also went into her bag. Xiaochen didn't want to listen to her, telling her to be quiet. The woman did not expect this. He put her lipstick on the seal. The ceremony began to find the owner with the help of the item. Zhenxiang couldn't believe that the 1,000-line technique was in front of him. Huoda didn't know anything about it, but the man explained that it was an ancient lost technique. Only it was quite dangerous. If you make even one mistake during it, you will lose your spiritual energy and will no longer be able to practice martial arts. This technique requires incredible talent, and Zhenxiang didn't expect to meet someone who could master it. He couldn't understand how such a youngster had learned such a technique. Suddenly, light began to pour out of the lipstick. His eyes were tightly closed as he saw the vision. There, the old man could be seen quickly carrying Shin-er away. Then a huge building with security, and Shin-er, tied to a chair. His eyes snapped open when he found her. Shin-er had ordered her to be released while she was chained up. The old man didn't want to let her go after trying to catch her for so long. Sungmin appeared in the room, reminding her of the offer she hadn't taken advantage of. She approached, smiling wildly. She was in a bad mood today, so she wanted to do something funny. Shin-er didn't understand what Song Ming wanted, but the answer wasn't long in coming when she mentioned the torture, since she was Xiaochen's favorite. Then the torment for him would be equivalent. But it would be a relief if the girl got down on her knees and called her mistress. Shin-er wouldn't listen. For such an answer, she grabbed her by the hair, about to start torturing her. I opened her mouth, tossing her another pill. She covered it so that it wouldn't spit out the pill, forcing her to swallow it. Shinner's head fell down as her hair was released. She asked what kind of pill it was, but Song Ming only reminded her of the last time Xiaochen had managed to save her from the poison. But this time, she guaranteed that Shin-er would beg for death after suffering so much. While this was happening, a huge yellow eye appeared behind them. Master Zhang sensed something and turned around. Song Ming didn't understand what was going on, but he had a strange feeling that someone was watching them. The girl didn't take his words seriously. This place was located on the outskirts and there were guards around the building, especially since there was such a master inside, so no one would dare to watch them. Master Zhang calmed down, deciding that he was worrying too much and decided to go rest while they vent their anger. Sungmin knew what to do. She ordered her to be tortured as much as possible so that she would beg for mercy. She was prepared for the most horrific torture to see how long she could remain silent. The old man was already ready. He slapped the girl in the face for hurting the lady. Then a second blow that sent the chair crashing to the floor. She was kicked while lying down. Shinner's eyes started to close, filling with tears. She couldn't believe that she was going to die like this without even having time to do anything. Shinner apologized to Xiaochen because she didn't have much time to say to him. But suddenly, the door to the hangar was knocked out. They hadn't expected this. Song Min looked at her guards lying around, and a silhouette appeared in the doorway. It was Xiaochen who was fiercely searching for his wife. She was nervous when she saw him. Xiaochen noticed Shin-er lying on the floor. He was filled with aggression. He didn't understand what they had done to her. The old man covered Sun Ming with his body, wanting to protect her. Xiaochen swung fiercely, sparing no effort. After all, anyone who touched his people must die. The fist landed in the old man's stomach, and the force of the blow caused him to cough up blood. As he fell, he asked the lady to run away. But before she could, Xiaochen was already standing in front of her. He regretted letting her escape last time. He grabbed her by the neck. In one motion, he threw her to the floor, still choking her. Xiaochen had never hit a woman before, but Songming couldn't even be called a human. But suddenly, purple spheres appeared in front of him. They suddenly exploded. Xiaochen covered Shinner with a dome. The guy wanted to know who was attacking them. It was Master Zhang who recognized Xiaochen's level, but still considered himself stronger. Abruptly, he tore the bandages from his yin-marked hand. His abilities were awakened. Spheres sprang up around them again. They began to explode as Xiaochen carried Sinner away from the battlefield. Master Jiang continued to attack. Xiaochen sat his wife down against the pillar. He took out a seal for protection. Activating it, a shield appeared above Shin-Er. He promised to come back to her as soon as it was over. Xiaochen rushed towards the old man through the purple spheres. Master Jiang was overconfident, blowing them up again. All the spheres began to explode in turn, emitting purple smoke. Xiaochen was fed up with the old man's phrases when he couldn't even touch his clothes, and he pounced on it, intending to attack straight. Master Jiang thought Xiaochen was too proud, so he wanted to kill him. Xiaochen didn't back down and also swung. Their fists touched and their energies connected. But the old man sensed something was wrong. Xiaochen knew what he was doing. Suddenly, Master Jiang was struck by lightning, causing him to bleed from the mouth. The old man fell to the ground. He couldn't believe that he had lost. The power of the thunder in Xiaochen's body was able to suppress his yin energy. His yin hand technique required killing tens of thousands of babies and other cruel methods. Xiaochen hated such people. He slammed his foot down on the man's arm. The old man felt like his arm was broken, but he still tried to attack. His head was sliced open in one motion. The old man's body collapsed to the ground, no longer having any strength. Xiaochen wished him to go to hell to repent of his sins. Meanwhile, Songming was backed into a corner, ordering him to stay away. But Xiaochen didn't care. It was her turn to pay for what she had done. Another day has already arrived. Shinner was lying on a bed in Ming Manor, unconscious. While everyone gathered around her, Meiqi blamed herself for everything that had happened and was afraid that she wouldn't wake up. But Xiaochen reassured them. As long as he was here, she would be fine. Shinner opened her eyes a crack. She slowly sat down on the bed, not knowing where she was when everyone around her cheered. The girl smiled brightly, realizing that Xiaochen had saved her once again. Huda started to praise him, because he had never seen Master Xiao so angry. When they arrived, there was no sign of the building. Xiaochen carried Shinner out of the burning building in his arms. Such a strong burst of energy can even harm Xiaochen himself. And since he used it, it means that he cares very much about his wife. He was embarrassed, claiming that he just saved her. She smiled fondly as she realized the sacrifices he was making for her. But all of a sudden, something inside me shrank. She clutched at her heart, feeling a terrible pain. The family immediately began to worry, not understanding what was happening to her. But Xiaochen knew that it was poisoned. Everyone was horrified by what they heard. This poison was made from 49 types of poisonous plants and insects, and the victims would suffer from chest pain until death, 3 days after being poisoned. Fortunately, he had taken some incense back then, which was able to neutralize most of the poison and save her life. But now she immediately needed an antidote to remove the rest of the toxins. She continued to smell the incense. Grandpa Meng couldn't believe what had happened. Xiaochen tried to calm him down because the antidote needed some medicinal herbs. He had asked Dr. Li for help, but there were no such ingredients to be found here, and he would have to go to the capital. He was ready to go there to find a cure, but also Xiaochen wanted to take revenge. According to his memory, Sun Min's husband lives in the administrative center of the province, and he wanted to teach them a lesson until the end. Xiaochen's vicious appearance made everyone feel scared. Grandpa Meng suggested that they take Shinner with them, since they shouldn't be separated, especially now that she's in a bad state. After all, they didn't even have a honeymoon, so they could go together and enjoy the time together. Shinner blushed at the suggestion. They had already arrived at the provincial capital. Shinner decided to make it clear that she wasn't here for her honeymoon at all. It's just that they're launching a new product, and she wanted to open a new branch here, so she came to look around. Xiaochen accepted her words as he opened the room with his card. It was a long drive, and they wanted to rest. She saw the number and was surprised, her cheeks turning red. There was a huge room with a big pink bed. Xiaochen wasn't surprised. He sat down on the soft bed, which was very comfortable. Meanwhile, Grandpa Meng was watering the flowers in the garden while he was on the phone. He started singing songs as Mr. Meng passed by. He wondered why his father was so happy. Grandpa didn't want to be sad, because he was going to have a great-grandchild soon. Mr. Meng didn't take the hint. Xiaochen didn't understand why she didn't come into the room. Shinner was flushed all over. She didn't want to go any further and turned into the bathroom, wanting to take a shower. Shinner ran in, closing the door. Her heart started racing. She couldn't believe that they would be spending the night here together. Even though she had thought about it before, it was still scary. She had already started to wash. After that, she turned off the water. When she got out of the shower, she was stunned because she didn't notice the transparent door at all. I was in such a hurry to shower that I didn't even bring a change of clothes, so I had to go out in a towel. She looked out at Xiaochen lying on the bed. It turns out that he was asleep, so it was possible to avoid embarrassment. Shinner sneaked over to the suitcases on the floor. She crouched down to get out some clean clothes, but when she opened it, there was only a strange costume inside. Shinner didn't expect this. All the clothes were very strange and the girl did not know about it. When Han Yun handed her the suitcase, she wished her good luck not only on the trip, but also on other matters. But Jin Er didn't understand what he was talking about. She realized that she had been deceived. All she found was a bathing suit. She decided to wear a robe over it to wait for her clothes to be washed. She quickly put on her bathing suit before Xiaochen woke up. I decided to check if he was asleep or not. Xiaochen was already watching carefully with a bright smile. Shinner screamed while covering herself with her hands. She closed her eyes, not knowing when he'd woken up. Xiaochen said that he had just woken up looking away and blushing. In fact, he was lying, because he woke up as soon as she got out of the shower. She forbade him to look at her until she was dressed, but I decided to remind her that she would still look better in the same suit. For such words, he received from Shin Er. They ended up leaving the hotel just as Xiaochen was running to get her some new clothes. She was still mad at him, even though he was trying to make her laugh. There was a slap mark on his cheek. It was already a dark evening and she didn't know what they were doing here so late. The street looked really creepy, filled with strange people. It turned out to be a black market. Zinner didn't understand why he had brought her here. Here you can find rare items that you won't find on the regular market, including rare medicinal herbs. It was very difficult for him to find its location, and the merchants here are not the most pleasant people. But Shinner needed an antidote, so he was willing to be patient. He asked me to walk beside him and not to move away because it is very dangerous here. Shinner abruptly hugged his hand. She snuggled up, feeling protected by him. Something Xiaochen hadn't expected. She just blushed, not understanding why he was looking at her like that. Xiaochen smiled and they started to search. They walked together through the murky shops. One of the merchants was calling people to look at his wares. And among the items, Xiaochen noticed a special bracelet that he was looking for. He immediately went over to ask for the price. This bracelet was given to him by a great master, so he won't give it away for less than 200,000 by extending the payment method. Shinner was surprised at the price. After all, it was only an ordinary bracelet, and to give it away for such a sum is robbery. But Xiaochen immediately transferred the payment for it without any questions. He also pointed to the brooch that he also wanted to buy. It was already worth 500,000, and there were no discounts. But for Xiaochen, it's E. He immediately asked Shinner for her hand. On his wrist, he fastened this brooch on the rope that the merchant had given him. Shinner really disliked the appearance of this bracelet. While he was paying for everything, Shinner wondered how men spent money without thinking at all. But suddenly, an unknown granny approached her, who was happy for her choice of husband. After all, the bracelet on her arm was a unique item. If you turn it in the right direction, you can see the face of a dragon. It is perfect for scaring away evil spirits. This item was exceptional, and if you add a little magic, no spirit will fit it. Granny praised her husband's keen eye for spending money on her so easily. Xiaochen finished, and it was already time for them to go. But suddenly, a bald man burst into the market, pushing everyone around. He aggressively ran up to the merchant, asking about the same bracelet. But the guy was too late, because it was already sold. It turned out that while he was looking for money, the merchant had already managed to sell it. He was extremely angry as he took the merchant by the collar. There was no prepayment, but during this time a buyer was found. The merchant pointed at Xiaochen as he left. The man threw the merchant and was about to catch up with Xiaochen. He jumped right in front of the guy. The man introduced himself as Chen Baishun from Wumen and asked for the price of the bracelet, willing to pay twice as much. Granny turned to Shinner again, recognizing the man, foreshadowing trouble. Wumen was a special organization that was not subordinate to other families, but it was also not inferior in strength. There is a very strict selection. The number of their students was only 3,000, but most of them achieved unrealistic skill. If you cross their path, you cannot dream of life in the provinces. Xiaochen noticed that it was similar to their master alliance, but he still didn't understand what the big deal was. This made Baishun very angry, taking it as an insult. He started threatening Xiaochen to give him the bracelet, otherwise he wouldn't get out of the province alive. While the man was still complaining, Xiaochen took Shinner away so that she wouldn't get hurt. Baishun attacked Xiaochen with his fists, intending to teach him a lesson. Xiaochen spun around and withstood the blow. The man did not expect this. Xiao was angry that he was preventing him from talking to his wife. He clenched his fist in his palm, causing his bones to crack. He was in a lot of pain and tried to move away. Xiaochen abruptly released his hand, suggesting that he try to take the bracelet away since he needed it so badly. Although he knew he wouldn't do it, Baishun lay on the ground, not knowing what to do. But he realized that he would have to use a secret technique. Xiaochen was already leaving with Shinner in his arms when the man started running towards his back. He reached out his hands to grab it. The guy turned around. It turned out that Bai Shun was hugging Xiaochen's legs, starting to cry and beg him to give up the bracelet. Bai Shun continued to beg, throwing out various phrases to evoke regret. Xiaochen was surprised that he decided to go from the other side without using violence. Suddenly, the same granny who asked to give up the bracelet to him again, because he was not a bad person. Long ago, he had killed many righteous monsters and was known for his good reputation. Xiaochen pondered over her words. After a while, they arrived at Baiyun Villa. Master Bai Shun couldn't stand evil, so he fought it all his life, and so he made a lot of enemies. He has already consulted a lot of doctors, but finding a cure was very difficult, so he is afraid that he will not have time. After opening the gate, Master Xuanmen sat in front of them in a wheelchair driven by one of the butlers. Wenmen looked as weak and gloomy as possible. Xiaochen immediately felt a dark aura, as if he was under a spell. Bai Shun happily informed the master that he had found a way to help, since Master Xiao was willing to give them the medicine. But Xiaochen didn't say that he would give it away. The man was shocked. Xiaochen only asked to be taken to the master, but did not say that he would give him the bracelet, especially since his wife needed it more. Bai Shun gritted his teeth in anger. Suddenly, he ordered an attack. And from the sky, men began to pounce, intending to attack. The warriors surrounded them, and Xin Er tried to hide behind Xiaochen. Bai Shun actually knew that Mr. Xiao was a special master, but he thought that even such a professional wouldn't be able to fight them all. If he didn't give up the bracelet, he would never see his family again. The order went to attack and they began to run. Shinner was very worried, but Xiaochen calmed her down. Lightning bolts appeared under his foot. The floor began to crackle with the force of thunder as the men drew closer. And abruptly, there was an explosion. Bai Shun didn't understand what was going on. Xiaochen ran through the man to Master Xuanmen. He couldn't stop him. And suddenly, he was about to do something with it, holding out his palm. He touched his palm to the master's forehead, and lightning began to flash everywhere. Blood came out of his mouth. Bai Shun ran from behind with a fire fist, intending to avenge Master. He tried to hit him, but missed. Suddenly, the master started clearing his throat, which Bai noticed. He knelt down in front of him, asking how he felt. He felt much better and felt that all the yin energy in his body had disappeared. The master was wondering who had saved him. Xiaochen was finishing the process, asking the gods for help. He explained that you can only be reborn if you put yourself in danger. Xiaochen filled the master's body with lightning energy so that his life would be safe. Bai Shun was surprised that master could be cured. He finally landed on the ground, explaining that the bracelet would not have helped him in any way, so he did not give it away, deciding to help on his own. Now the master was healthy, and all he needed was a week of herbal baths and everything would be fine. He promised to send everything he needed. Bai Shun thanked him, promising to repay him in the future. Xiaochen didn't want to be thanked, only asked them not to be so arrogant in the future. After all, they even threatened him and were going to rob him. The master heard this and was extremely displeased with his behavior, asking Bai Shun about it. The boy fell to his knees. He begged Master's forgiveness for insulting Mr. Xiao. The master reminded him that in any situation, one should not forget about righteousness and why he taught him martial arts, so that he fights evil and does not join it. His punishment will be 100 lashes, which he was willing to endure. The master turned to Xiaochen, admitting his guilt in today's incident and promising to fix everything. He had a present for Mr. Xiao that he took out from his sleeve. Xiaochen didn't expect anything like this. Bai Shun couldn't believe his eyes when he saw their sect's treasure in Master's hands. The guy took it in his hands, not understanding what was wrong with this thing. This was a sign of his position in the alliance, and if the alliance members did something bad, Xiaochen would be able to punish them with this thing. At the same time, in an abandoned house, the man fell to the floor, coughing up blood. He couldn't figure out who had broken his spell. He could feel the powerful energy of lightning, and he wondered whose it was. The case returns to the hotel room. Shinner couldn't believe that Xiaochen was asking her to undress in front of him. Xiaochen was hurt that she didn't trust him, because he was just taking care of her like a spouse should. After all, he needs to be treated, otherwise the consequences will be terrible. He began to describe all the future symptoms in horror, until with each word, Shinner became worse. The bottom line was that she would just turn into an ugly duckling. Shinner didn't want to listen to this anymore, understanding the seriousness of it. She had to undress after all. Xiaochen turned around to check on Shinner. She was already undressed and shy, but she was ready for treatment. All of a sudden, Xiaochen became blurry. Shinner began to worry that it was all because of her condition, and that she was getting worse. It turned out that from this kind, he himself needed a doctor. Shinner screamed in shame. After 2 hours, there was no poison in her body anymore. They were sitting on the bed, the girl covered with a robe. Once the master told him to take responsibility for a girl he saw naked, and he was ready to do it. Shinner sighed, not knowing if he was capable of it. But Xiao Chen didn't drop the subject, telling an incident where his master went to the village to watch Widow Li take a bath, and then he was in charge of her food, transportation, housing, and clothing. Xiao Chen learned a lot from him. Xin didn't take this story as instructive, considering both of them to be shameless. Xiao Chen asked her to take a good rest and they would return to Tianshui tomorrow. He stood up because he would have to go away for a while. Xin didn't expect him to go out so late, but for Xiao Chen, the night was the perfect time for business. Meanwhile, at the Lai family headquarters, at the table there were fierce negotiations with the head, who was informed about the murder of his daughter-in-law, so they also called her a terrorist which deserves to die. Li Cheng, Li Jin's brother, chimed in, saying that he had heard a lot about Sun Ming, but being a terrorist was too much. The guy slammed his fist down on the table out of anger at his words. The head of the family, Li Jiang, gagged both of them. He ordered Chenger to stop bullying his brother, and on Xiaojian, he threw all the blame. After all, he himself could not subdue his woman. Her death was sad news, of course, but the damage to their family's reputation was a bigger problem. He asked me to write to the Zui guys to bring the same Xiao Chen to him. Xiaojian accepted the order unconditionally. They were the main mercenaries of their family. Each of them was equal to a whole squad of masters, and they would definitely be able to catch Xiao Chen. But suddenly, the ceiling began to crack right above the table. The head didn't understand what was going on. The entire ceiling began to fall down in huge chunks and everyone started to run away. Xiao Chen emerged from the hole in the ceiling. He regretted coming uninvited. Everyone was looking at him in complete shock. Xiao Chen recognized Xiao Chen right away, but he hadn't expected such a meeting. He was sorry that he came so late, so empty-handed, so he decided to prepare a small gift. Suddenly, bodies began to fall from the ceiling. Everyone was in shock, not knowing what to do. The head recognized the masked men as Zui Zhu, Zui Feng, and Zui Ming, the same martial artists. He couldn't believe it. When he asked them about Mr. Li's location, they were unwilling to answer, so he had to bring them along. Xiao Chen was waiting for a reaction to his gift. The head didn't understand how he managed to defeat the Li family's mercenaries. Xiao Jian began to threaten the guy, ordering him to break all his bones so that he wouldn't get out of here alive. But when they looked around the room, there was no one around. Xiao Jian looked around nervously, not sure where everyone was. He didn't understand what was going on, ordering everyone to come here. Jean opened the door. All the guards in the next room were already knocked out. They begged him to help them until Xiao Jian didn't understand how this was possible. Xiao Chen taunted his guards, expecting more. After all, for such a company, it was extremely small. Li Gen sighed. He decided to accept the blame of his family and swore that no one else would go near the Ming family members. He tried to hush up the matter, leaving the grievances in the past. Xiao Chen couldn't believe that they were just asking for forgiveness and decided to break their legs to ask for forgiveness later. Li Jian bowed, deciding to pay whatever compensation Xiao Chen said. He didn't hesitate and named the sum of 500 million. And then he would forget all the grievances. The man couldn't believe his ears when he heard such numbers. Xiao Jian broke in to say that he was displeased with Xiao Chen's insolence. Their family was rich, but it was hard to find such a sum. Since that was the case, he changed his mind and demanded 800 million. Xiao Jian didn't understand how he could demand even more money, which didn't make him any different from an ordinary robber. If they were still unhappy, he named a price of 1 billion. He passed it off as a last sentence and a last chance. Xiao Jin was already shaking in fear, speechless. But Li Jian was already tired of his speeches, covering the brat's mouth that had already said enough. The old man took a deep breath before speaking. He accepted the truth that Song Ming had died because of her stupidity, and thanked Xiao Chen for giving their family a chance. Later, he would immediately transfer 1 billion to him. Xiao Chen knew that the head of the Li family could be dealt with. The man held out a $1 billion card. The guy immediately snatched it out of his hands. He passed through them, nudging Xiao Jian with his shoulder as he prepared to leave. Xiao Chen reminded that having such descendants could be a bad thing for the whole family in the future. No one said anything as they watched him go. Xiao Jian wasn't willing to let him go just like that anyway, and was willing to find mercenaries from abroad to defeat him. The head started scolding his son for being stupid, as if the boy didn't understand the risk to the Li family. He ordered him to look around. Suddenly, he noticed something. They were surrounded by attack formation symbols. Li Jin realized that Xiao Chen was able to create it without words when he entered the room. This possibility is beyond his imagination. If he wanted to, everyone in the room would die. He realized that it was better not to fight with this guy. The day has already arrived, and the case moves to Tianshui, the home of the Meng family. A dark spiritual disc flew at Meng Fei, knocking him back into the wall. It was his head who punished him, because they lost their best master, and the enemy left alive. He couldn't understand what Meng Fei was doing other than failing. The boy begged for his life, promising to fix everything. A guy came into the room, comforting his father. It was Meng Guangda, the second master of the Ming family. who had requested that the boy not be punished so harshly, just trying to contribute to their family. Meng Fei didn't expect to see a master. The chief didn't think that Meng Fei had managed to get such support, but he still didn't believe in his success. Meng Baida, the third master of the Meng family, entered the conversation and advised his father to be a little more gentle. Suggesting the idea of luring a strong man to his side, he set the cup of tea down on the table. Baida decided to take over the case, intending to get rid of the problem. Meanwhile, at the Meng family's villa, Grandpa praised Xiaochen again, calling him the real benefactor of their family. He confessed that he would really like to babysit a small copy of Xin'er with Xiaochen, which made the girl blush. Suddenly, the door to the villa was opened by one of the subjects. He shouted out a message of distress. The whole family frowned at once. Bracing themselves for the worst of the news, people in glasses and suits were standing in front of the villa. These people came along with Baida, wanting to take care of the Meng family. Suddenly, the wand violently hit the ground. It was Meng Hao, who appeared to be dissatisfied with Baida's visit. The whole family met a man who was surprised by the character of the old man, who had not changed in so many years. He couldn't believe they'd even changed their last name to get rid of them. No one knew anything about it except Meng Hai himself, and his father wanted to know the truth. The old man sighed heavily, realizing that he had no choice. He began to reveal the secret that their last name, Meng, is spelled a little differently. He didn't like what was going on in his house, so he left and started his own business. My father realized that they were part of the same Meng family from Tianshui, the one that no one dares to contact. Xiaochen didn't really understand what was being said. Xin'er decided to tell him everything in order. There are three major forces in the province: the Ming, Yue, and Zhou families. They occupy leading positions in everything, and the Meng family has a huge influence in Tianshui. Even though they are powerful themselves, they don't care about that Meng family as much as the moon. But Grandpa, knew that their family was already rotten to the core and no amount of influence would help them. He doesn't regret leaving there. Mei Qi was completely shocked that they were part of the same Meng family all this time, and she didn't know about it in all her years of living in Tianhai. The old man couldn't understand what Bai Da was doing here at all. He said he was just here to visit them and give them a message. Bai Da noticed that Xin'er had become a beautiful girl and reported that they had found a suitable match for her. The men were immediately shocked. If Xin'er agrees to this marriage, then they will give their family a huge support, that their company will become the most powerful, and it will be a good future for Xin'er. The girl absolutely disagreed, knowing that they were just trying to crush the Meng family. She felt like a commodity because of his words, like she could be traded. Bai Da didn't leave his role, pretending to be a benefactor, that he noticed their difficult situation and only decided to lend a helping hand. After all, by his standards, they were still one family. But Meng Hao didn't consider himself a member of their family from the moment he left his father's house. He didn't accept any help from them, and he's not going to do it. He wouldn't let them use his family. Mei Qi decided to dilute the situation by telling them to leave. Otherwise, the old man would be very angry. Moreover, Xin'er is already married, so she won't be able to accept their offer anyway. But Bai Da didn't see anything wrong with it, because you can get a divorce at any time. They even prepared a generous dowry for her to guarantee Xin'er a happy future after marriage. Following the order, the guards at the back opened their suitcases filled with money. They contained a sum of 10 million, advising you to think carefully. Before the old man could reply, he was forestalled. Bai Da didn't expect the guy to speak up. The Ming family always stands their ground, so they might not even try to persuade them. And if they continue to insist on marrying his wife, then he will have to step in. After giving them a choice, he demanded an answer. He activated his spiritual power, which repelled the entire horde, showing that they were not strong enough to resist him. Bai Da felt its power, realizing how strong it was. His entire security detail began to shatter and fall, along with the money that was strewn all over the ground. Bai Da clenched his teeth in anger. He couldn't take it anymore, starting to express his displeasure to Xiaochen, who didn't respect their family. Xiaochen apologized because they didn't fully understand him. He never looked down on their family. I just didn't take her seriously. Bai Da couldn't believe what he was hearing. Xiaochen advised him to return to his master and never go near the Meng family again. He snapped his fingers, wanting to show the consequences of re-entering their territory. All their money suddenly caught fire and they were scared. Bai Da was shocked. He had come here with a sincere desire to reconcile their families, but now he would have to pass on their answer to the head. And before leaving, he asked me not to blame him for the consequences. He issued a withdrawal order, and all of his security guards followed him. Grandpa knew that they were always famous for their masters and knew that they wouldn't back down after this. He sighed heavily. They were upset because they had only recently reached a new level, and after that, Xin'er might be in trouble. Xiaochen began to comfort his grandfather, who had taken care of him as a child and was now willing to take care of him. Xin'er is his wife, so he won't let anyone hurt her. The head of the Meng family from Tianshui was enraged by Xiao Chen's insolence and punched out. Bai Da started to explain to his father that he had sincerely tried to make up, but the old man had turned Xiao Chen against them. The guy doesn't even take their family seriously. Meng Hao was quite astute and had lived in Tianshui for many years, so his abrupt rise was carefully planned, not to be underestimated. Bai Da was angry that the old man was gaining recognition in Tianshui, and if he returned to the capital, their family would be cast in shadow. They need to do something. But Guo Da reassured his brother, because their plan will soon come true, so do not spread out people. The headmaster agreed with his words. Right now their priority is the Yue family. They've been planning a trap for old man Yue for several years, and he doesn't want to be distracted by small things. He decided to give Xiao Chen a couple of days, but Bai Da didn't want to leave Xiao Chen just like that, because it would affect their reputation. Guo Da asked them not to worry too much. Even so, this Xiao Chen was very strong, and if they did something, their family would suffer a lot of unnecessary losses. The guy adjusted his glasses. He advised against going up against such an opponent alone. It was necessary to use the enemy's strength to his advantage, and Bai Da clarified his plan. Shi Qingming had a senior whose strength was simply unthinkable. He truly believes in the sanctity of the master-disciple relationship, so if you slightly exaggerate the level of Xiao Chen's enmity with Qingming, then he definitely won't sit idly by. We need to send someone and report everything. No matter how strong Xiao Chen was, he was no match for Tianlei. His father praised his plan, but for now, he wants to focus on the Yue family, so he decided to leave Xiao Chen to Tianlei. He scolded Bai Da for acting too rashly, and decided to send him to the capital to get acquainted with the internal affairs of the business so that he could contribute. Bai Da accepted his father's order without argument, but inside, he was seething with anger at Xiao Chen, and promised to repay him in the future. A new branch of Dream Group has opened in the capital. Everyone at the entrance greeted Miss Meng. She happily walked into the new office. Han Yun couldn't hide her joy either. Not expecting their company to grow so rapidly and open up in the capital, Xin'er reported that this office is now the main one. The competition in the capital is many times greater, but now they need to work harder to gain a place in the market. Suddenly, she remembered something and reached into her bag. She asked him to find a house near this office and gave Xiao Chen a spare key, because it would be easier to get there. Han Yun confided that it was Mr. Ming's request, and that she personally handled the matter, and she hinted that there was good sound insulation. They were abruptly interrupted by Xin'er, who threw a huge stack of papers into Xiao Chen's hands that needed to be sorted out today, otherwise he wouldn't go home. He realized that they were trying to squeeze him like a lemon at work. At this time, the man was sitting on a chair, and a bodyguard was standing next to him. He was extremely dissatisfied with the product. He didn't like anything while flipping through the girls. The man asked Mr. Lin not to be nervous. He said that a few days ago he met a woman at an event that was incredibly beautiful. The gentleman became interested and took the papers from his hands. He peered at the picture. The gentleman saw an inscription about finding partners in the company Dream Group in Tianshui. A photo of Xin'er was attached to the paper with a paperclip. He licked his lips, sizing her up. While Mr. Lan was getting up, the bodyguard decided to tell him the sad news of Mrs. Ming's marriage. But he didn't see it as a problem at all, wanting such a chaste woman in his arms. The dog started licking his shoes while the owner was not happy with him. After all, they were just a couple of stray cats, and he had been dealing with them for a very long time. He was petting the dog, even though she had upset him so much. But I asked him not to worry because soon he will bring him new toys. Xin'er shook the man's hand, introducing herself as the head of the company. It was Mr. Lin who had read the material she had sent. She was beautiful and talented, just like everyone says. He called her a small company, but he liked her business plan, and it showed how much she loved her job. The master explained the conditions in their Chamber of Commerce, which has a membership fee of 10 million, and they also take 3% of the annual profit. Xin'er didn't mind at all, understanding the need for such processes. It would take a few more days to complete the procedures, and Mr. Lin suggested that Xin'er have a cup of coffee with him. She would have liked to, but she already had plans for today and promised to buy him a drink next time. The gentleman smiled sadly and decided to agree. But suddenly, he clapped his hands and his bodyguard brought a tray with a welcome gift. It was a statuette of a golden frog on coins. The gift seemed too expensive for Xin'er, but the master insisted on taking it away. But she thanked him for the gift, hoping for fruitful cooperation. Mr. Lin also smiled brightly, delighted to accept the gift. A strange energy radiated from the statue. It's already evening, and business is moving on to the Yujing Peninsula. Xiao Chen yawned as he finished his work. He had to take overtime hours to finish everything on time. He walked to the door of his new apartment, twirling the keys on his finger. Xiao Chen tried to insert the key, but it didn't pass. He assumed that Xin'er was already at home. When I entered the apartment, there was no light. He went further into the hall without seeing the girl, but suddenly, Hands came out from behind him. He immediately reacted by turning back, and it was Shinner who kissed him passionately. Xiaochen couldn't believe what was happening. Their lips parted. Shinner looked strange. Her entire face was red with a strange expression. She felt like she was on fire. Xiaochen immediately realized that something was wrong. His hand was covered with spiritual power. He touched his fingers to her spine, telling her to stop. Suddenly, Shinner cried out. She fell to her knees, trying to catch her breath. Her face was still red as she sighed. She was very dizzy and doesn't remember what happened to her. Xiaochen couldn't think of any other explanation other than that she had taken advantage of it. Shinner looked at him with complete shock on her face, not understanding what he was talking about. He admitted that he had never seen her like this, but he had no right to resist, so it wasn't his fault. But Shinner didn't believe him, calling him an idiot. Putting aside his jokes, he told her about the symptoms of some powerful spell. Xiaochen did a quick search of the house but found nothing. But I'd still like to stop by her office to check for evidence. Shinner stopped him, and he turned to look. She hesitated, but decided to ask if this was his first kiss. He smiled, confirming her words. When he was a teenager, the Su family exiled him, and he had to go live in the mountains, and he didn't have time to even think about girls. He was amused that it bothered her so much and assumed it was her first kiss too. The girl was embarrassed, reminding that she has a lot of fans. Xiaochen was looking very carefully. It made her feel worried. She gasped in surprise, her face still red. As a result, she admitted that she was too busy working in the office, and she did not have time to deal with relationships. She didn't see it as anything like her first kiss. Xiaochen wasn't embarrassed, and made the revelation that Shinner became much cuter when revealed. The girl stammered, but she didn't forget that it was time for them to go to the office. In the middle of the night, they went to the company's office. Shinner stood by while Xiaochen rummaged through her desk. Suddenly, a suspicious golden toad caught his attention. He pointed to it, asking who had given it to her. Shinner told her about the welcome gift from the Chamber of Commerce that each new member gets, and she didn't see it as anything like that. Xiaochen understood everything and asked to be taken to the person who gave this gift in the near future. After all, he also has something for him. The next day, they were already sitting at a shared table with Mr. Lin, who announced that the formalities were almost over. Shinner thanked her master. Mr. Lin smiled brightly as he asked for all politeness to be dispensed with. After all, these were just his duties. He remembered that under the spell, she should have crawled up to him last night, and what could have gone wrong? Xiaochen stared at him intently. Shinner suddenly remembered and introduced her husband to Mr. Lin because Xiaochen had specially come to meet him. He knew that the spell hadn't worked and assumed that she might have thrown the item away. Xiaochen was the first to start the conversation and mentioned the golden toad that his wife liked very much. I also prepared a gift for the master. He reached into his inside pocket. He took out the Dragon of Wisdom, and if the master places it in his office, then wealth and good luck will come to him. Mr. Lin tried to restrain himself and called the dragon truly unique. Xiaochen made it all night, because the main thing is not a gift, but attention, which his wife agreed to. While Mr. Lin was furious at his teasing, Shinner was blushing at her wifey status. Mr. Lin couldn't enjoy her beauty, wanting to have her no matter what. Suddenly, the guy coughed, hinting to the bodyguard. Security guard Li Yu asked Xiaochen about his position, and he replied that he was an assistant in this company. But Shinner decided to clarify that he wasn't just an assistant, but the chief pharmacist of their company. After all, without him, they would not have achieved such success. Li Yu only pretended to be surprised, admiring her husband, since it's so good, it's worth checking out. He said that his friend was suffering from some strange disease that was still not being treated, and decided to ask to see him. Xiaochen was ready, but the prices were not small. But this friend was very dear to him, and he was ready to pay any amount. He started calling his friend to come. After a while, the man said that he was looking for his miracle doctor. His name was Chen Su. He was surprised that such a young guy was a professional and admired the current generation while shaking his hand. He sat down on a chair, asking for help, and Xiaochen asked for permission to check his pulse. Xiaochen took his hand, taking his pulse. He felt an irregular heartbeat, and it felt like the man had taken something recently, but it was easy to fix. Suddenly, lightning bolts formed from his fingers, and 3 needles landed on the man's forehead. Lightning bolts began to cover his body and absorb energy. He felt how good this doctor was. He had recently taken a strong medicine, but it didn't help him, and this person cured him with just one move. With that, he finished the job, and Li Yu was shocked. The process was small, so Xiaochen only asked for 1 million. Li Yu was beginning to doubt that his friend had recovered, since less than 10 seconds had passed. And it was strange to ask for $1 million for such a thing. But Jiangsu slapped him on the shoulder, assuring him that he was feeling much better. He ordered his assistant to buy a bottle of wine to thank Dr. Xiao. After a while, she brought out 2 glasses of red wine on a tray. He started drinking with Xiaochen, raising a glass to him. Jiangsu gulped down all the alcohol in one gulp. But suddenly he felt something strange. The empty glass clattered to the floor. Everyone was looking at the man, not understanding what had happened. His face darkened as he started accusing Xiaochen of cheating. He fell backward, feigning a seizure. Shin-er was completely shocked. Everyone in the office started to run to the noise when they saw the man fainting. Li Yu picked up his friend, checking on his health. But then he noticed a terrible detail. Cheng-su was no longer breathing. He pointed a finger at Xiaochen, accusing him of murder. Xiaochen stood silently, his face grim and indifferent. He understood that they had originally wanted to frame him, while the people in the background were whispering. Li Yu shouted furiously as he was about to call the police. After all, the murderer must be punished. Shin-er tried to correct the situation, calling it a misunderstanding. But at that moment, Mr. Lin said that he had seen the obvious facts. He explained that her husband killed a man because of his lack of professionalism. And this was seen by a large number of people, so there is no excuse for him. In fact, Chung-Soo only held his breath for a long time to help avenge Mr. Lin and put him behind bars. Xiaochen convinced them that he was about to bring him back to life. All the people started shouting at him because it is impossible to revive a person and let him stop talking nonsense. But suddenly, lightning bolts appeared around him and he smiled. He stepped on the man, pinning him down with his spiritual power. Even though Chung-Soo pretended to be dead, he was in terrible pain inside. People continued to judge him while he mocked the corpse. They realized that Xiaochen had guessed Chung-Soo's pretense and so hit him on the acupoints on his chest. Mr. Lin tried to stop him from abusing the corpse, but Xiaochen insisted that he was only saving him when he swung a leg covered in spiritual power at him. He kicked it far, far away, causing the man to cry out in fear. Everyone in the office was shocked. The man landed on his back against the wall. People were watching it. Shin-er tried to stop him, but Chung-Soo didn't wake up. Apparently, his first technique wasn't effective enough. He was stopped by the police who broke into the office. Xiaochen didn't see the reaction and decided to try again. But the man didn't want to repeat it and stopped Xiaochen. Everyone didn't understand what had happened, but Xiaochen assured him that he should agree to the treatment. Otherwise, the consequences would be irreversible. Chung-Soo started to refuse treatment in a rage because he wasn't sick at all. Xiaochen pretended to be surprised. He slapped the man in the face, trying to clear his name from the slander of a charlatan. And apparently, the man was only ill with beggar's disease, and hit him again. He continued the treatment because it is better not to delay the treatment. Everyone watched as Xiaochen beat up the man. Chung-Soo begged him not to hit him, and he really felt better. Now that the treatment was complete, Xiaochen didn't ask for any thanks. A shaky Chung-Soo bowed to him and thanked the doctor. He realized that Xiaochen was able to reveal his breathing technique and had suppressed it, so it was better to retreat. Chung-Soo started to leave, now that he's healthy, but Xiaochen blocked his path. After all, Chung-Soo hadn't paid for the treatment yet, and it was worth at least $1 million. He looked at Li Yu, who was pretending innocently that he didn't promise to help, but Chung-Soo didn't want to pay for his beating. Chung-Soo awkwardly tried to lower the price from $1 million because it was too much money. But Xiaochen brought him back from the dead and it should be worth a lot of money. And Chung-Soo agreed with him as he knelt down. With tears in his eyes, he agreed to pay $1 million. Mr. Lin was furious that this trash only made it worse for him, while Li Yu was shaking with fear. Li Yu walked them to their car, thanking them for Dr. Xiao's excellent skills, which they would always remember. He begged for forgiveness for saying anything that might offend him. But Xiaochen didn't hold a grudge. Xiaochen found Mr. Lin very kind, and they even exchanged gifts. Li Yu felt a strange tone in his voice. They left, and Li Yu thought that they had discovered it after seeing that smirk on Xiaochen's face. As they drove, Shin-er spoke to the guy. She wondered why they had come here if there was something wrong with the golden toad. It turned out that the toad was enchanted, but Shin-er has a charm. If it wasn't for him, she would have lost control and crawled on her knees to the person who gave her. Shin-er was shocked, and Xiaochen crushed the toad into pieces with one hand. She hadn't expected such a low act from the Chamber of Commerce. Dark magic poisons the human soul. He knew this because he had experienced it before. But it wasn't his fault, so he relaxed. Shin-er thought that he was so happy about the $1 million. He was more amused by the good performance. Mr. Lin was angry and threw everything off the table. He realized that Xiaochen was quite powerful, that he had discovered their plan from the very beginning, and that he had also removed the spell from the toad. Li Yu tried to reassure the master, assuring them that they would be able to get this woman. But suddenly, Li Yu felt something strange and couldn't control his hands. He felt like he wanted to get closer to Mr. Lin. Li Yu took off his glasses. His face was all red and his eyes were sparkling. Mr. Lin drifted away, not understanding what the man was doing. But Li Yu continued to stretch. He couldn't hold back any longer and ran at the master. The secretary attacked the gentleman, knocking him to the floor. The people behind the glass watched everything and were pleasantly shocked. 5 minutes later, Mr. Lin was able to fight back. He couldn't believe what had just happened. The master stormed out of the office and all the employees scattered, but he ordered one of them to come to him. The employee ran away, not wanting to deal in such an area. As a result, all employees ran away from the office. He couldn't figure out where everyone had gone. Mr. Lin returned to the office trying to catch his breath. But suddenly, he saw a shaking dog in the corner of the room. His cheeks turned red and his eyes began to sparkle. He reached for the dog, thinking it was the only solution. As Mr. Lin dragged the dog down, the makeshift horse emitted a spell. After a while, the master sat at the table in utter frustration while Li Yu stood nearby. He couldn't understand what was happening to him. Li Yu was sure that it was all Xiao Chen's fault. Suddenly, he remembered something. He saw the horse lying on the floor, knowing that it was all about this gift. Mr. Lin literally fell for his own trick. He only wanted to force Sinner to come on his own initiative because of the spell. And Xiao Chen tricked him and set him up. Li Yu wanted to destroy this thing, but Mr. Lin decided not to act so rationally, because they don't know the consequences. He demanded to find a way to invite Xiao Chen over. After a while, they found themselves in a dark building and they were met by a guy in a raincoat. They paid a lot of money to meet him, and he was curious about what they wanted. He gave off a powerful aura that intimidated the men. Before speaking Mr. Lin's side, he said that they did not come to buy enchanted items and wanted to ask for help. The man reminded him that his prices were extremely high. But it wasn't a problem for Lin. Even so, the unknown person asked them to leave. Mr. Lin didn't want to give up and raise the amount tenfold, but the man wasn't willing to lift a finger for a price less than $500 million. They were shocked by such extra charges. Li Yu began to whisper, realizing that this was too much money and too much for them. But Lin didn't care. He was willing to spend anything to get revenge on Xiao Chen. He was willing to take out $500 million. In his hands was the same horse, sealed in a glass box. He placed it in the hands of a stranger who appreciated Xiao Chen's abilities. Suddenly, ants started crawling on top of the box. The box cracked and the ants got to the horse. They began to eat the statue bit by bit. Eventually, the horse was eaten and the ants began to fall and die. The men didn't expect them to start dying, but his pets were special, so they weren't easy to kill. It took them an hour to pick the horse. This was enough to prove a great skill, but even such a master is no match for him. Suddenly, a centipede crawled out of his sleeve. It flew straight at Mr. Lin's face. Mr. Lin begged the master for mercy while the centipede was sitting on his face. She started chewing on the character that was in the middle of her forehead. As a result, the sign disappeared and the centipede jumped off. Thanks to this, the curse was almost lifted. He ordered $800 million to be transferred to his account because the price could go up depending on the situation. In the end, just because of Xiao Chen alone, not only did he lose his reputation, but he also lost a lot of money. He was furious and took out his phone from his pocket. After making the call, he demanded that Dream Group be excluded from the Chamber of Commerce. And if they tried to join again, they would be required to pay a fee of 10 times the amount and give 50% of the profit. He crushed the centipede with his foot, promising to turn their company to dust. A few days later, Xin reported with annoyance that no company was willing to cooperate with them anymore. Xiao Chen knew about the Lin family's power, but he didn't expect them to be able to subdue everyone. He promised her that he would fix everything. Suddenly, Sun Menju appeared in the office. She was ready to help them with such an interesting task. Mr. Lin was in a karaoke room with a group of people and loud music was playing. Li Yu is sure that Shin'er Company has already realized its mistake. But Lin knew that this was only the beginning of their battle. Suddenly, the door to the room was kicked out. It was Men Ru who finally discovered Lin Jun. He recognized her, not knowing what she was doing here. Even though she thought he understood perfectly, she grabbed him by the ear and pinched him until he didn't understand how he could offend her. But he seems to have forgotten that the Meng family's company is under the protection of her family. He didn't even know about it, and he thinks that the Sun family will soon flood them. One of the girls asked who this stranger was, and the guy said that it was one of Lin's old friends. He even confessed his love to her in elementary school, but she turned him down. Then, he tried to suck up to 3 other girls, for which she beat him up badly, because he played on the feelings of others. He tried to calm her down, inviting her to have a drink and discuss everything, because he didn't know about their relationship. She abruptly released his ear. Menru advised him to explain himself well. Now that he knows all about it, he is willing to admit his mistake, and suggested that everyone get together and sign a settlement agreement with the Ming company. He was also willing to pay double compensation. Menru praised his train of thought. She saw his sincerity, so she was ready to invite them to a meeting, but she wanted to ask for something. Menru told him to behave more decently. He had no choice but to agree while she was on the phone. She informed the Ming family that he was willing to accept a truce, and was also willing to personally apologize. Shin'er has already fallen asleep and Xiao Chen doesn't want to wake her up, so he decides to come himself. He was curious as to why such a scoundrel would agree to a truce so easily. He covered Shin'er up more tightly before he left, and went to the meeting. At the club, he was met and shown into a room. Menru immediately greeted him. Lin Jian was surprised that he came alone. He said that she was very tired and fell asleep. So let him tell him everything. Menru reminded him of his promise to apologize, because now was the best time. Lin Jian only laughed at the apology. He didn't want to do that. Menru didn't expect him to deceive her like this. Suddenly, he gave his guys a signal. He ordered to get rid of this guy. Lin Yan wanted Xiaoqin to know what death was. And a large number of guys and masters came into the room. A huge man appeared behind Menru, and she didn't expect Lin Jian to do such a thing, because she was trying to help him. But after her words, Lin changed his mind. He wasn't afraid of her at all. They weren't children anymore. Times have changed and she is no longer intimidating. Menru threatened him that he would suffer a lot for treating her like this. Her family, of course, has achieved a lot. But his family is not inferior in any way, because his father is the leader of the trade alliance. Suddenly, he poured a glass of wine over her head. The girl was furious. He doubted that the two of them would be able to handle his guys together. Lin Yan gave the order not to kill them quickly so that they would suffer. The men surrounded them, accepting the order. Xiaoqin couldn't believe that they were calling themselves masters. He punched one of them in the belly, and he flew far away. Lin Jian and Li Yu were shocked by what they saw. Some of the men wanted to attack Menru, and in one fell swoop, he threw them all away at once. To him, they were nothing but nobodies. The masters were scattered all over the room, defeated. Xiaoqin began to choke Lin Yan with his mind. First, this bug encroached on his wife, and then tried to destroy her company. Xiaoqin had never met such arrogant people. Even so, Lin wasn't afraid of him, hiding behind his father. He abruptly snatched up a bottle of wine from the table. With this bottle, he hit Lin Jian on the head, because he didn't care about his father. The boy screamed in pain. Everyone ordered the master to be released, threatening various consequences. With this action, Xiaoqin made a lot of enemies. Lin Jian gave him permission to kill him, but after that, his men would bury the Meng company. Xiaoqin wondered who was behind him, but Lin Jian was running away from the question. He let him go, deciding to deal with the situation on the spot right now. Xiaoqin demanded to bring everyone behind him. He would stay here and wait for them down below. They were furious that this guy was looking down on them. Lin Jian, with a broken head, ordered everyone they knew to be called here, so that Xiaoqin would pay for all his actions. They started recruiting all their contacts to help. Xiaoqin and Menru were standing on an empty, dark street. She offered to call her grandfather for help, but Xiaoqin refused his help and is ready to deal with it himself. Suddenly, he heard something. A swarm of cars appeared in front of them. They saw their enemy coming out of their cars and were ready to deal with him in a second. Everyone started running towards them, surrounding them and preparing to attack. Menru was surprised by the large number of people, considering this to be a problem. Lin Jian himself came and offered to beg for mercy before it was too late. If Xiaoqin gave up his wife, he would still be alive. But he didn't care at all because all his minions were just trash to him. Lin Jian was angry and surprised at the same time, thinking that he would be scared. Suddenly, Li Yu's cousin arrived. It was Mr. Li, who was greeted with respect by everyone. He started telling the whole situation about the arrogant guy and asked him to sort it out. Mr. Li was ready to deal with it because he was very angry with Xiaoqin, and he wanted to stretch his fists and relax. Li Yu pointed his finger at the guy and said that it was Xiaoqin's fault. Mr. Li's face showed shock. Xiaoqin just smiled and watched them. Li Yu was already exulting in his future victory, because he was definitely finished now, and asked him not to pretend to be so calm. Xiaoqin was surprised by his self-confidence. Mr. Li immediately bowed down in front of Xiaoqin, and Li Yu was shocked. After him, others began to wonder what he was doing. Xiaoqin confirmed that he was only pretending to be calm. After all, he was so eager to get a foot massage. Mr. Li ran like a dog to Xiaoqin to fulfill a whim. He started kneading his legs, trying to do everything at the best level. Everyone was watching this scene and didn't understand why the boss was kneading his feet. Li Yu started to cry at his brother's behavior. Mr. Li Yi had forgotten that they were brothers. They didn't even have the same blood? What kind of brothers they were? But he was willing to stand up for Brother Xiao and deal with Li Yu. His boys ran to grab the impudent man. They wrung him out and put him on their laps to apologize immediately. Li Yu started to cry and choke on his snot, sincerely apologizing to Xiaoqin. Mr. Li tried to explain that Li Yu was truly sorry for what he had done, but he couldn't remember giving permission to get up from his knees. He immediately obeyed the order until everyone around him realized who this Xiaoqin was. Lin Yan demanded not to be so arrogant, because his father would be arriving soon. No matter how strong Xiaoqin was, his father was many times stronger. Everyone began to confirm his words because his father could even arrange a coup d'etat. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning appeared from the sky, heading towards Xiaoqin. He saw her immediately. Xiaoqin quickly reacted and activated the dome above them. It was Lin Jian's father and his men who had arrived. He rejoiced at his arrival. The man recognized the guy from the Li family, not understanding why he was kneeling. But Lin Jian only called him an ordinary spineless trash that knelt before the enemy. His father kicked the boy in the back, The guy went belly first across the tile. The father started threatening the Lee family for having such a useless son and was going to visit his father and make him apologize to his son. He didn't care at this point, so he just agreed while lying on the ground. Everyone started supporting Lin Jian's father for his power, so even the Lee family was nothing to him, waiting for Xiaochen to be dealt with. The father ordered his son to give him 10 slaps in the face, because no one dares to hurt him. Lin Jian happily began to approach, flexing his fists. He was preparing for this moment with great pleasure, and he swung his hand to slap the man's face. But Xiaochen grabbed his arm. Xiaochen squeezed his hand so that it started to break, and Lin Jian screamed in pain. After all, he didn't give him permission to touch it with dirty hands. He slapped him hard across the face. Lin Jian was sent tumbling away. He asked his father to destroy it because he hit him. The father immediately lit up with spiritual power, going to deal with the guy. He has been practicing for a whole 10 years, so no one can beat him. The man swung his fist at Xiaochen. Xiaochen realized that his son had picked up some nonsense from his own father. His fist flashed with spiritual power, and he asked not to be blamed for the consequences. Two forces collided. Their fists met in a single punch and confronted each other. Only Xiaochen's punch was many times stronger, and the old man was blown away by the force. He landed painfully on the ground. No one, like Lin Jian, could believe that his father had lost. Xiaochen stood on top of the old man with one foot, asking for his grade. The old man kept threatening him not to hit him again. But Xiaochen didn't care what he said, and stomped on the man's ribs. Everyone around them couldn't believe it. Even in this situation, the old man continued to threaten his alliance and 1,000 of his disciples that he couldn't fight alone. Menru couldn't keep silent out of anger after all. They were just a bunch of weaklings enjoying power. The old man continued to claim the consequences not only on Xiaochen himself, but also on his family, who would not be left alone by the alliance members. His aides confirmed his words because Xiaochen had insulted the alliance and they would kill his family. These words only made Xiaochen laugh. But suddenly, Xiaochen took out the very thing that Master Xuanmen had given him that day. The old man's heart beat faster in terror, not understanding what this thing was doing to him. They couldn't believe that he had a ruler to punish Xuanmen's disciples. Xiaochen had heard that this ruler could be used to punish any master. Lin Jian couldn't figure out where this guy got such a valuable item, considering it to be a fake. But Mr. Lin was sure that it was a genuine ruler after seeing the engraved soul seal. He realized that there was a great master standing behind the guy. Xiaochen slapped the old man across the face with a ruler, reminding him of what he had said about the enemy of the alliance. Lin Jian ran to help his father, who had already stopped struggling. But he was stopped by the guys who explained the conditions for punishing the ruler. It cannot be resisted, otherwise it will be banished. Xiaochen admitted that it was really nice to use your power. He left the old man on the ground and rushed to his assistants, starting to beat them with a ruler. With just one punch, the guy's shoulder was broken. He reminded one of them about the words about the murder of his family. But he only apologized. But he still hit him with a ruler, knocking him out for his words. Xiaochen punished anyone who spoke out in his direction. Each of them was hit with a ruler. Lin Jian fell to the ground, not understanding how things had come to this. The old man stood up from the ground while Xiaochen gloated. Due to the presence of the pointer, he didn't resist this time, but he didn't understand what else the guy wanted. Xiaochen decided to ask him if he knew the reason why the pointer was exactly 3 feet and 6 inches long. The answer was simple. The length corresponded to the 36 acupoints of the human body. The old man thought that he wanted to kill him, but that wasn't what he wanted. He reminded him that he had used his power to do evil. That's why I brought on myself the trouble that I now have to endure. The needles flew at the old man. They flew right into his belly. This caused the old man to explode. Energy permeated his body. He fell to the ground, not understanding what the man had done to him. But Xiaochen only wanted to get rid of this pile of trash, which is not helpful. The old man didn't want to let him get in the way, but suddenly coughed up blood. His subjects ran to his aid when he finally fell to the ground. Lin Jian continued to shake, not understanding what had happened. Xiaochen played a joke on him, in case he wanted to call someone else. He immediately started bowing down to ask him to take pity on him, because he had already ruined his father. But Xiaochen understood that people like him didn't learn from mistakes. He sent the needles flying in his direction. Needles started hitting his acupoints. Lightning began to shoot through his body. He was having a seizure. He collapsed to the ground in frustration as Xiaochen threatened him if he continued to plot against him. Xiaochen marked this as the last moment when they do evil. They started to leave, and the people around him were admiring how strong he was. Menru admired his coolness, envying Shin'er for having such a husband. The subjects didn't know what to do and asked the master. They were helping him up, and he decided to contact the master. After all, the war is not over yet. After all, he handed Shin'er a pill that would help her. She looked at him worried. Shin'er realized that they were working too hard both in and out of the company. She remembered how he'd let her rest while he took care of things. Shin'er decided to find a suitable gift to thank him for, so she decided to tell him that he was going on paid leave for a month, but her words were interrupted by a phone call. It was Mr. Song who asked him to come urgently. They were gathered in the room when Mr. Song informed Ling Qi that he was gathering craftsmen for disassembly. Although Xiao Chen has Xuanmen behind him, he is still not a member of the alliance. But even so, it was purely their fault, and Xiao Chen was confident that he could handle any number. Mr. Song knew that he could deal with them, but he was more afraid for Shin'er, and if she was attacked, it would be a big blow. And if he doesn't give up on this fight, they'll grind the company to dust. Shin'er was unwilling to sit idly by, intending to personally withdraw the project in such a case. Menru began to worry about her because she had a 10-year job at this company, and it would be a huge financial loss. But she was willing to do it. It was all her fault, and it was her fault that Xiao Chen got there. Xiao Chen couldn't believe that such a workaholic would sacrifice his company for him, which made Zinner feel embarrassed. She asked him not to get smart while she might change her mind, but Xiao Chen wasn't willing to let her fail. She didn't even know what to say. 3 days later, a meeting was being held at the Bayun residence. The master of the second hall, Liu Shuang, started the conversation, thinking that no one should have allowed this to happen. Zhang Biao, the master of the third hall, was sad for Master Ling, who had made a huge contribution to the alliance and had fallen like this. If he was injured, then they should be the following. All of this happened because this guy was initially underestimated, and on the other hand, he would find it useful to teach some of the alliance members a lesson. The master remained silent, which led to a sharp reaction from the participants. They demanded answers. He couldn't hear the surroundings, trying to figure out whose fault it was in the first place. The master asked one of the students to bring Xiao Chen here and asked him to be patient. They doubted that he would dare to come here or that he was preparing to attack. But suddenly, a figure appeared in the doorway that wasn't afraid to come at all. It was Xiao Chen. He greeted Master Xuanmeng. The master wanted to hear Xiao Chen's explanation, but suddenly, Master Lin cried out when he saw the enemy. Xiao Chen advised the old man to go home and rest, as if he hadn't had enough of the previous meeting. The master addressed the masters in the hall, claiming that Xiao Chen and his presence were one big problem. They started to rebel, not understanding how he could raise a hand against Master Lin. Xiao Chen didn't understand what was going on, and hinted at some problems in their backyard. Suddenly, the guys who were informing the master about the trouble rushed into the hall. They started reporting similar problems with their wives, being abducted or poisoned. The masters knew that this was Xiao Chen's doing, but he reassured them, because the girls were all right, and if they behave themselves, nothing will happen to them. They were ready to attack anyway, but in the end, they ran past. Suddenly, a spell appeared on their bodies. They couldn't figure out when he might have made it. Xiao Chen just grinned at that. The characters on their chests suddenly exploded. The two men fell to the floor, insulting Xiao Chen one last time. Xiao Chen only wanted to show them directly what it was like to feel the risk of losing his family. They didn't understand what he was driving at. He revealed all their plans, that they wanted to harm his wife and steal her, and then they tried to drive his wife's company out of the market, and then they invited him to negotiations in order to secretly attack. No man would tolerate someone trying to take his wife away, and why no one helped him when they tried to kill him and his wife? The men couldn't believe his words, so they turned to Master Lin. He asked me not to believe him. It was impossible not to believe it when his son gathered a huge crowd in the square to deal with him, and then asked for forgiveness on his knees. He shouted at the whole hall as if this evidence wasn't enough. The masters began to discuss the situation, realizing that Xiao Chen was right. Master Li knew that people would soon understand and rise up against him. At the entrance, Xiao Chen noticed a stone pedestal with the words, "Justice Alliance," written on it. But it can't be called fair by doing such things. Even so, Xiao Chen shouldn't have been so cruel to a master, destroying his cultivation. Since he was so merciful, Xiao Chen decided to have fun with his wife. And in return, he would only scold him, not try to kill him. The man was terribly offended. Lightning flashed from Xiao Chen's eyes as he wanted to show off his aces up his sleeve. Everyone sensed his murderous aura, afraid to even move. Master Xuanmen ordered everyone to shut up and calm down. He asked Ling Qi if he had anything to add. Ling Qi started trying to excuse his son for making a mistake. But that doesn't mean he should be punished by a stranger. And in general, Xiao Chen is exaggerating. But Xiao Chen didn't plan on backing down until he had his way, so he decided to show them something and snapped his fingers. Menru and the unknown girls who were hiding their faces entered the room. They didn't understand who these girls were. One of them confessed that she was Lin Jun's victim and came here to seek justice. They began to tell their horror stories with tears in their eyes, how Lin Jun used his power and money to take advantage of them when they were out of their minds. And then he threatened them with obscene photos. The girl fell to her knees, admitting that because of him she had to have 3 abortions. Menru reported that their people found this photo in the safe. There should have been enough evidence now. Everyone immediately began to flood the old man with insults and humiliations. Xuanmen concluded that he and his son had ruined a century-old reputation. The order was brief, to expel both of them from the alliance. Ling Qi started making excuses, claiming that it was just a montage while being captured by the masters. Xuanmen wanted to express his gratitude to Xiao Chen for helping clean up the alliance. The others were punished because they can't tell right from wrong, and they should apologize to Xiao Chen. They knelt in front of him, apologizing. Xiao Chen just smiled, telling him to think critically next time. They returned to the Sun family home. Menru was delighted with Xiao Chen's plan to use family members as weapons. The girls have already been sent back, and now they are scared to death that something will happen to their family. Xiao Chen only let them feel his own weapons and hoped that they would learn their lesson. Grandpa Sun was now confident that their business would improve, and they would be able to gain a firm foothold in the capital. Shinner hoped so, but she was still worried. Xiao Chen supported her, telling her to just keep going, and if the sky started falling, he would definitely hold it back. The girl blushed again and wondered how reliable Xiao Chen was. Her arm was suddenly wrapped around Menru, which confirmed his words because with such support, you can go without fear of anything. Xiao Chen completely agreed with her, but Jinner had no doubt that they still had a long and hard road ahead of them, so there was no need to relax. She left to make a quarterly plan. Xiao Chen was surprised that even at such times, she only thought about her work. But she was right, there were still a lot of unresolved issues and problems. He got up from the couch, but he was willing to accompany her to the end.